Well, the Centre for Cross-Border Studies was set up in 1999, and that was following the Belfast Good Friday Agreement with the support of Queen's University, Belfast and the Dublin City University. It's an independent research and information centre. It has a base in Armagh, and it's governed by a board with board members nominated from Queen's University, Dublin City University, and then a number of independents. It undertakes a wide range of different research reports in a number of different areas and provides information, advice and support. Probably the best known of the information sources is the Border People website, and that provides information for people who are living and working across the border.
The Centre for Cross-Border Studies has an extensive network of contacts that we built up over the last 2 decades, because all of our work is about collaboration, cooperation. So over those 2 decades, we have built contacts with the most senior levels of the civil service in Northern Ireland, the Republic of Ireland, but also in the rest of the UK and within Europe as well. But we also work with local government, with the community and voluntary sector, which is vital, and also the trade representative bodies and the private sector more generally across these islands.
We would encourage other people to get involved, because there's no harm in having conversations. The reality is that business found its voice during the Brexit process, but it can't be the only voice. It's got to get in there alongside policymakers, the third sector, get in there alongside our politicians to ensure that there's a deeper understanding, that there's an evidence base and an academic rigour to ensure that the right policy decisions are taken for the future.
Good morning, everyone. You're all very welcome to the Centre for Cross-Border Studies 22nd Annual Conference on Testing the Health of Conditions for Post-Brexit Cooperation, the Evolving Social and Political Context. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Helen Johnston and I'm the chairperson of the Centre. This is our 22nd Annual Conference and the second online conference. While we miss the opportunity to network and chat over a coffee, it is fantastic that it can go ahead on this forum. The most important thing is that while we all stay safe and continue the important work of maintaining and developing good relations across these islands, north and south, east and west. Indeed, it's crucial as we deal with the changes brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as the significant consequences of Brexit. This interest is demonstrated by the online attendance at today's conference, with more than 300 delegates registered. You're all very welcome. This high level of interest is no doubt a reflection of the quality of the conference programme and the very impressive lineup of speakers. The Centre's Director, Anthony Suarez, will provide more information on this aspect of the conference in his opening remarks. But before I hand over to Anthony, I want to take this opportunity to thank our small staff team of 4, Anthony, Anne-Marie O'Kane, Tricia Kelly and Mark McClatchy, for their work throughout this year and in particular for putting this conference together. I am constantly impressed by the ability of such a small staff team to produce the range and quality of outputs and information to inform and influence cross-border issues on these islands and further afield. In particular, I want to acknowledge Mark's work. He does so much behind the scenes in an extremely efficient and courteous manner. Unfortunately for us, Mark is leaving us and today is his last day, but we wish him the very best in his new job. I'd also like to acknowledge the continued support of our main funders, the Department of Further and Higher Education, Research, Innovation and Science for core funding, and the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade's Reconciliation Fund for funding a number of projects. Our sponsors today are those 2 departments, plus the Institute of Public Health and the City of Derry Airport. Our board members, drawn from our parent institutions, Queen's University Belfast and Dublin City University, as well as a number of independents, provide strategic advice and governance to the Centre on a voluntary basis, and I thank them for their time, support and wise counsel. Many are in attendance at today's conference. Since our conference last year, the Irish Government has established a shared island unit that, in line with the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, is examining the political, social, economic and cultural consequences for a shared future in which all traditions are respected. It is doing this through funding, dialogue and research. We are very encouraged by such measures to improve mutual understanding and cooperation to everyone's benefit on the island. I'm sure you want to get on to hear what our speakers have to say today, so I'll hand you over to Anthony for some opening remarks. I hope you enjoy the online conference and continue your interest in and advocacy of improved cross-border relations within, between and across these islands. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Good morning. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Anthony Suarez, and I'm the Director of the Centre for Cross-Border Studies. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to our annual conference and to thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to join us today. We've always prided ourselves as offering people a comfortable and friendly atmosphere to engage in cross-border conversations and to strengthen relations within and across these islands. The coronavirus pandemic has presented us with challenges in doing that. But even though this is the second year in which our conference is taking place online, we still hope that comfortable and friendly atmosphere can be maintained to the best of our ability. I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the support of the Dormant Accounts Fund NI, which has enabled the Centre for Cross-Border Studies to invest in digital technology and training to allow us to continue to communicate with our friends and partners. And some of what you are seeing here today is as a result of that generous support. However, as we set out over the course of the day to test the health of the conditions for post-Brexit cooperation, with 2 keynote speakers and 3 panels looking at the political and social context, as well as how we measure how those conditions may be impacted by the introduction of new regulations, I'd like to ask you to ensure you are sitting back comfortably and that you remember to take breaks from the screen whenever you need to. Stay logged onto the conference, but go and make a cup of coffee or tea, take a walk, and come back whenever you are ready. If there are any technical hitches, don't panic, we'll fix them. You can watch back any parts of today's conference afterwards, so you won't miss anything, even if your internet connection drops off for a while. Can I also ask you, if you have any questions for the speakers, to please place your questions through the chat function. We may not be able to answer all your questions today, but we will try to get answers for you afterwards. Also, use the chat function to exchange views and share information with all the other people attending this conference from these islands and further afield. And use the hashtag #CCBSConf on social media. This year's conference is concerned with understanding what conditions are necessary for cooperation and good relations within and across these islands. It comes as the Centre for Cross-Border Studies continues to pursue its efforts in collaboration with others, not least through the Ad Hoc Group for North-South and East-West Cooperation, to ensure that all forms of cross-border cooperation, including those at the informal, local and community levels, are safeguarded in the post-Brexit context, and that all of us understand how we can achieve this. Our conference is also informed by the Centre for Cross-Border Studies understanding that for cross-border cooperation and relations to thrive, we need the right political and social conditions. That is why, as a means of monitoring the health of North-South and East-West cooperation, the Centre for Cross-Border Studies launched its first online quarterly survey in March of this year, with the 3rd quarterly survey currently open for responses from civic society organisations and local authorities on the island of Ireland until next Thursday. So, today, our first panel session, generously sponsored by the City of Derry Airport, will consider the political conditions for post-Brexit cooperation within and between these islands, while our second panel will offer an insight into the social conditions and how communities and civic society regard North-South and East-West cooperation and relations. The final panel session, which forms part of the Centre for Cross-Border Studies Maintaining the Conditions for Cooperation and Cross-Border Lives project, made possible by the Department of Foreign Affairs Reconciliation Fund, will consider the need to measure the impacts of policy from a cross-border perspective and will include input from the Institute of Public Health, one of our conference sponsors. We also have two prestigious keynote speakers to offer their own insights on this conference's overarching theme. So, it's now time for you to make sure you're sitting comfortably as we begin the Centre for Cross-Border Studies 22nd Annual Conference. Thank you.
The Centre for Cross-Border Studies is unique in that it is an organisation which is clearly doing very important research into the impact of the border on our economy, on our society, and indeed on our political system as well. And that research has been hugely helpful to policymakers like myself when it comes to developing policies, particularly when we're looking at the impact of the border on the border regions.
It is now my enormous pleasure and honour to introduce our first keynote speaker, Madeline Alessandri. As Permanent Secretary at the Northern Ireland Office, Madeline Alessandri occupies a vitally important role in terms of much of what we are discussing, and we are really fortunate to have her with us today. The Northern Ireland Office is undoubtedly one of the key linchpins for supporting relations within Northern Ireland, but also for relations between these islands, and therefore our first keynote speaker is in a position to offer insights into how she sees this functioning in practice. Before coming to the Northern Ireland Office, Madeline was in the Cabinet Office, where she served as UK Deputy National Security Advisor, as well as being the Prime Minister's Advisor on National Resilience and Security. Since joining UK government service in 1988, she has held a number of key positions in the diplomatic service and in national security, both within the UK and overseas. So, without further ado, I will hand over now to our first distinguished keynote speaker, Madeline Alessandri. Over to you, Madeline.
Thank you, Anthony, and good morning, everybody. It's a real privilege and pleasure to be here to open the conference today. I wish it were face-to-face. I hope that next time we gather together in an event like this, we will be able to be face-to-face, because that enables us to make connections. And to be frank, as a speaker, it's much nicer when you have an audience you can see rather than looking at a screen where all you can see is yourself reflected back. So hopefully next time face-to-face, but now in virtual space. Anthony and all of the team at the Centre for Cross-Border Studies are very good friends of the Northern Ireland Office. And over the years, they have been a consistent and always constructive voice for civic society on this island. And the theme for today about testing the health conditions for the post-Brexit cooperation is, I think, a very important one. So ahead of the panel discussions getting underway, which invariably will tease out both the evolving political and social context, I thought I'd set out for you a few personal perspectives on what I think is required for good cooperation. The necessary health conditions, if you like, as I've experienced them personally over 3 decades of working in government, both internationally and domestically. Perhaps unsurprisingly, whether you're seeking to cooperate across borders, across organisations, or across systems, my experience has been that ultimately everything for success rests on relationships. How individual human beings interact with each other. Now, the people of Northern Ireland know that better than any other place I've ever worked before. It was relationships that secured the peace in 1998. It was relationships that restored the Northern Ireland Executive in 2020. It will be through positive and constructive relationships that Northern Ireland will prosper and rebuild after COVID. And I saw for myself at the Northern Ireland Business and Innovation Showcase just last week, which we ran in London, just how the connections, the understanding and the ambition of the business community is generating a really positive and mutually reinforcing energy that I think bodes very, very well for Northern Ireland's future success. So when I'm not working, one of the things that my daughter and I enjoy, and my son and my husband hate us doing, is watching Great British Bake Off together. So I hope you don't mind that I'm going to have a bit of a cake analogy for my remarks today. And the cake analogy is because I think there are 5 key ingredients that are vital for the cake which builds successful relationships. And I think we ignore those 5 key ingredients at our peril. So let me briefly take you through them. The first key ingredient is truth. That's candour about the real position, no matter how uncomfortable. This is a precious commodity which we debase at our peril. Yet, too often, I've seen across these islands that people will accept a 280-character tweet as being the full picture, when in fact, frequently, it's a partial, sometimes slanted, and sometimes inaccurate representation of what somebody said or wrote. In any relationship, there are times when the truth is uncomfortable. The truth can be complex. The terrible scenes of disorder that we saw in Northern Ireland back in just before Easter of this year resisted simplistic analysis. There wasn't one factor, one truth driving the violence, but rather a multitude of factors at play. Truth can be awkward. It can be easier to evade. But evasion doesn't lead to stronger relationships. On the contrary, I'd say it weakens them. Between the different jurisdictions on these islands, we must never be afraid to have honest conversations. While we will not always agree, a constructive disagreement based on a shared understanding of the facts is always much, much more productive than a failure to confront those facts. Now, the second ingredient for my relationship cake is reliability. None of us likes a fair weather friend. Every relationship we have has good moments and it has tough ones. The people we count on are the ones who are there even when the going is at its toughest, and those who carry through on their promises and their commitments. The UK government has sought to be reliable and supportive in recent months as we have tackled the COVID pandemic. The government's response put in place a £352 billion package of UK-wide support to protect jobs and livelihoods, including, of course, the furlough scheme, the self-employed employment support scheme, and a number of government-backed loans. And in Northern Ireland, we estimate that these support packages have protected 1 in 4 jobs. Since the outbreak of the pandemic, we've provided the Northern Ireland Executive with an additional £5 billion on top of UK government funding to ensure it has the necessary resources to address public health and economic challenges. But we did so throughout COVID and continue to do throughout COVID through maintaining our constant dialogue with our colleagues in Dublin to ensure that there's clarity of approach, both north-south and east-west. Ultimately, stable, reliable, productive relationships will also underpin our future prosperity. So, as you know, the UK government is embarking on a very ambitious levelling up agenda. And we're now looking at how we can best work alongside the executive and with other partners to level up in Northern Ireland. We want, in partnership, to create the conditions for Northern Ireland to seize its economic opportunities and to see a real improvement in the life chances of all its citizens. Now, the extent of our success will impact on people on both sides of the border. And I hope you'll agree that a more prosperous Northern Ireland is good for everyone who shares these islands. My third ingredient of my relationship cake is understanding. To work together, to cooperate, you don't need to have the same political goals or objectives, or necessarily to have a common destination. But you do need to understand each other intimately, inside and out. You need to be able to walk in each other's shoes and empathise with the other person's point of view, even if you don't necessarily agree with it or accept it. Understanding helps build perspective, find common ground, split out what is emotion and what is evidence-based. And without understanding, no cooperation is really possible. The Northern Ireland Office has worked with colleagues in government to encourage the European Commission to hear from people across the community in Northern Ireland. It was very important that Vice President Šefčovič was able to hear directly from the people in Northern Ireland about the effects of the protocol when he visited earlier this month. It's enabled him to hear firsthand from a range of different perspectives, perhaps from some of you at this conference today. My department spends a lot of time bringing people together to hear from as wide a range of voices and interests in Northern Ireland as possible. Business roundtables, civic conversations, youth forum, and a whole load more, all with the aim of making connections and improving understanding. I was at the, as I hope a number of you will have been as well, at the British Irish Association event in Oxford earlier on this month. That was a great example of people coming together from across these islands, from very different backgrounds, to have a wide range of conversations on difficult issues outside. It was energising and got renewed, and it was wonderful to be able to see people in person for the first time after such a long period away and to make those connections. For me, the fourth factor ingredient that you have in relationships is sympathy. You could refer to it also perhaps as affinity or rapport or fellow feeling. As humans, we don't always like everyone we meet. Sometimes we can develop an allergic reaction without quite understanding why. That's natural, can't be helped. But we do need to recognise it if we encounter it. And conversely, where an affinity or a rapport does exist between people, then cooperation between them becomes much, much easier. And there's no surprise that some of the time-honoured ways of getting to know people, to get underneath each other's skin, to really build a rapport, is best done and much easily done over food and drink rather than over a Zoom call, which has been a fantastic tool for us throughout the pandemic, but I think has reduced a lot of our relationships to be more transactional rather than empathetic. But now we're adapting to our new reality as we come through the pandemic, although I recognise we're not totally through it yet. We need to invest time in renewing our relationships, in getting to know new people, in taking time to understand the person behind the role or the job title, to understand the person behind the social media portrayal on Twitter sphere. And that's invaluable to building strong and enduring relationships. The final ingredient of my relationship cake is tenacity. Now, this may feel a strange one to include, but cooperation is much easier, obviously, when everybody wants the same things. It's 1,000 times tougher when there isn't a common endpoint in sight. In a sense, you could characterise the UK government's negotiations with the EU over the past 5 years in that vein. The UK government wanted to leave on the best possible terms. The EU didn't want the UK to leave, accepted that we were going, but wanted us to exit on the best terms possible. And it's when the going gets tough that tenacity is most required, to keep plugging away at a relationship. And despite all the noise politically, I think we should be collectively really proud that the EU and the UK government reached an agreement in December on the protocol and the TCA. It was last minute, yes, but it came because of the tenacity of all those negotiating, and then we reached a resolution for the benefit of both parties. Now, as any of you who are Great British Bake Off aficionados know, the way the cake turns out depends on what you do with the ingredients. How the oven works, the extent of mixing, there's always the risk of a soggy bottom along the way. So it is with relationships. You can't ever control all the variables. There will always be a temptation to cut down on one ingredient over the other for short-term expediency. It's something I've seen organisations do when groupthink sets in. Then the individual's instincts can get subsumed into the organisation will. Except, as I've told many people over the years, I don't think organisations have souls, people do. And so we should always listen to the voices of our people, and I contend encourage them and give them space as individuals to build relationships based on these 5 essential ingredients. Now, for those of you who enjoy anagrams, and if I could see you all, I'd ask you all to put your hands up and see who enjoyed anagrams and who's worked out that truth plus reliability plus understanding plus sympathy plus tenacity spells trust. And I suggest to you today that it's relationships that build with trust that we need to nurture, we need to nourish, and we need to protect if we're going to successfully cooperate across these islands. So that's my recipe. Thank you for listening, and I hope you have a really excellent conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madeleine. I wrote down that recipe very carefully. It's a wonderful recipe, and I think it's a rich recipe, but you were quite right. It's the mix of ingredients, how you put them together, and ensuring that you don't take shortcuts, because you might end up, as you quite rightly pointed out, with a soggy bottom if you don't put those ingredients together in the right, with the right balance. Absolutely fascinating insights there. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, if you don't mind. And one of those actually is directly from what you were talking about, and it's actually going back slightly. I always say that in order for you to engage in cooperation, you need 2 ingredients. So my recipe is rather a poor one. It's probably from my Portuguese countryside background, and we have to, our recipes are pretty poor, pretty basic, but it is generosity and curiosity. Curiosity about what's happening on the other side of the border, what's happening on the other side of the fence, what are the people like over there, what are their issues, what do they want, but also that generosity of sharing yourself and your own issues across that border, across that fence, across communities. But you also mentioned in terms of getting to know people, and it's getting to know people fully, and not necessarily looking at a 280 character tweet and assuming that that is the person. I'm going to ask you, you might take this as a slightly personal question, but I don't think it is. Do you find that in your own role as sometimes a difficulty that people don't necessarily, they just see the headlines and don't necessarily know you or your officials or the civil service in terms of their own roles and their own jobs and, let's say, their own pressures in terms of the work that they're undertaking?
It's a very good question, Anthony, and yes. I do think that there are times when people are not quite clear what the Northern Ireland office is there to do. I'm very happy to say that we do now have a publication which sets out what we're here to deliver. And we have a very clear vision, which is to make Northern Ireland an even better place to live, work and to invest. And underneath all of that, we have 4 pillars of activity. So that is all very, very clearly and stated now. But messages can get lost in the noise. And it is through constant dialogue and reaching out and taking time. And this is something which I think we have all lost because of the pandemic. We've all been going in and out of Zoom calls every 5 minutes. The time to actually sit down with somebody and explain on really difficult issues, such as legacy, where the thinking is and where the challenges are, and talking through the complexity of some of this. And so, I'm delighted now that we can get out and about much more and have those conversations, because particularly on sensitive issues, there's nothing, in my view, that beats face-to-face and knowing the person.
Thank you, Madeleine. Now, I'm now reading from questions that have been submitted, and one of them is that you mentioned the importance of and the ingredients necessary for those strong relationships in your keynote address. So, what is your current assessment of the relationship between the UK and Irish governments, and what is your department doing to support those relationships between the UK and Irish government?
Well, look, the UK has uniquely broad and deep common interests with our friends and our closest neighbours in Ireland. That relationship was central in supporting the people of Northern Ireland to deliver the peace and stability which is offered and continues to this day with the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. And it remains just as important and key today as we work back together to build back better and unlock the many opportunities for Northern Ireland. And look, with all close relationships, there are occasions when we might not be in total agreement on certain matters, but in my view, that's exactly where the trust model comes in. It's through that truth, that reliability, that understanding, that sympathy, that tenacity, that I believe we can maintain a relationship built on mutual understanding. And of course, dialogue is essential in all of this. And whether that's through the formal institutions set up in 1998, the British Irish Council, the British Irish Intergovernmental Conference, conferences like today or ad hoc conversations, keeping the lines of communication open is so important. And it's through this that we can build the relationships across these islands that all communities can be proud of. We have no closer neighbour than Ireland, and together we've achieved so much, and together we can achieve so much going forward.
Thank you, Madeleine. You also spoke of the importance of working together. I think you just glossed over that or touched on that, when you don't have those same goals, same objectives. And so would you say this principle also applies, because you were just mentioning that in terms of relationships between the UK and the Irish government, but would you say that same principle applies when we're talking about the Northern Ireland Executive. How do you propose to make the institutions in Northern Ireland work so that all strands, and this is really important to the Centre for Cross-Border Studies, obviously, how do you propose to make the institutions in Northern Ireland work so that all strands of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement can actually thrive?
So, Anthony, I would say that all of us in public service and across civic society have a responsibility to the people of Northern Ireland to give them confidence in the institutions of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement and to help really realise that vision for reconciliation, equality, respect for rights and parity of esteem. That also includes respect for the agreement's institutional framework and in particular for its three-standard approach: devolution and power sharing, North-South cooperation, East-West cooperation. These are equal and interlocking and interdependent strands, and they must be properly held in balance in order to ensure full respect and equal treatment for the identity and aspiration of everybody. That vision is as relevant today as it was in 1998. And look, the people of Northern Ireland need, and they have consistently voted for, functioning, devolved institutions that are able to deliver for them. And my department remains absolutely dedicated to supporting that. What's important now, I think, is that we continue to create the space for dialogue and engagement in order to resolve differences where they exist, and especially to uphold the gains of the last 20 months since the functioning of the institutions was restored. And I would say that I think the way the executive have handled the most challenging crisis that has faced any government worldwide over the last 20 months has been really, really good. I think, again, we find it easy to find things to criticise when there are differences, but we should also hold on to what has gone really, really well. And for every government worldwide, COVID was a massive challenge, and I think Northern Ireland has managed its way through that very, very well. So look, at the end of the day, there is more that unites us than divides us. We need to keep having those conversations and hold open that space for constructive dialogue.
Thank you, Madeleine. Just on that issue, you talked about the importance of the three strands of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, which, again, I have to return to the Centre for Cross-Border Studies' own position since 2016, which has been pretty vociferous in terms of its safeguarding, protecting, not undermining the Good Friday Agreement in all its parts. And perhaps there's been some misunderstanding, or let's say some glossing over some parts of the Good Friday Agreement, or favouring one part over another part. And you mentioned the importance of balance between all of those strands of the Good Friday Agreement. But this comes to the issue of tenacity as well, and constant dialogue. From our own perspective, I would say that if one of those, let's say it's a three-legged stool, and one of the legs has been damaged, we don't see really, we'd rather repair that leg rather than cut off another leg because one of the legs has been damaged, so you end up just with one leg which is completely unbalanced. Do you think we need to really have that tenacity, that constant dialogue in order to repair or to support, to strengthen the strand that people may feel or perceive or actually see as having been affected, rather than, well, that's damaged, so we're going to damage the other one, or we're going to withdraw support from the other one? Do we need tenacity, dialogue, in order to repair that, let's say, weakened strand, rather than affect the other one, or one of the other ones?
So Anthony, I like your stool model. I tend to talk in terms of a triangle model, because we've got the three strands, and those three strands are crafted in such a way to be in balance with each other and the tension that holds us and that structure together. And so in terms of, I don't think about the stool which was had a bit chopped off it. I think about whether one of the sides of the triangle is oscillating. And I think we are seeing one of the sides of the triangle oscillating at the moment. And what we need to try and do is steady that without creating oscillations in any of the other 2 points at the same time. So we need to find a way to get ourselves back into the balance, which I see represented by a triangle, and stop the oscillation that is going on, which is destabilizing everything else. So how do we bring ourselves back into a sense of sort of constant good space? And that's the challenge, but we need tenacity to do that. We need honesty about what people are feeling and perceiving in all of that. But what we absolutely must not do is, in trying to settle one side, create oscillations in another part of the triangle. We've got to try and bring it all back into stability.
Thank you, Madeline. Your reference to the triangle kind of points to the fact that I was never good at geometry. I always go for the kind of literary or artistic comparisons rather than geometric ones. I'm going to draw this to a close, but you mentioned candor often during your speech, truth, hard truths, which is hard conversations, and this is a spoiler alert, that issue of truth, candor, dealing with hard truths actually runs through this year's edition of the Journal of Cross-Border Studies in Ireland. Many of the contributors who didn't know what they were contributing to the journal, what each other's contributions were, truth, honesty, candor runs right through all of those contributions. But Madeline, I would just like to once again thank you so much for taking the time out. And I know that there are other things going on right at this moment, really important conversations taking place at this moment. So I am so grateful for you taking the time out to actually be with us today, rather than being at one of those other conversations. We really value that, your input, your insights, and we really valued seeing you at that the showcase last week, taking part in a panel. It's great to see you out there, and it was great to see you here with us today. So thank you very much, Madeline.
Thank you, Anthony, and have a really good day.
We would encourage other people to get involved, because there's no harm in having conversations. The reality is that business found its voice during the Brexit process, but it can't be the only voice. It's got to get in there alongside policymakers, the third sector, get in there alongside our politicians to ensure that there's a deeper understanding, that there's an evidence base and an academic rigour to ensure that the right policy decisions are taken for the future.
We are extremely pleased to support the Centre for Cross-Border Studies in hosting this event with so many key stakeholders taking part. Our unique location in the northwest, a cross-border city and region, means we're acutely aware of the needs for a regionally balanced approach, improving our connectivity to, from and within the island. With 40% of our passengers coming from Donegal, we serve the wider northwest region in the truest sense. The wider economic benefits of such connectivity are very clear, with a key infrastructure like airports playing a pivotal role in our growth plans, particularly in an emerging region like the northwest of Ireland.
We would encourage other people to get involved, because there's no harm in having conversations. The reality is that business found its voice during the Brexit process, but it can't be the only voice. It's got to get in there alongside policymakers, the third sector, get in there alongside our politicians to ensure that there's a deeper understanding, that there's an evidence base and an academic rigour to ensure that the right policy decisions are taken for the future.
We are extremely pleased to support the Centre for Cross-Border Studies in hosting this event with so many key stakeholders taking part. Our unique location in the northwest, a cross-border city and region, means we're acutely aware of the needs for a regionally balanced approach, improving our connectivity to, from and within the island. With 40% of our passengers coming from Donegal, we serve the wider northwest region in the truest sense. The wider economic benefits of such connectivity are very clear, with the key infrastructure like airports playing a pivotal role in our growth plans, particularly in an emerging region like the northwest of Ireland.
We bought a drinking ticket off the bill. Una and her went round the town. Where we're going? The merchant.
Well, good morning, everybody. I'm David Sterling, and I will be chairing this next session, which will be looking at testing the health of conditions for post-Brexit cooperation. I'm delighted that I'm joined this morning by 4 speakers. We have Professor Bridget Laffan, who is online with us. Bridget was recently professor at the European University Institute. Delighted that we have got Minister Nicola Mallon, who is our Minister for Infrastructure. Very grateful that she has taken some time out of her very busy schedule to be with us this morning. Also delighted in the room we have Professor Pete Shirlow from the Institute for Irish Studies at the University of Liverpool. And lastly, but by no means least, we have Jess Sargent from the Institute for Government, and Jess will be speaking to us online as well. They did try to get Mark Carruthers, but sadly he wasn't available, but he has lent me his tie, so hopefully that will set us up rightly for the morning. I'm going to start. Each of the speakers will have around about no more than 8 minutes to speak. We'll take a few questions. I have a few questions as well, but please use the chat facility to send in your questions, and we'll try and get a good conversation going. So if that's all clear, I would turn firstly then to Professor Bridget Laffan to give us her talk. Bridget.
Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be part of this discussion this morning. I am sorry that I'm still on Zoom, but I'm trying to reduce my environmental imprint, but also I want to travel as little as possible, having spent far too much of my life traveling. I listened very attentively to what Madeleine Alessandri was talking about when she emphasized that relationships were the most important element of cooperation. And although I agree with her that relationships and human interaction is absolutely central, I think it doesn't pay sufficient attention to what I would call structural features. So if I take the analogy of the cake, it very much, the shape of the cake depends on the kind of tin that you use to bake it. So in other words, a rectangular cake tin will deliver a rectangular cake, a circular cake tin will deliver a circular cake, a floated cake tin will deliver one that has a very pretty hole in the middle. So in other words, we must begin from the premise, in my view, that the structural features of relations within the island of Ireland, between the United Kingdom and Ireland, and with the EU, have been fundamentally altered by Brexit. That Brexit is a rupture, it has impacted on territorial politics of the UK, and has had major impact on the Irish state, a state and political economy that had no voice and had no say in how Brexit would pan out. Secondly, and equally important, is the nature of Brexit itself. In other words, once the United Kingdom opted to leave the single market and customs union and the jurisdiction of the European Court of Justice, that meant that the rupture between potentially between North and South, but also between the two islands, and also between the United Kingdom and the EU, was much deeper and much more salient than other forms of Brexit. So in my view, yes, relationships matter, they're crucial, but we also have to begin, in my view, from the structural features that flow directly from the nature of the Brexit that the United Kingdom has pursued. And if one looks at that Brexit, what was the fundamental driver of those who sat on the UK side of the table negotiating the TCA. The fundamental driver was a sovereignty first Brexit. But of course, a sovereignty first Brexit had implications for the border on the island of Ireland, because if it were to be applied to Northern Ireland, a sovereignty first Brexit inevitably and inexorably would have led to a visible border and a harder border on the island of Ireland. So I think we need to begin with those structural features. Now, where are we in these relationships? I would say we are at a very testing and delicate time. We have, and if you want to map the dimensions of that, then just look at three speeches. Jeffrey Donaldson, David Frost at the British Irish Association, and Maroš Šefčovič at Queen's. And that lays out in rather stark terms where we're at, and the differences in the perspectives and in the framing, in the objectives and the intent are pretty clear to see. So let's begin with David Frost. David Frost was speaking to the UK command paper issued in July on the Northern Ireland Protocol. That command paper and David Frost's speech was essentially the objective of the London government is to hollow out the agreement that that government and Parliament signed with the EU and ratified a very short time ago. In other words, they want to hollow out the existing protocol and alter it, and in essence, they're looking for a renegotiation. They may not call it renegotiation, but that's effectively what they're looking for. Now, I also thought it was interesting, and this goes back again to what Madeleine said about truth and candor, when he said the truth is the protocol is the problem. Now, fast forward to Maroš Šefčovič, and he speaking on behalf of the EU. That is not the truth. That is the truth for Brussels, the EU, or the Dublin government. They do not see the protocol as the problem. They see the structural features of Brexit as the problem, and the Northern Ireland Protocol as an attempt to deal with that, and an agreed attempt that was signed and ratified by the House of Commons. So where does the EU come from just now? It wants to reduce the megaphone diplomacy, the politicization of the protocol. It wants to dial down the rhetoric that we hear, and there's no evidence in my view that the rhetoric is being dialed down. Now, I think the Commission has learned, it knows it needs to listen to people on the ground in Northern Ireland. It knows it needs to come up with solutions to the problems that inevitably flow from what is a complex suboptimal solution. So I think what the EU will attempt to do over the next month is it will publish its papers on specific areas, but also on the role that the Northern Ireland institutions and civil society might play in informing how the protocol is implemented from an EU perspective. But the truth for the EU is very different to the truth or framing from London. And the gap, in my view, is extraordinarily wide. And then, of course, that takes place against the backdrop of the Jeffrey Donaldson approach, where he simply wants to void the protocol altogether. That's where the DUP are, withdrawing from the North-South institutions. So the parties, as we face into the winter, are very far apart. The EU will attempt to be sectoral, technocratic, will attempt to solve real problems as they see it. Whereas I think the approach from London is a sovereignty first approach, where they want to get rid of from the protocol, for example, the role of the European Court of Justice. And that for the EU is a red line. There is only one legal institution in the world that can adjudicate on European law, and that is the European Court of Justice. So I find it very difficult as we approach the end of September to see how there will be a negotiation, there will be commission papers by about mid-October, 4 of them. I find it very difficult to see how this does not become a forever war in terms of a war of words, a war of deeds, a war that, in other words, a lack of trust between the two sides, i.e. the EU and the UK. So it could be very interesting to see, given the UK command paper and what the EU will publish in October, is there a room and a space for a negotiation that leads to an outcome that provides more stability and a safer equilibrium for a post-Brexit relationships between the two islands. And of course, it's also, let me finish by saying that the EU regards Brexit as done. It sees Brexit as something that is now a matter of the implementation of accords that had been agreed. It was not accidental that the President of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, did not mention Brexit once in her State of the Union speech. I think that this takes place against the backdrop of the German elections next week, leading into French elections next year, but also the complexities now of the transatlantic relationship and the Australian-French debacle. So I think there are layers and levels of complexity, and there are solutions to be found. Of that, I have no doubt, and I think solutions that everyone could live with. But if those solutions may not see the light of day, if, in my view, the United Kingdom, the ask is more than the EU can ever and will ever offer. And also remember that the EU holds the legal cards because the UK did ratify and did agree these agreements. So for the EU, it's working within the protocol. For the UK, it's the hollowing out of the protocol. And for the DUP, it's no protocol at all. These are very different worlds of truth and candor and empathy. Thank you.
For that insight into the nature of the dispute that we have at the minute, as you describe it, a clear rupture and with no obvious sign of how it's going to be resolved. Maros Sefcovic, I think, very recently said that the protocol must not become, the debate over the protocol must not become eternal. You talked about the importance of structures as alongside relationships. Is there anything you think that can be done structurally that maybe might help to break the impasse? Or are we simply going to have to wait for one or other side to blink?
So I think if one were to read the future simply from what people have stated publicly, then one has to be very pessimistic. But one has to ask, is it in the interests of the EU or London that there is a serious breach and rupture on the protocol? In other words, could we envisage the London government triggering Article 16? And in my view, that then spreads into the TCA and into the broader relationship. Also, Europe has a lot of big ticket items at the moment, post-COVID recovery, the climate deal, digital. It really wants to get this to a stable place. So I think the EU will work very hard on what I would call the practical sectoral responses. But what it won't do is concede to London on major EU red lines, such as the jurisdiction of the court. It's not going to be lectured by David Frost on sovereign equality, etc., etc.
Okay, thank you, Bridget. I think we'll move on now to Nicola Mallon. There are some of those points which Bridget has made, which I'm sure will come up again as the conversation develops. But Nicola, over to you.
Well, thank you, David, and for the opportunity to be here today. I think maybe I'll just start by saying, that I'm the Deputy Leader of the SDLP as well as Minister for Infrastructure, and obviously the SDLP didn't want Brexit, and we campaigned against it because we recognised the damage that it would cause economically to political relationships as well, and also the psychological impact of having a border anywhere here. So you can breathe a sigh of relief. I'm not going to go into who owns Brexit and who's rewriting history, but what I would say is that the manner in which the UK has left the European Union has fundamentally altered political relationships that are hugely impactful here. And that is not a Remainer or a Leaver analysis. That's an evidential and observable fact. If we look at political unionism, for example, it's in turmoil, and we're seeing that play out. So it's had a huge impact within political unionism. It has accelerated the conversation around the constitution here, about building a new agreed Ireland, and there's more people coming to that conversation than would have been the case before. And it's putting strains on an already fraught executive. It has also had a huge impact on Anglo-Irish relations. I think it's no secret to say that they are at an all-time low. And stating the obvious, there are very clear tensions between the British government and the European Union. It has also heightened the tensions between the Scottish government and the British government, and you can see that Brexit is playing very much into the debate there and the move around constitutional independence. And what we have seen from this British government is a continual overreach into the devolved sphere, and Wales is kicking back on that as well. So there are tensions right across these islands, and of course Anglo-American relationships have been impacted, and we saw the very clear warning from President Biden this week, and obviously it's impacting on Irish-American relationships as well. So all of this has political consequences and it has economic consequences. And I suppose from a Northern Ireland executive point of view, these tensions couldn't come, at a worse time. We are dealing with a pandemic that we're still very much in the grips of. We have a crisis in our health service, a crisis in our public services, and also we have the global challenge facing us all of the climate emergency. So these strains that are coming, the impact that this is having on our relationships, actually is coming at a time when our shared challenges, the level of our shared challenges has never been greater. If you look at the climate emergency, for example. And I noted Bridget's point around this analysis that the protocol is the problem. And I agree that the protocol is a symptom of Brexit, and there are absolutely difficulties with it. And we need to all be working together to find the pragmatic solutions to those difficulties. There are also many economic advantages to be had from our unique access to both the European Union and the GB market, and we should be working to maximise that as well. And there are solutions that are being proposed around veterinary agreement for SBS checks, which would remove up to 80% of our checks on plants and animals. So we should be very much focused on trying to work through the difficulties, but also maximising the opportunities that are there to be had. And we need to look at the structural tools that we have to try to deal with these difficulties. And I know you asked Bridget about the structural issues. So we have the Good Friday Agreement. Within the Good Friday Agreement, we have Strand 3, which is the British-Irish Intergovernmental Conference. I think that has a really important place to play in this. And also we have Strand 2 around North-South. And there's obviously Article 14 within the protocol, which enables the North-South Ministerial Council to be representations to the Joint Committee. But all of this will only work if there is that willingness to work and to work through these difficulties together. And I'm struck by the words of John Hume, who said, that when people are divided, the only solution is agreement. And that's really what we need to be very much focused on. So I think for me, it's about all of us stepping back from the microphones. It's about rolling up our sleeves and getting stuck in. And it's not helpful for the DUP to be threatening to collapse the institutions. It's not helpful for the British government to be threatening to trigger Article 16. I think what we really need to see people doing here right across the board is stepping up and not walking away.
Okay, there's no doubt that a combination of Brexit, the pandemic, climate change, on top of the ongoing problems we've had in this society for many, many years, economic and social, any one of those would be a major challenge for an executive at any time, but to have three come along more or less at the same time is quite extraordinary. And obviously I'm aware that it is much more difficult to deal with these things if ministers aren't in place, and I'm just wondering if you're concerned about the impact that the possible collapse of the institutions might have on our ability just to deal with these things.
I'm hugely concerned by it. The executive came around the table after 3 years of no government, so ministers had huge in-trays. We had a lot of issues that hadn't been dealt with in the absence of ministers, and then we were hit with a pandemic. We also have huge strains right across our health service and in our public services, so there's a real need for urgent reform. And it is a difficult task. You have 5 parties, 5 different perspectives politically, ideologically, and we've tried to work through the pandemic. I think that what we really need to do is to be stepping up, introducing the reforms that are required, and of course, I said in my address around the climate emergency as well. So none of that is solved by people walking away. We've seen last time round when we didn't have the executive for 3 years, that waiting lists grew, we fell back further. So with all of the challenges that are facing our citizens and businesses, there's an onus and a responsibility on all of us to be stepping up and to be showing leadership.
Is there a risk in a 5-party coalition that when you have a difficult issue, you end up with a sort of lowest common denominator solution, or is there maybe a better way of dealing with some of these issues?
Yeah, I think that when you have a 5-party executive, there's always a danger that it becomes a bartering process, predominantly between the DUP and Sinn Féin as the 2 largest parties, and a bartering process doesn't lead to the best outcomes for people, but there's a reality of the political environment. But what we need to be doing is, as I said, there are tools there. We have different views about Brexit around the executive table, but there's agreement that there are challenges with the protocol. We should be working to find pragmatic solutions. We should realise that there are economic advantages to be had, and we should be maximising those opportunities for our businesses. And then, of course, through the Good Friday Agreement, whether it's the British-Irish Intergovernmental Conference or whether it's North-South structures, there are opportunities there for us to be working together, and that's where the answer lies.
Yeah, do you want to, we sometimes tend to get preoccupied with the difficulties, but do you maybe want to say a bit more just about what the opportunities are, and maybe outline some of the things that we should be focusing on rather than just always being preoccupied with the difficulties?
Yeah, I think that's one of the frustrations that I'm having with the issue around Brexit. There is a political agenda to try to close down any discussion around the economic opportunities that are to be had. So if you look at North-South trade figures, for example, dramatic improvements there. And we are uniquely placed in Northern Ireland in terms of having access to both markets. That's a unique position that we should be working to maximise. So there are economic advantages to be had. As I said, there's relationships that we should be working on. But for me, the real challenge here is politics, as we know in this place of ours, only works if you build the relationships, if you continue to work at them, differences and all. So for me, the big focus has to be on trying to rebuild the relationships that are being so badly damaged. Okay,
and just one last question. The concerns that unionists have about some of the negative impacts of the protocol, how do you see those being addressed?
I'm very keen to try to work with anyone in politics, and I don't think they're just solely unionist concerns. I mean, the SDLP has been straight up, and I as Minister recognise that there are challenges with the protocol, and we should be finding pragmatic solutions. But I think what we need to understand is what are the economic barriers and difficulties, and then what is the concerns around identity. And for me, I feel that largely for political unionism, the concerns are in the space of their identity, their sense of who they are, their sense of connection to the UK. And if that is what it is, then we need to have the honest conversation around that. That's why we warned, because we could see wherever the border was to come, it was going to cause huge psychological damage. And that's why we campaigned against it. I don't want to dismiss those concerns in any way, but we need to be honest and talk about what the real issues are.
Okay, thank you. Pete, over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation to the Centre for Cross-Border Studies. I want to take a slightly maybe a broader approach to this, and I think a lot of what has evolved in terms of Brexit and the protocol is actually missing out on maybe other debates and conversations we should be having about where the global economy is going and what that might mean actually in the future for all of us. And of course, trying to think about evolving social and economic contexts is like asking a fish to ride a bicycle. Now, I know in the age of social media, somebody will produce a photograph later on of a fish riding a bicycle.
Somebody's working on it as we speak.
Somebody's working on it as we speak. So I think what's important is to understand that change happens, and it can be positive and it can also be very negative. But I think most of all, things like Brexit and the protocol, it's like the river that goes underground. You know, it'll emerge at some point when the conditions permit. You know, we've already seen this throughout the last century. You know, borders have become less arbitrary. Some borders have become even more porous to the extent that they're nearly invisible. And now what we're seeing is borders being put back in place, or borders that are becoming slightly more permeable. I think as society and as people, of course, we should always think of Robert Frost's poem about mending walls. Before I built a wall, I asked to know what I was walling in or walling out. And very much part of his poem ends with that famous line about something there is that doesn't love a wall. And I think it's important to understand that, you know, the whole process of globalisation has been about creating these flat surfaces. And what we're actually in at the minute is a reaction against that. And that's not just here in little old home, but that's something which is right across the world. Brexit and the Good Friday Agreement are both events. You know, they're things that are like the underground river. We don't know where they'll end up because we don't know what the conclusion is because we haven't got there. But if you look at something like the Good Friday Agreement, you see that sense in the last census, you know, 40% British, 25 or 28% Irish, and then there's 29% Northern Irish, or a combination of that. So you can see how things like the Good Friday Agreement changed identity to a certain extent, because what you had was a process of a younger generation not living in violence and going, you know, something, I'm a Northerner, but I'm also Irish, or, you know, some sort of complexity that was creeping in this society. So you sort of see that as plain sailing. This society's changing. Young people are being less sort of binary in their choices, etc. And then, of course, we get Brexit, and then we get something that forces all of that positive change and difference back upon us. The other thing is, of course, as human beings, we are essentially parochial. When you send a text, you're more likely to send it to the district council area in which you live. We're not as global and connected in many ways. So all of the things that affect us in life and society are both global and local. And I think these things are important. And of course, 100 years ago, a border was created on this island, and in many ways that border was ossified, and was ossified by the behaviour of two states. They both controlled dissent, both controlled women, both favoured majorities, both defined identity in a very particular way, and both used violence, both physical and symbolic. And I think what's interesting when we come to this question of borders, you saw in Lemass and O'Neill in the 60s. Of course, everybody here is too young enough to remember this.
I remember it well.
But when Lemass and O'Neill tried to affect cooperation, they were confronted by outrage. So at one point, they were confronted by the bourgeoisie of the south of Ireland, who were, you're going to bring in globalisation and undermine our markets, etc. And of course, you had Paisley throwing snowballs and no surrender and Rome rule and all of that as well. But one of the things, going back to this analogy of the river, a fine note at that time said, no final conclusion was, of course, reached on any of these matters. The discussion was purely in the nature of a preliminary tour de horizon. It was agreed that the two sides would exchange papers outlining matters on which they would welcome consultation and or cooperation. So a river of sorts then was forced underground by violence. And again, where it re-emerges is in the European project, and where it comes out again is obviously in the whole rise of global economies. And of course, we ended up in this world in which, you know, borders were, to all intent and purposes, sort of disappearing in many ways. We had this accelerated trade movement. We had identities, you know, we had this European feel, we had this era of mass consumption and standardisation. Wearing the same clothes, shopping, you know, go to a high street now anywhere in Europe, it's basically the same. And of course, this whole border reimagination, this whole way in which, you know, cool Europe and transformed Europe and the Europe of the young, of course, was also at the same time being paralysed by insidious racism. It was being paralysed by the rejection of the movement of labour. It was being paralleled by the rise of the right. And of course, just as we got rid of the Cold War, it came back again. So this is what I mean. We always need to be very careful, because things can be happening which are actually paralleling each other, some of which are good and some of which are very undermining. And that whole economic model that we created, you know, during the European Union, etc., it also undermined workers' rights. You know, we ended up with a Europe in which one section of society was having its skills upgraded, as another section of society was having its skills downplayed, and communities that went through massive deindustrialization. One of the other things that happened, which creates this change in the dynamic of societies, was the re-emergence of the cities. If you actually look at Europe today, it's not a question of nation states, it's cities, it's medieval. We're going back to the medieval time. Paris, London, Rome, Barcelona, Madrid, these are the big vacuums that suck in power, even here in our small scale version, Belfast. And of course, what we also had on this island was this big desire to drive things north-south. And I think that's really interesting, because what's actually happened on this island has to be abandonment of the rural west. You know, go west. It's not go west, young person. It's go east. Go to Dublin, go to Belfast, go to London. So in many ways, we also have to remember, you know, we had this big growth in our economy. Many people benefited from that, new economies, all of that. There were a lot of people left behind. And I think these are always things that should be at the back of our mind. So the Celtic Tiger, the new Northern Ireland, for many people, many of us, you know, it was the social mobility. It was the next step up the ladder of well-being. But also for many people was pervasive disparity. And economics is always about labour and capital and how they are restructured and put in place, and infrastructure, of course. Very important to mention infrastructure. So, and of course, well, you know, the thing we always have to remember, a place may appear prosperous one day and then can be completely flat on its feet the next. And you can build politics around prosperity, but prosperity is not something that's fixed or rooted. Prosperity is something that can go away very quickly. And if you ever get an opportunity to look at Harman's book, Zombie Capitalism, you know, by 2007, international trade flows were 30 times greater than they were 50 years ago. The whole movement of finance across national borders, you know, the whole way in which that grew, especially since the 1930s. The typical firm in the 40s, 50s, or 60s was maybe a big player in its nation. It's now, if it's a big player, is it probably at least operating in at least 20 other countries. So, and we go back to Lamass and O'Neill. This is what they saw. They saw the world economy was changing. They saw that internationalization was coming, and of course, society wasn't prepared for that. I think it's also important to understand we don't live in Iranian economies of free markets. We actually live in an economy of monopolies and oligopolies. And of course, what we have had is as those have risen, the power of the state has declined. And I think one of the things we're actually living in now is the re-emergence of the state, and the desire of the state to attract and retain capital is critically important for the reproduction of the state. Brexit clearly was an attempt to create this flat surface, movement of goods, movement of people, etc. And of course, within British society, created certain tensions. Europe seen as a monolith, people wanted to control the internal market, you know, and the rise of what I've said before, this thing called order liberalism, which is the state trying to find ways to control dissent and all of that within a society. So, you know, as much as globalization tries to create flat surfaces, it also builds the opposite, nationalism. It also brings back nationalism. And of course, this brings us to the question of where are we going? So, you don't know where we're going, but let's guess a little bit about what's happening in our economy. The first thing is obviously changing and will continue to change is the position of women in Western societies. And of course, that will have more women will become more prominent within our economy, and rightly so. And of course, that will change fertility, and that will change the nature which people start families, etc. Because careers will shift the way in which we live. The thing we're in at the minute is the economy at the minute is big data and analytics. This is what's changing the world. It will drive consumption. It will change consumption. It will drive waves of e-commerce helped by COVID. Where I live in Liverpool, like I think Amazon and DHL are at the door. I think you should put a tent outside or put the warehouse outside because they're here so often. Retail's going to disappear in our main streets. We are going to break those social bonds in our societies. You could end up, you know, with the marginalised and the aged who rely upon the local shop, who maybe don't have a credit card to buy goods, etc. You actually see that, you know, many cities across Europe now, you go down to charity shop, charity shop, charity shop, charity shop. Local shops, domestic businesses gone. Technological advancement will, of course, drive lives longer. Lower birth rates, as I've said, will mean that big technology will be even more critical. We're going to end up in an economy about pension systems, consumer behaviour and healthcare. The other one that's coming down, I've no good news. the other one that's coming down the line is artificial intelligence. It's going to change the world. We at present are in the 4th industrial revolution. That's what we're in at present. And that's going to be driven by artificial intelligence. Multi-wave evolutionary period, this is what we're in now. Come out of knowledge engineering, progress to model and algorithm-based machine learning, and it's increasingly focused on perception, reasoning, and generalization. The global workforce is going to go through a massive transition. The World Economic Forum 2 years ago said nearly a third of the most important skill sets in 2025 will be comprised in skills and technology, yet considered to be imperative to the job market. This is rapid shifts within our society. Artificial intelligence, you know, if this is the wave and where the economies are going, the top countries are China, the United States, United Kingdom, some of the Scandinavian countries. They're already a way ahead. Britain, the United States has invested 10 billion in artificial intelligence. The United Kingdom has invested 8 billion. It's actually out of step with the rest of Europe. It is the European leader in artificial intelligence. So this throws up all sorts of questions about where society is going and what that will do. You could end up, there is no work. The machine does everything. So I think it's important that we understand that. The other big shift in our society, which we have to understand, is that access to the labour market and access to premium quality work in the labour market is now based upon a university degree. Where a university degree used to be about education, university degree now is an asset. The university degree is now a way you buy yourself. You literally pay for yourself to get this ticket that gets you into the knowledge economy. And what's also happened is not only has that happened, but as we suck more people into the cities, they become impossible to buy a home in. So yes, you look at Dublin, is it something in Ireland like only 13 or 14% of people under the age of 40 own their own home? So when you talk about economics and where we're going and how we evolve, these are big social questions, which is, the rise of Sinn Féin in the South Centre, which links in. It's not the rise of Sinn Féin because of the national question. It's the rise of Sinn Féin because of the housing market. It's because people can't access their first home. And these are the sorts of things that I don't think we actually talk about. And I think that there are ways in which these are the things that we should be talking about and things that we should be engaged with. So, what we have here then, if we get back to Brexit and the protocol, and of course you're right, Brexit's the problem, protocol's the symptom. It's a bad symptom. That nasty cold was around the last few weeks. It's not great. And I agree with Bridget. It's about the way in which we get the best out of this, and there's certain things can be changed and mitigated. But what we ended up with Brexit was the threat of violence. What we ended up with the protocol was violence. We saw the emergence again of constitutional politics. We saw the emergence of identity. We saw the emergence of myth and hyperbole. So when I started off talking about the census is showing us this new agreed younger generation who are, I'm a bit Nordy, but I'm also a bit Irish or whatever else, or they're able to see a complexity in their identity. Brexit and all of this brought us right back to the opening tract. It brought us back to the first page. So the constitutional question, perfidious Albion, perfidious Ireland, threats of violence, street protests, data fog, and virtually no one thinking about the challenges I've just talked about. Yet again, distraction of identity politics, carrying us into something where we should be having the conversations they're having in Cambridge, where we should be having the conversations they're having in London and in Beijing and in Frankfurt and in New York and in LA. We're not beyond doing that. If this is where the world economy is probably going, and we're talking about how many people were out in the street last week protesting against the protocol. So there's something we haven't got a political maturity. We're back with Lomas and O'Neill. We're back in the world of reaction and all of that. What does it mean if Ireland's not at the AI table, artificial intelligence table? What does it mean if Northern Ireland is part of the UK is? What does it mean if global tax rates go up to 15%? What does it mean that we've virtually abandoned rural Ireland? When I hear people talking about this, you go down the west coast of Ireland, you see all these towns and villages are abandoned. Petrol station automated, pubs boarded up, the whole social and coherent life, a nation, whatever, this economic model we have has abandoned people. We're not talking about that. We're talking about identity and constitutional politics. We aren't talking about what it means that people can't afford to buy their own home. You see with young people now, my daughter included, they buy a dog because they want love in their lives, but they can't afford to have a kid. can't afford to buy a house. So we have this socially mobile graduate labour market, which doesn't have the benefits that people of our generation did. So these are the things we should be talking about. What about the service economy? What about the fact that, service workers are living 5 to a room? What about the people who don't have the skill sets to join the economy, the new evolving economy that we have? And of course, what about those who've been abandoned? So the conversation we have end up in is it's the fault of the immigrants or it's the fault of the immigrants? Well, there's bigger and more important questions to be answered. There's other ways to create wealth in society, wealth builders, social economy, green economics, that can be used to build society. So I think it's all about, just to finish off on a few points, I think it's critically important we start to have conversations that visualise blended economies, that challenge this drift in our societies. We're not going to build social prosperity and shared prosperity if we have the Orwellian cry of North's better than South and South's better than North. And of course, we're not going to if we have these constitutional eye-poking politics, when we're certainly not going to have proper social and economic evolution. And as we turn to the script, so one of the things I just want to finish on is there's a letter we did a few weeks ago, Civic Society letter, and what we were trying to do in that was to challenge this incapacity to get beyond identities and binaries and perfidious Albion, perfidious Ireland, etc. And we actually achieved that, not that I like using these terms, but orange and green, and Catholic and Protestant, and North and South, trade union, business leaders, and community leaders, and of course, the much less important academics took part as well. So what we called for was the whole process about, the question about finger-pointing Brexit protocol. We're in a discussion negotiation period. In a discussion negotiation period, civic society should be aiding the discussion negotiation process. That's what's important, okay? There's no point in me saying I didn't vote Brexit and I'm a Remainer. That horse is gone, it's bolted. So what's important here is what we call for mutually agreed solutions that resolve economic, political and societal tensions caused by Brexit and the Ireland, Northern Ireland Protocol. And let's think about this. You mentioned John Hume. We've solved bigger crises than this. We stopped a 30-year conflict. Okay. We were motivated by the whole question of parity, esteem and mutual respect. That bit in the Good Friday Agreement was one of the reasons why I voted for it. Parity, esteem and mutual respect. It'd be good to do that. It'd be good to achieve that in a fashion that resolved the totality of the relations embedded north, south, east, west. You asked Nicola about, concerns of unionists. Whether those concerns are vocalised in the right way, but it does seem peculiar if we created this Good Friday Agreement, and it was about the totality of relationships, we ended up with those relationships being undermined to some extent. So very much what we were trying to do was to build that whole question of how do we achieve proportionality. But you asked Nicola, the opportunities. I speak to people who are investors, they want to come here. This is a big opportunity. Would it be good to have a conversation about that and say, maybe, how are we going to get the workers? How are we going to facilitate this investment into Northern Ireland? Will we have the right skill sets? It's a bit hard to do that when you can't bring in immigrants. So the whole point of that civic society initiative was to get back to problems can be solved, solutions can be achieved. And the one thing that's critically important in this society is, what was the peace process for if civic society is not able to enter into this crisis and tension and offer solutions and offer leadership to this society? And I think this is not just the crisis that we're in, but this is the point that civic society needs to understand, that and it has been doing this quietly, but it also needs to do it much more firmly. It needs to enter the public square, assist people like Nicola, etc. You'll have experienced during the COVID how important civic society was. Okay, so this is what we're in now, because if we want to have those conversations about AI, if we want to have these conversations about an ageing society, if we want to have these conversations about skills and driving fair and equal prosperity, then civic society has to be a major part of that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pete. A tour de force in terms of reminding us of some of the big issues that are coming down the track, some of the things that perhaps we don't devote enough time to think about. And indeed, I was reminded very recently that in 2043 in Northern Ireland, 45% of the population will be over 65. And the impact that's going to have on public services is going to be enormous. And we probably are not thinking enough about that at the moment. I've been fascinated myself by this challenge in terms of how can we involve civic society more. And, I think there is certainly, I'll maybe turn to you, Nicola, there's no doubt when I'm out and about speaking to people in the third sector, the business sector, there is a sort of frustration at times that it's harder to get things done. Any thoughts from your perspective as to just how we might involve civic society more in some of these big issues, and indeed ways in which civic society can actually help ministers and the executive to deal with some of the big issues?
Yeah, I mean, I agree absolutely with what Pete said on that. It's absolutely right that you should be involved in civic society and citizens. And, we have signed up to citizens' assemblies here in Northern Ireland. We're not able to make progress in that. I think it's really important, and Pete's done a lot of work on that. I think we need to get on with that. I think that our citizens are ahead of politicians, and it's the politics that paralyses this place, not our people. And from the infrastructure position, I've been liaising with ministerial colleagues and secured agreement that we would establish an infrastructure commission as part of our strategy in recovering from COVID. But a key part of an infrastructure commission is about going out and engaging with the public, having a conversation about infrastructure, having a conversation about government spend and investment. Because, for example, as a Minister for Infrastructure, I'll take decisions involving huge sums of public money, which will shape our infrastructure and define people's opportunities for decades to come. So it's absolutely right that I should be involved in citizens in that. I'm also keen to move ahead with a youth assembly on infrastructure as well, because we need to be engaging our young people in those kind of public discussions and involving them in decision making, not just having them there as a token gesture, like I've consulted with Box Text, but actually involve our citizens in our decisions. And I also believe involving them in taking budgetary decisions as well. So we are far behind in terms as an executive of embracing this. I think there's a fear among some quarters that you're going to lose control. But actually, it's empowering to engage with citizens. Everybody is much more informed, and that's the best way of getting to the best outcomes.
Okay. Pete, I'd like to come back to the issue about how we might shift away from identity politics. I'm conscious of time, and I'm conscious that Jess has been waiting there for a while. So, Jess, you may be last, but you're very much not least. So, I'd be interested just in your perspective from a London viewpoint, if you like. So over to you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for inviting me to speak here, and thank you to my fellow panellists for some really fascinating contributions. I want to bring it back to the protocol. I hope I won't bore you all, but what I'm hoping to do is set out some things that I think could help us reach these mutually agreed solutions that Peter was talking about there. I think first we can start with where we are at the moment, and I think the UK's government's announcements that it will extend the grace periods indefinitely, and perhaps more importantly, the EU's muted response to that, means that the situation at the moment is relatively stable. I think we've avoided an escalation in UK and EU tensions and potential for serious trade disruption that could have occurred at the end of this month if action wasn't taken. But I also think the situation is increasingly uncertain. And I think now more than ever, there are real questions about what happens now, what happens to the protocol. I think there's a risk that unless the UK and the EU can reach agreement in the near future, that we might stay in this limbo where the protocol is a legal reality, but it's not fully implemented and remains very highly contested. And I think this would be a very suboptimal scenario. And I think there are major problems with this. And for two reasons. The first is that while the protocol remains under question, I think it will continue to be a source of political instability. And I think it will make it very difficult for the executive to function effectively, if at all. And I think, as we've already seen, the political fallout has also created challenges for north-south working and also east-west working. So it's very important that we're able to kind of move past that. But I also think that while we continue in this state of uncertainty, that will impede Northern Ireland's ability to take advantage of those kind of benefits and opportunities of the protocol that Nicola identified earlier. I think Northern Ireland is in a very unique position in being able to access both the EU single market and the UK internal markets. But while there are still questions about what is happening, I think that there's a risk that that could put off investors. So I think Now, the focus, now we have this extra time, really does need to be on kind of finding agreement. And I think the UK and the EU need to use this extra time to intensify discussions. Perhaps naively, I think with political will, we can make progress. And I think there are a few things that could be done to help that. I think first of all, there's the need to build an evidence base. I think to find solutions to the challenges created by the protocol, we need to better understand the problems. Bridget talked earlier about the fact that the truth to the EU is very different from the truth to the UK in terms of how the protocol is operating. There's a real disagreement on both the nature and perhaps more importantly, the scale of some of these problems. And part of that is because we have very little data on GBNI trade flows. We had very little data before the protocol was introduced. We still don't have much data on kind of how things are working or how it's changed, and little analysis about the actual or potential effects of the protocol. Most of all, we're kind of working off kind of this anecdotal evidence. And I think that has been a key barrier to making progress, because both sides are able to find examples that would suit kind of the particular argument they want to make. I think one thing that could be done to help remedy this problem is the UK and the EU could commission independent research into the functioning of the protocol. I mean, ideally that would help inform discussions that are currently going on. But I think more importantly, if we set it up now, it can help inform discussions that might happen in the future. I think the protocol is going to be a living thing. It's going to change and evolve over time. And I think the more we can build a shared evidence base and avoid this kind of competing claims about what's happening, the more we can focus on how to actually find solutions that address the problems that evidence has identified. I think it's also very much in the UK's interest to get a better idea about what goods are entering Northern Ireland, what happens to them in the supply chain and where they end up. Ultimately, if they want to make the argument that the protocol isn't a threat to the Northern Ireland, to the EU single market, and therefore there should be greater flexibility, it's going to need evidence to back that up. So I think it's in both sides' interest to focus on the evidence here. I think the second thing that needs to be done very urgently is to agree what options are actually on the table. I think we're not going to get anywhere if one side comes to the negotiating table wanting to talk about technical fixes and the other side wants to talk about these major fundamental changes. I think there's a real need to establish common ground. I think the UK government needs to recognise that it was this UK government that signed the withdrawal agreement and this UK Parliament that approved it, and take some responsibility for that. I think it needs to acknowledge that completely reopening the arrangements is not a possibility either politically or practically. But I think equally the EU also needs to acknowledge that we are where we are politically, and there are problems that won't be addressed by kind of minor tweaks. If the protocol is going to be able to survive, it needs to be acceptable to all the people of Northern Ireland. And so I think they will need to go further in finding flexibilities and solutions than perhaps they have been willing to before. And I also think we need to focus attention on the most positive and promising opportunities on the protocol. And I think a lot of that can involve building on the protocol rather than changing the underlying terms, and indeed building on the trade and cooperation agreement, because actually there are ambitions set out in both sides' mandate about finding some kind of agreement on SPS and on medicines as well that weren't actually achieved. So I think there is an opportunity here to build on the protocol, and as far as possible, I think focus should be on those opportunities. I think another thing that needs to be done is to put Northern Ireland views at the very heart of the discussion. Ultimately, the purpose of the protocol is to protect the peace and prosperity of Northern Ireland. But I think this kind of rolling set of high-profile EU-UK disputes have really kind of made it at the forefront of the UK-EU relationship, not really about the kind of interests of the region anymore. I think both the UK and the EU need to find ways to ensure that Northern Ireland voices, and we talked a bit just now about kind of civic voices, so it's not just the politicians. They need to find a way to make sure that they are very central to the discussion. And I think David Finnemore and Katie Hayward have set out some ways that the UK and the EU could improve engagement with the protocol through more transparency, through formalising consultation processes and making sure that Northern Ireland officials are included at in those key meetings. I think another thing that can be done, and perhaps the most important thing, is that both sides need to be willing to compromise. It's not that solutions don't exist, it's that the politics is the main barrier. fundamentally, neither the UK or the EU at the moment are willing to shift from their entrenched positions. But there is an incompatibility between the EU's kind of zero risk approach to the single market and the UK's desire for complete regulatory autonomy. I think we can only really make progress here if both sides are willing to compromise at a political level. And I think fundamentally they need to, because there is no alternative to the protocol and there is no way forward that doesn't involve some kind of mutually agreed solutions. Although the EU has mechanisms through the European Court of Justice to try and force the UK government to comply with EU law, this UK government, to be completely frank, does not seem to be particularly bothered by that and almost seems to welcome at a political level some of those legal challenges. But the UK too can't easily dispose of its international obligations. I think Article 16 is not this kind of universal get out clause that the UK government sometimes presents it as. And even if the Northern Ireland Assembly withhold consent for the protocol when it's given the opportunity to do so, which is perhaps an unlikely scenario, but even in the instance that it does, that will trigger further discussions in the Joint Committee. The challenges that the protocol is designed to prevent won't just go away. So I think it's really important that the UK and the EU do use this time wisely and try and find solutions and use this time to get their heads down and try and find a way through the impasse.
Okay, thank you for that, Jess. Obviously, you've highlighted this, you know, obviously the UK government now has sovereignty. It now has freedom to set its own regulatory path, if you like. But Northern Ireland obviously is going to have to remain in sort of dynamic regulatory alignment with the EU, which will be an ongoing source of tension. Have you any thoughts on just how the UK, the EU, the Irish government, the executive here can actually address this? Because I do foresee this being a real difficulty going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. I think actually one of the consequences of the kind of short-term focus on the implementation of the protocol and all of the kind of arguments about that has meant that there has been very little consideration or discussion of how the protocol will function in the long term, and what are, you know, to some extent now hypothetical challenges will become real when, you know, something that can be sold in GB can't be sold in Northern Ireland. And I think there needs to be much more thought on all sides about how we manage this. I think fundamentally there are kind of several different dimensions to kind of managing regulatory divergence in this space. I think officially you have the bodies under the withdrawal agreements that are going to be responsible for exchanging information and having some of these discussions. So it's the Joint Consultative Working Group that will be the official mechanism for exchanging information about regulations that might be relevant between the UK and the EU. But it's quite likely that that information exchange will come kind of when the policy's already been set and there's not a huge amount of opportunity to be able to kind of respond or make changes based on evidence or points raised in about the Northern Ireland specific context. So I think there's a need to make sure there are these upstream discussions in all policymaking processes about the implications of the protocol. So I think at an EU level, there's a need to find ways to make sure that Northern Ireland feeds into the EU policy process. And I'd be very interested in kind of Bridget's views as to whether or how this could be done. I think that's also very important to make use of the Good Friday Agreement institutions, the North-South Ministerial Council. It's regrettable that the DUP is not currently engaging in that, but the Republic of Ireland remains a member of the EU, and where Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland, where their interests are aligned, there is the opportunity for Northern Ireland perspectives to feed into the EU policymaking process through that. I think the East-West institutions will also be very useful in this sense. The British Irish Council in particular, because in some of these areas, particularly around agriculture, regulatory responsibility is devolved. So it's not just the UK government that needs to think about the implications of any regulatory choices on Northern Ireland and the operation of the protocol, but it's the Scottish and the Welsh government. So there's a kind of another angle there. And I think on the UK side as well, there is a need to make sure that consideration of Northern Ireland and the obligations under the protocol are fully embedded into all of the UK government's policy process. And I think what we've seen over Brexit is that sometimes Northern Ireland is an afterthought, despite kind of Madeleine and the NIO's best efforts. It's not necessarily ingrained in the kind of psyche of the rest of Whitehall, and that some departments just don't think about Northern Ireland or the consequences. And I think the more that we have this kind of risk of regulatory divergence, the more of a problem that's going to become. One of the things the IFG's recommended in a report we put out last May was that, you know, you could have something like a Northern Ireland Protocol impact statement. So think through the consequences of a change in regulation in GB or for England, and what the implications of that would be for trade between Great Britain and Northern Ireland, those sorts of things. But I think it's a question that we haven't really thought enough about yet. And I think something going forward, hopefully if we can find agreement on the solutions of how the protocol will operate in the long term, that will free up a lot of space to have these discussions about how the protocol is going to work in the long term to make sure that it is sustainable.
Okay, thanks, Jess. Bridget, do you want to just comment on any of Jess's remarks there?
Well, I think that the Commission intends bringing forward a paper on the role of Northern Ireland institutions, politicians, and also civil society in the implementation of the protocol. And I think that's a very, very good thing. I think there are levels and layers. One could imagine that civil servants from Northern Ireland would have access to some of the expert committees in the Commission. Now, there's always a tension here, because what the Commission would not want is London-based civil servants hopping across to Brussels, sitting on crucial committees, wanting to use this access, not just in relation to Northern Ireland, but in relation to GB. So I think that the Commission, there will be opportunities for civil servants and experts to participate, but I think these will be constrained. In other words, it'll be very clear it's about Northern Ireland and not United Kingdom. I think the Dublin government would be and is already very open to any input from Northern Ireland on concerns that it can take through, because remember that it's not just the Commission matters, but also the Council. And so good relations between Belfast and Dublin would help in terms of getting perspectives that should be on the table through the entire negotiating process. And of course, Northern Ireland should also maintain links with the European Parliament. In other words, if you want to influence Brussels, you've got to be present and you've got to be there at different levels. But I think the Commission certainly learned from the fiasco of January and the potential triggering of Article 16. And so I think there is now a very significant sensitivity to not doing stuff in Brussels that hasn't been proofed in terms of the protocol. But of course, all these institutional arrangements are complex, but I would say that there certainly is an open door and a willingness to engage very much with key actors in Northern Ireland on the protocol. I think Maroš Šefčovič's his visit to Northern Ireland was to talk to people on the ground, to bring the Commission to Belfast and more widely to Northern Ireland. So I look forward with interest to that Commission paper, and I think it's something London should welcome, but it shouldn't try to use it for greater UK-London objectives. Because again, going back to what Madeleine said this morning, she said trust is very important in these relations. And I have to say that one of the impacts, unfortunately, of the Brexit process has been that particularly the Johnson government is not trusted either in Brussels, but not much trust across the capitals of the EU either. There's been a reputational damage, but also this megaphone diplomacy just, you know, it may read well with the Conservative Party and the Tory electorate, but it just doesn't translate across the continent. So I think that it's really important to focus on Northern Ireland and on the protocol and on the possibilities and opportunities that the protocol gives to Northern Ireland.
Okay, thanks, Bridget. You made a number of important points there. One of them I certainly recognise as well, and that is the need that the executive will have in the future to have a presence in Brussels and to exert influence. And certainly I had several meetings with, for example, the Swiss and the Norwegians, and I was quite impressed with the presence they have in Brussels, which they regard as being absolutely essential to ensure that their interests are recognised and understood, even though they're not in the EU. And I think that's a message for us as well. Jess, just one further question. We see that very recently Michael Gove has been given responsibility for the Levelling Up agenda. I'm just interested in your views on the Internal Market Act and the powers that the UK government has now taken to authorise financial assistance in the devolved space, and indeed to limit the powers of the devolved administrations in relation to regulatory standards. And, you know, I see this as being another ongoing source of tension. Any thoughts from yourself?
Absolutely. I mean, the UK government has made it clear that the kind of union is a key part of its strategy going forward. And but I think its approach to the union and to devolution, and you know, mainly this is geared towards Scottish nationalism and the SNP kind of. I think sometimes the UK government looks at devolution through a Scottish lens and doesn't think about the consequences for places like Northern Ireland. But I think overall its approach has been to try and compete with the devolved administrations rather than cooperate with them. And its kind of main mechanism for doing that at the moment is through the UK Shared Prosperity Fund, which will replace the EU funding that used to be available before Brexit. Now, previously, the devolved administrations had a very key role in deciding where that money was spent. The way that the UK government proposes to distribute this scheme in future is that decision-making will be a lot more centralised. And I think this is one of the examples where perhaps Northern Ireland was very much an afterthought, because the intention is to work with local councils in Scotland and Wales, but they're not taking that approach in Northern Ireland, and so it's a very highly centralised scheme with, you know, officials in Westminster in what has traditionally been the housing department, which has very little experience of devolution, are going to be tasked with making decisions about where funding should be spent in Northern Ireland. And I think, understandably and rightly so, there's been a lot of pushback from Northern Ireland Executive, who are very experienced in kind of being able to distribute this funding in a way that is fair and that is sensible for the particular circumstances of Northern Ireland. I think one of the logics of moving Michael Gove to the Housing Department, so he now has responsibility for both the Union and the Shared Prosperity Fund. I should say that the department's now been renamed to the Department of Levelling Up, which is an interesting name for a department. There is a logic to it in that Michael Gove is the person that has experience of devolution, and I think in some sense there are positives that can be brought there, in terms of he will have a better understanding of how to spend this money and how to work with the devolved administrations. He has those relationships. But when I say a better understanding than perhaps other ministers in government, but there is still quite a fractious relationship between the UK government and the Northern Ireland, the Northern Ireland Executive, the Scottish government, the Welsh government. So we'll have to see how it plays out, whether that was a kind of a sensible move.
Okay, thanks, Jess. We've covered a lot of ground here. I think we've probably about 5 minutes or so left. I'm sort of really keen to come back to one of the points that Pete mentioned, and that was just the impact of identity politics in Northern Ireland. I maybe wonder, Pete, if you might say a little bit more about how you see us maybe moving away from that, so that we can actually focus on tackling the really big issues, which, you know, in fact, all four speakers have actually highlighted are affecting us here.
I think to a certain extent we are moving away from it. I think once you took away violence and the extremes of the situation we lived in up until the late 90s, that does affect change. But of course the problem is, if you get points of tension, like all of us, we can all be as pluralist and liberal as we wish in our identity, but all of us have a point. Like if you push us to a certain point, we will push and we will come out of it. But I think one of the things that's really important is what the protocol, and I think actually doing this letter was actually very instructive. There are things in the protocol which are not right. You know, somebody shouldn't be filling in 23 forms to bring something into Northern Ireland. Business people say this, okay? You know, the medicines thing, Leo Varadkar's tweet You can just redo your supply chains in 4 months. You know, the term you used earlier on with trauma, you know, the psychology of the border, etc., the psychology of health. You know, so like, you know, we all know in this room, the misfortune of getting ill doesn't fall between Protestant and Catholic. It falls, there's a flat surface that goes across us all. So so when you were doing this letter, you're getting this real pushback, because it had to be the British were at fault, and that was it. Whereas the practicalities of the protocol affect all of us. They affect what's on the shelves, they affect what medicines we have, they affect the movement, they affect the future of our children. And this was the very point in which you would have hoped that people would have looked at this and aided the discussions, the point that Jess made, by giving up what the experience was, by giving up what the evidence is about what's happening. So those things, you know, we still haven't got to that point where issues like that, which affect all of us, aren't understood in some sort of prism. Or what we also don't know in this data fog is, I'm not sure that many people are completely exercised by the protocol to the point in which we are told that they are. And I think that's also important. And I think this is where, and it's the real politics that Bridget and Jess were talking about, this is where if we get mitigation in the next 4 to 5 weeks, okay, and the health issues solved, and whatever legal requirements are needed for that, and if the trade issues are solved, what is critically important to get beyond identity politics is finding out what the level of support in society is for that. And I would like to think the level of support for mitigations would not fall between the predictable identity politics. That we actually take what's coming out of these discussions and actually using them to change the mood. We're using them to say that there's a direction of travel, that there is progress, that there are things that are, you know, people here, drugs aren't coming into Northern Ireland. So they panic. They panic straight away. So where there are possibilities for mitigations, then this is where civic society and civic leadership comes in, which is promoting those mitigations as a conversation, which then takes this back to what 1998 was about. You didn't get perfection in what came out of it, but you were constantly listening and debating and not necessarily concluding, but finding ways to get beyond the hurdles, to get beyond the impediments. And we're in that period now, and that's what we need to go back to. We need that type of leadership of 1998. We need that way in which it is about parity of esteem and mutual respect. That's the thing that's critical here. And parity of esteem and mutual respect means we get our medicine.
Okay, we're coming up to the end. I was going to allow everybody sort of a sentence or two, and I'll be sort of strict about that. We're going into a virtual coffee break at past. Jess, just a couple of final reflections just from you.
I think more than anything, what's come out of this is the need for the UK and the EU to work together to try and find solutions on it, and to make more efforts to involve Northern Ireland civic society, Northern Ireland voices in those discussions, and use evidence to try and have proper discussions about how we can move forward and not look back.
Thank you. Bridget?
I have no doubt that there are mitigations available and possible. And I think that we will see by Christmas whether or not both sides are capable of delivering that. I think that's the time frame, because Brussels certainly doesn't want what it's now calling the forever discussion on the protocol. But I think we can't hide from the structural impact of Brexit on relations between these islands, on Northern Ireland, and on relations between Belfast and Dublin and London. In my view, it is a rupture, and I think it's underestimated in London the extent to which other European capitals are absolutely amazed that any government in Europe would put the kind of pressure on the most vulnerable part of their state as Brexit has put on Northern Ireland. I have been present at Chatham House briefings where senior foreign ministry people from major European capitals are just astounded that the UK would risk the most vulnerable part of its state by pursuing a policy that so far does not appear to have brought, even for GB itself, any major benefit. So I think Brexit for me is the rupture, but it is also the reality.
Okay, Pete?
Well, what I do hope is if we get through all of this mitigation, acceptance, etc., this economy develops. I think this is the point of maturity. We go from consumption to production economy. But what I think is really important, I think we're in the territory that if we build an economy, constitutional change can be done easily, or it could be different. It could be a different arrangement than we imagine now. Or if we build that economy, constitutional change is not required at all. Because the one thing we did in the Good Friday Agreement was we didn't really build the economy that we should have built, because we were in rows and fights and identity politics. But if this is the delivery point of a new production-based economy, it will have the most profound effects in this society since partition.
Okay. The former civil servant in me would always want to leave the last word with the Minister.
Thank
Nicola.
you, David. I just think we all need to stand up and stop letting the British government use Northern Ireland as a pawn in this game. But I think what's really needed here is leadership. And, you know, Pete talked about the leadership of 1998. We need leaders that aren't going to talk people into a crisis, that aren't talking them down. We need politicians and leaders that are offering hope and that have the generosity and the determination to work through the difficult issues, because we know we've faced huge problems before, and when we work together, we can get through it.
Okay. Thank you all. I think that's been a fascinating discussion. I hope our audience has enjoyed it as much as I have. I just want to thank each of you for being so constructive during the discussion, and wish you all the very, very best. Thank you. And to those watching in, I think we're now moving into a virtual coffee break. So thank you.
The Irish Government have a fantastic regional airports programme in place, fully recognising the support required to realise the benefits associated with regional connectivity. And we urgently need to seek a mechanism with all our government stakeholders which will deliver a similar operating environment. An environment in which City of Derry Airport can be supported with those associated safety and security costs to ensure a sustainable future, delivering connectivity which matches the needs and the ambitions of our entire Northwest region.
The Institute of Public Health informs public policy to support healthier populations in Ireland and Northern Ireland. Set up in 1998, the Institute is jointly funded by the Departments of Health in Ireland and Northern Ireland. Our key priorities are promoting health and well-being, improving health equity, reducing health inequalities. We work to achieve these by focusing on evidence, policy, partnership. The Institute has a team of public health and policy development specialists based in Dublin and Belfast and undertakes work across the island, working towards healthier populations. Visit publichealth.ie for more information.
Longford Women's Link heard about the Centre for Cross-Border Studies back in 2015 when we both attended a conference on active citizenship that was hosted by Longford Women's Link. And our respective visions for grassroots economic and social and community development were very much aligned. So we have been part of the Centre's New Common Charter initiative since 2015, and we see that as a key programme of sustained engagement and a really important model of good practice for future work on these islands.
The Institute of Public Health informs public policy to support healthier populations in Ireland and Northern Ireland. Set up in 1998, the Institute is jointly funded by the Departments of Health in Ireland and Northern Ireland. Our key priorities are promoting health and well-being, improving health equity, reducing health inequalities. We work to achieve these by focusing on evidence, policy, partnership. The Institute has a team of public health and policy development specialists based in Dublin and Belfast and undertakes work across the island, working towards healthier populations. Visit publichealth.ie for more information.
Longford Women's Link heard about the Centre for Cross-Border Studies back in 2015 when we both attended a conference on active citizenship that was hosted by Longford Women's Link. And our respective visions for grassroots economic and social and community development were very much aligned. So we have been part of the Centre's New Common Charter initiative since 2015, and we see that as a key programme of sustained engagement and a really important model of good practice for future work on these islands.
The Irish Government have a fantastic regional airports programme in place, fully recognising the support required to realise the benefits associated with regional connectivity. And we urgently need to seek a mechanism with all our government stakeholders which will deliver a similar operating environment. An environment in which City of Derry Airport can be supported with those associated safety and security costs to ensure a sustainable future, delivering connectivity which matches the needs and the ambitions of our entire Northwest region.
Good morning, everyone. You're very welcome to our second panel discussion this morning. I'm Tara Farrell, Chief Executive of Longford Women's Link, and I'll be your chair for this second session today. I'm joined this morning in studio by Dr. Nicola Brady from the Irish Council of Churches and Kate Clifford from Rural Community Network. And joining us online, we have Brian Doherty from Northwest Cultural Partnership and Owen O'Keefe from the Glencree Centre for Peace and Reconciliation. You're all very welcome this morning. So this panel discussion is focusing on the evolving social contexts and how they may or may not encourage cooperation and relations on and between these islands as well as with the rest of the EU. So we will be exploring how we might maintain and indeed strengthen relations given the current social contexts, and also look at what might be needed to do this It's a big ask in a short time frame this morning, but we're looking forward to hearing the different perspectives and insights from our panel. So the format is very straightforward. Each of our panellists will give a 10-minute introductory opening, and then we will take questions from yourself, the audience, and we will also engage in the discussion. So please continue to use the chat for comments, and thank you for your engagement so far on Twitter, and the hashtag for today is hashtag CCBSConf, that's C-O-N-F. So we're anticipating quite a few questions. If we don't get to your question, we encourage you to follow up with the Centre for Cross-Border Studies. So on that note, I'd like to introduce our first panellist this morning, and Brian Doherty is from the North West Cultural Partnership and the Londonderry Bands Forum. Brian has been involved in the voluntary and community sector for over 25 years, working primarily in unionist loyalist communities. He was previously appointed as the Community Development Representative on the Northern Ireland Civic Forum and an independent member of
because I think sometimes the perception is that unionists don't engage, and in my experience, it's always been the case that we have been willing to engage, and particularly in this city, in Londonderry, we have been for a number of years. And I suppose in terms of my opening remarks, what I really want to, I suppose, talk about is give a wee bit of context in terms of why an alternative form of leadership has emerged within the Northwest here, within the Londonderry area and within the Derry Strabane District Council area, given our own experience as a member of the Londonderry Bands Forum and then latterly the Northwest Cultural Partnership. I suppose the first thing to put across is that, you know, politics and civic society here isn't binary, despite sometimes external perception and narrative that's put out there. A lot of the kind of ability to cooperate and the ability to engage in cooperation depends a lot on the socio-political situation at any given times, and also circumstances and geography based on personal experience and civic experience. And I suppose that's where Londonderry is quite different in terms of the dynamic in Northern Ireland. I've been involved in the community sector here for 25 years. I've grown up here, and my experience as a unionist in the city, I suppose, is quite different to the unionist experience in other parts of Northern Ireland. I mean, Derry has always seen itself as, I suppose, kind of out in the limb anyway, in terms of its sense of preferality. We've always kind of, without becoming parochial or kind of adopting the kind of standard Whinging Derry mentality, we have always felt, I suppose, geographically peripheral to the power bases, to Belfast, to Dublin, to London, and to Brussels. And being in the Northwest and the tip of the island of Ireland, that's always kind of provided a kind of broader context in terms of how civic society models have evolved. And then if you look, you know, I suppose within the context of Derry as well, being a unionist in Derry or a member of the PEL community, we're very much in the minority as well. So I suppose our kind of evolution towards alternative forms of leadership is based on that context. I mean, after Bloody Sunday, I suppose the whole dynamic of the city and the whole geography of the city changed. It implications for everyone in the city, and I suppose what is forgotten at times has been the fact that up to 15,000 Protestants moved from the city side of Derry across the River Boyle and out into further peripheral suburbs within the urban district. And, you know, so for a period of 20, 30 years, the Protestant community has always felt, I suppose, alienated and marginalised. And in 2005, when I worked at St Colum's Park House, we initiated a piece of research looking at the rationale behind that form of alienation. And although it was quite a stark document in terms of where Protestants saw themselves within the context of Derry, what did come out of it was this principle, this idea of alternative delivery alliances in terms of how that Protestant voice can feel more engaged, how it can be heard, and how Protestants in the city can feel more included in broader society. And at that point, I mean, I suppose we as community workers in Derry felt that, you know, we had to examine what other structures were out there in terms of developing community leadership. And if you fast forward a few years, I remember Dr. Haas came over to Northern Ireland during one of the stalls in the peace process, and he identified parading as a stumbling block to cement peace going forward. And we as a group of community workers, I suppose, saw that as quite a bit of an insult, because we actually believe that the structures around bans and the structures around pro-union culture are actually the solution. If you look at the kind of areas of high multiple deprivation in Londonderry, most of the communities there have a band, a marching band. And we believe that, you know, that within those communities, if you wanted to really reach the hard to reach communities, and that's the organisations and the people that we need to involve in. Because of kind of poor political leadership as well, and other factors within Derry, there was always a sense of you know, the need to build social capital has always been part of the psyche in the city anyway. During the mid-90s, you know, during the parading disputes in the city here, there was kind of a sense of the need to negotiate. Although in hindsight, a lot of that negotiation was out of necessity. What it did do was kind of provide the platform for organisations like ourselves to kind of evolve that social capital from bridge into bonding. And for a number of years here in the city, we've established networks that have allowed us to develop an apolitical voice or an alternative form of leadership outside the mainstream political structures. So I suppose from our perspective, what we've done as a Londonderry Bands Forum is brought together the leaders within those bands communities. Because what we have found, and I've been involved in the community sector for decades, is that, you know, the real effect of community leaders within hard to reach communities can quite often be the band leader, not necessarily the youth worker or the community worker, but certainly the people, the band leader who has access to the most vulnerable young people who previously might have been attracted to paramilitary activity. So what really we've done has brought those organisations together and encouraged and developed progressive leadership within those communities. And that I think has been hugely successful, and not only reflective of our own city in the Northwest, but certainly in work we've done in more recent years. We find that that willingness to engage, that sense of having the voice heard and you know, progressively, productively adding to civic society is right across Northern Ireland. I mean, if you look at the potential network structures, are 660 bands in Northern Ireland with a membership of 30,000. And, you know, if you add on then the people associated with bands, what you really have is the biggest cultural movement in Western Europe, and we've always believed there's a nonsense to ignore that movement and not explore the opportunity for using those existing networks to really contribute to collaboration and to peace building. We've since 2009, since the formation of the Londonderry Bands Forum itself, we've taken the lead, I suppose, the city in terms of putting our head above the parapet. We used the social structures that people like William Hay and Billy Moore and others had kind of broken the glass ceiling in the mid-90s to really develop that form of linkage. I mean, we in 2013, for example, we collaborated with Culturland in Derry here to bring the Flag Huel to the city, and we went from the bizarre position in 2013 to, in January 2013, negotiating with young people who were involved in flag protests, to many of those young people actually playing in gig rigs in the city in front of a largely, well, mainly nationalist community at the time. We've spoken to the Sinn Féin Ardèche. We've worked collaboratively in terms of other cross-community performances with Culturland and others. In 2013 as well, probably the most successful paid-for event during that year was an event organised by one of our members, James Key here, locally the Wall City Tattoo, which brought together a cross-section of different forms of cultural expression and performance. And from that, we decided that we could expand this idea of cultural expression as a means of progressive development, and expanded the group to become a Northwest Cultural Partnership. So I suppose what we have here is an organisation that, I suppose, in reaction to that sense of alienation and reaction to the poor political leadership, political unionist leadership here locally, has found a voice. I mean, we now have a situation where we can get access to to the political leaders that we need to. I mean, the reason I'm not there in person today is because we just had we're having a conversation with the Secretary of State. So I suppose what the point we're making is that you can go through other forms of leadership when you need to. But a lot of that, as I said earlier on, depends on the circumstances within any particular geographical area. It took us, although we're probably in Londonderry at the forefront of that civic movement, it did take us a while for that to establish. It did happen embryonically. It evolved. We carried out a piece of research there recently, which kind of indicated and showed that it's taken our communities in the city here 30 years to recreate that form of local community identity. After the exodus from the city side, we had a series of disparate and fragmented communities, Protestant communities in the city here, and it's taken those 30 years for that structure, that community structure, to be re-established, but also for that realization that if you want to have a voice, if you want to impact positively within your community, then you have to adopt a self-help ethos. It's a model we're trying to evolve and expand across Northern Ireland, because I think it's one of our biggest frustrations is this negative narrative towards unionism. And in our experience, you can be unionist and you can be progressive. And certainly when we've been working in communities right across the province, from Randallstown to Omagh to Armagh, we're finding that same level of enthusiasm and energy for these alternative forms of leadership, and the willingness to engage, and the kind of sense that, particularly given the fragmentation within political unionism at the moment, that voice is very important going forward. Before I finish, I would just kind of like to bring it up to date and comment on I suppose, where we are now in terms of that leadership at community level. Political unionism is in a very poor place at the moment, locally as well. That's been felt. And as I said, the communities here aren't binary, but nor do they stand still. The ability to engage, the willingness to engage, also depends on political and social contexts at any particular time. And at the moment, it's difficult. There was civic unrest in this city at Easter, which spread almost like a domino effect across Northern Ireland. And you may find it useful to give a kind of, or to hear our rationale as to why that happened. The sense at the time was that it evolved primarily through reaction to the Northern Ireland Protocol on the back of Brexit. But to us, that was one ingredient in a toxic mix, which really created the civic unrest that we've seen. What we found, and it's important. These ingredients are important because they, it always kind of has the kind of ability to. They always have the ability to re-emerge. Our chairperson, Kenny McFarland, often talks about the fact that, the decision makers, the political parties and statutory bodies and like to remain invisible to the needs of the community, but they're to the PEL community, but the Protestant community themselves also like to remain invisible. And it's important that we recognise that, because people aren't on the streets doesn't mean that there aren't concerns there. And what we found, to say, whenever we examined the impact of the civic unrest, we found 5 ingredients. The protocol obviously, the impact of Brexit, and by that I mean the kind of anti-British narrative that has evolved since 2016 in Northern Ireland here. The sense that identity and the need to protect identity is back on the mix because of the sense that that all unionists were Brexiteers and very quickly were labelled as the right-wing Little Englanders. There was also this year around two-tiered policing as well, in the sense that it was around the Bobby Story funeral occasion, and a sense that the unionist community had lost the support of the police in that respect as well. But more, and also, of course, the issue of the lockdown and the fact that for 18 months, those community structures and support mechanisms hadn't been there for 18 months. So I remember when we spoke to a young bandsman, they said that had the community centres been open and they had that support mechanism around them, had practice been happening, then they wouldn't have been on the streets burning wheelie bins or pallets. But to me, I think, and it's the biggest current concern within unionism, the main reason I think for the frustration and why the frustration boiled over into street violence was the political disconnect between grassroots communities and political unionism at the moment, and that, I suppose, is a current issue that we as community workers and loyalist heirs need to address and need to keep an eye on going forward, because if those issues aren't addressed, and the ability to provide leadership at community level and subsequently to engage either locally or cross-border really is in jeopardy, because it's very difficult to create bridge and social capital or communication when communities are entrenched in intra-community relationship issues, and I think that's the big concern as to where we are currently. So I'm happy to expand on any of these issues during the discussion.
Thank you very much, Brian. And I think there's a lot of really important themes coming through there around leadership and voice that we'll explore shortly. So I'd like to introduce our next panellist, who is Dr. Nicola Brady from the Irish Council of Churches. And Dr. Brady is the General Secretary of the Irish Council and the Joint Secretary of the Irish Interchurch Meeting, where she facilitates relationship building between Christian churches on the island of Ireland and collaborative action on the issues of shared concern to member churches. Nicola.
Thanks very much, Tara. And as you said at the beginning, there's some very big questions put before us for this panel. So it was difficult to know where to start. And as I was looking back over reports of consultations and conversations that we've carried out over this period with people, in my context primarily in the faith sector, working in community development and community relations across the island, there was one big theme that was coming through consistently that I thought I would focus on for my input. And that was that civic engagement by government and policymakers cannot be limited to what we might call the emergency response situations. And that was raised in the previous panel as well. And I think that's encouraging. So I'd like to just reflect a little on that from the civic perspective. So as was also said in the previous panel, we've seen from the pandemic experience that government could not have mobilised the necessary responses across all areas without the community and voluntary sector, business and other community leaders stepping up. And in a Northern Ireland context, of course, and as Brian has just mentioned, we've seen the role of community leaders in responding to the outbreak of violence that we saw in April. And then there was the major role that they played throughout the 3 years when we didn't have our political institutions in keeping things running. So consistently, we're hearing a deep frustration at the lack of opportunities for structured, ongoing input into policy formation and implementation in both jurisdictions. So I think it's important to note that this is about more than just consultation, but it's real partnership that people are looking for. One of the things that we're working on at the moment is a research project with some academics in Dublin City University on the theme of the economics of belonging. And that's looking at how the faith sector can work with the wider community and voluntary sector and academia to have a meaningful dialogue with government in both jurisdictions around the wellbeing indicators to measure the impact of social and economic policy. And consistently, we're hearing that the most significant barrier to social cohesion right across this island is the divide between those who feel they have a stake in society and consequently a sense of hope for the future, and those who just don't. And for those who don't, there's that feeling of alienation that Brian has just referenced, and that can find lots of really harmful outlets. It can involve people harming themselves in the form of drugs, other addictions, people tragically taking their own lives, which we see in disproportionate rates in many communities across this island, but also in harming others through antisocial behaviour and violence, and with that violence often taking the form of hate crimes. And because the causes of this alienation are multi-layered and complex, government cannot be expected to come up with the answers alone. It needs the insights of civic leaders who can go to places that government can't and establish those relationships of trust. And because of those relationships, civic leaders in the community and voluntary sector in particular are key partners for the delivery of policy responses in areas like social exclusion, if those policies are to reach those who are most at risk. And in order to have a partnership that's based on mutual respect between the political and the civic leaders, there needs to be a cycle of engagement whereby they can work together to shape the policies, to deliver the policies, and then to come back to come back together to monitor and evaluate how those policies are impacting those who are most vulnerable and most in need. And often the engagement that we're seeing to date only includes part of that process, or as I said at the beginning, that you only see the efforts towards that kind of engagement when we're in moments that the media recognises a crisis. Community leaders across the island are warning very clearly that we now have a deepening social crisis. And our view of it has perhaps somewhat been obscured by the COVID-19 situation. But we need to be ready to respond, not just with short-term interventions, but with the kind of long-term, transparent, structured engagement that will give people hope that their circumstances can change.
A very positive message to end on. Thank you very much, Nicola. And I think that's a really important point about the emergency response. And, you know, in civil society, we're seen as essential services throughout the pandemic. So that should equally apply when we're talking about engagement. Our next panellist is Owen O'Keefe from the Glen Cree Centre for Peace and Reconciliation, and Owen has been the Assistant Programme Manager with Glen Cree since September 2020. Prior to this, he was the Senior Researcher and Policy Analyst at the Institute of International and European Affairs in Dublin. Owen, you're very welcome.
Sorry, mute. Hi, okay. Tara, how are you? Listen, briefly, I'd just like to say thanks to Anthony and to the team for inviting me to speak on this great panel, and at such a high-profile conference. It's quite the honour. I know I'm coming from a slightly different perspective as the rest of the panel, maybe as someone from the south, someone from lovely Wicklow, cloudy Wicklow, to be talking about political and societal conditions in Northern Ireland for post-Brexit cooperation. But I thought I'd focus on some of the commonalities between the jurisdictions, some of the challenges we both face, and some of the opportunities ahead of us. So initially, while the full context of Brexit is difficult to characterise to any definitive sense right now, I think we can accept that both relations north and south and east and west need to be reimagined, redeveloped, re-energised, strengthened. Any more re's? Previously, the European Council provided the ideal forum for Irish and UK officials to present a united front on issues of common and mutual interest outwardly to the rest of the EU. From the very top level of prime ministerial and Taoiseach meetings to ministerial meetings, corporate meetings, where that united front could be presented, down to those discussions and meetings that took place on the margins of these discussions between Sherpas and policy aides and political advisors on day-to-day issues of commonality between them, to develop those personal relationships that have always been so essential, and to tackle challenges together in a coherent and a structured manner. And with those personal relationships, develop the freedom to challenge one another's positions and strategies. Now, in the absence of this forum, it requires us to reimagine ways to utilize that third strand of the the Good Friday Belfast Agreement, that East-West Dublin London strategy or strand, to create opportunities to explore and develop cooperation, to rebuild some of those positive dynamics that have been so evident in the past. One of the big challenges that everyone can see is that lack of trust and that lack of maybe political will in some circumstances, which has been degraded throughout the Brexit process, unfortunately. That vital East-West Dublin London relationship, which underpins so much of the success of the past 30 years, was built on a history of long mutual understanding and constant partnership, even when strategies and opinions or positions might have been disagreed upon. The partnership itself and the process itself was never abandoned. And as I said, so much of this has been damaged, and will take some serious political will to keep extending or to further extend that hand of friendship, and to rebuild these forums, both those formal forums and those informal, constant, regular meetings, which previously so naturally took place inside the EU. There are definitely opportunities offered by the conclusion of the Brexit negotiations, where Northern Ireland can enjoy an equally close economic relationship with both the EU through Ireland, as exists with Northern Ireland and the UK. This unique position does offer opportunities to organisations like chambers of commerce, business and employers, federations, trade unions to work closer, to enhance the economic and social cooperation across the islands, but also to learn from one another, to develop coherent plans to address some of the challenges that we both face across this island and the two islands. As a result of Brexit, Northern Ireland does need to make some choices now that it previously didn't have to make. Areas around data collection for Northern Ireland as a distinct and separate region to the rest of the UK may become very important, both for the EU, but also for Northern Ireland, so that they can maximise their own economic capacity. And this is where economic organisations like the ESRI, the IDA, IBEC in the south, and their counterparts like InvestNI and CBINI must work increasingly close together to ensure that any decisions that are made with the best interests of Northern Ireland at heart and with the most relevant information available. This then extends, as Nicola was saying, to increased cooperation with universities, where structures are put in place to share academic research and funding, which ties into that long-term vision and long-term goals of Northern Ireland, Ireland and the UK as well. It's essential that this be fostered by really structured cooperation and political and societal vision in areas like infrastructure, especially the creation of a high-speed rail network between Belfast and Dublin, where people could live and work in both cities. But also, as a work-from-home enthusiast, extending broadband infrastructure, remote hubs, public transport, re-energising rural towns and villages across the island. We have these enormous challenges in front of us in common, obviously climate change being the main one, the marine, rivers, the natural environment, which can only be tackled with closer partnership at the very highest level, right down to rural and local partnerships, but east-west, north-south with the EU and with the rest of the world. So with political will and with trust, two things that are tricky right now, with increased dialogue with civil society, as Nicola mentioned again, that constant partnership, structured and ongoing partnership and cooperation with civil societies, businesses, academia, health conditions for post-Brexit cooperation could be extremely promising. But more importantly, it's essential that they're promising, because we're faced with these existential crises that can only be tackled together, really. So there we are.
Thank you very much, Owen. A lot to think about, particularly in the area of funding and resources, and we'll come back to that. Our final panellist this morning, last but definitely not least, is Kate Clifford from Rural Community Network. And Kate has been the director of RCN since 2013, having previously worked as a rural enabler with RCN's Rural Enabler programme, working to support the development of peace and understanding within and between institutions such as the Orange Order, the GAA, churches and others. Kate, you're very welcome.
Thanks very much, Tara. Okay, I'm here to lobby on behalf of Civic Voice. I start from the premise that I'm a community development junkie. I believe in collective action, collective vision, collective decision-making, social justice and the idea of self-help. I believe in collective thought and input and co-design. And I believe that when you put a number of really good heads in a room together, however diverse and challenging it is often the best way to find long and lasting solutions to the problems we face. I also believe strongly that in times of change or flux, that in order to achieve lasting, accepted results, we need both robust and respectful relationships, something everybody has talked about today, but we also need transparent, honest and understood processes to reach those decisions. That's to say that everybody with skin in the game knows the rules of engagement and how to honour them and how to stick to them. Brexit. It's the disentanglement of co-joined twins, two regions that are codependent, and to coin a phrase, inextricably linked, cannot simply be sliced apart without consequence. There is no oven-ready solution. There is no get Brexit done. This is complex, it's lasting change, and the disentanglement will take years, if not decades, as Jess said earlier on. To do that, the voices of the population who are impacted most, and to ignore them, is to ignore democracy. Decisions will have to be made about what can be saved and salvaged and supported, and we will have to know what we have to learn yet about how we will adapt to life with and without particular goals. And we have to seek out opportunities and potential wins from the changing circumstances. What we do know for certain is things will not be the same, and they can't ever be. And this brings me to the perfect storm alluded to by Brian earlier on. We have the pandemic, we have a protocol, we have peace under threat, we have paramilitarism, we have the past history of this region, we have political failure, we have everyday posturing, we have poor leadership, and we have propaganda on all sides. We are in a winners and losers game. You're either for us or against us mentality, and that creates difficulties for everyone. So what then for wider society? In a recent event, we asked people about their thoughts on Brexit, and people used the following. It was a one-word descriptor: disaster, unsettled, unclear, unsure, don't understand it, unstable, misinformation. And for me, the next three were really poignant: mistrust, afraid, and threatening. There is confusion about exactly what the protocol is, how it fits with existing arrangements, and what it actually means in reality, and the changes it has brought about, and how it will impact on people's identity. The protocol has been caught up with the pandemic, and so people are really unsure about what is causing what. What became abundantly clear was that no one really had any clear handle at all on all the aspects of Brexit or the protocol or the command paper, or the implications for them in their everyday lives. There was also a huge fear that you could say the wrong thing or find yourself on the wrong side. So you could be a pro-protocol unionist or an anti-protocol nationalist, but the binary win-lose, green and orange, for and against debates give nothing to the space for compromise or solution finding. We've reduced everything to black and white, when grey is our reality, and grey gives us the true possibility. So what would I ask for? Ultimately, the protection of our fragile peace process is the end common goal for wider society. It will take work, it'll take effort, and it takes inclusion on all our parts to make that happen. And that inclusion means looking at the minority voices, the people who are not normally at the table. We have forged a very fragile peace of sorts. We have deep wounds that still fester. The past hurts still haunt us and influence our actions. But we are moving forward, and we are making small wins. Brexit has rocked the peace boat, and its stormy waters have tested our peace resilience. But I believe that we can weather the storm only with good communication, good processes, and faithful, honest relationships. Without these, we're lost. Unfortunately, Northern Ireland is akin to what we would describe as the drunken uncle at the wedding. Everyone likes us. Let's face it, we're all really likeable people. But nobody really wants responsibility for Northern Ireland, because there are repercussions for loving this state. We are a liability to the UK and to Ireland. We are fragile. We're a problem to be solved rather than a region to be loved and cherished. So how do we steady a ship and navigate the waters ahead? I believe that we need space for dialogue, debate and discussion. We need to find space to fact check, to question, to challenge and to counter. We need to create a clarity about what is true and what is not true, what is actually up for negotiation and what's unlikely to be changed or altered. We need space to enable both learning and growth of social groups, and we need a programme of support and clear, unambiguous information that helps people to understand what is at stake, what is likely to change, and how that might impact on them, so they can then articulate their feelings and the understanding of those events. In 2017, Centre for Cross-Border Studies and NERWIN and RCN met with the Secretary of State, Julian Smith, to talk about the need for civic space and civic engagement post-Brexit. A space to allow ordinary members of the public to come together to interrogate, to ask questions, to point out challenges and difficulties about the changes that this region is facing as a result of Brexit. We felt that such a space would enable minority and majority voices to articulate their hopes and fears, to change or to influence policy, and to alert those with decision-making powers as to the pitfalls and challenges of their policy when it hits the ground. If you like, it would have been a two-way flow of information. And if we go back to the co-joined twins analogy, this is about the surgeons making decisions, asking for wider opinion from the family who will have to live with the consequences of the decisions and the policies that they put in place. They have skin in the game, and the opinions about what might or might not work for them as a family, us as regions, are crucial to the decisions being made at the table. The request for civic engagement is not new. It stands on the shoulders of the agreements and promises made by successive guarantors of the Good Friday Agreement, the St Andrews Agreement, Stormont House, New Decade, New Approach, all of these key foundation building agreements. They bind us to commit to the development of peaceful, progressive society and collective action. And they all saw the value of civic engagement processes and wrote them into the papers. And indeed, governments around the world in recent times are instigating civic assemblies to get strong movement on some of the most challenging issues that they face as governments making decisions on behalf of their citizens. Nobody wants to be making unpopular decisions, but it's easier to do it when you have your citizens on side. But unfortunately, and I hate to add this on a negative note, but we are waiting on the sidelines ready to be called up and resourced to take our places at those tables. And we are being left behind as they march us towards division, instability and exclusion. So the choice falls to us then, as members of civic society, to seek forgiveness and not permission, to organise ourselves, to protect our north, south, east, west relations, to understand in the separation of the co-joined twins that the interdependence, the trust and the relationships cannot be sacrificed and will be dependent on collective action towards civic engagement. We cannot afford to let the prize of peace slip or the wedge of division to prize us apart. We must now together find the space, the resources and the process to support civic dialogue process, because without it we're lost.
Thank you very much, Kate. I'm going to stick with you, if you don't mind. You mentioned there at the very end about civil society ready and to be resourced. How has the resources issue impacted your organisation and the community as you see it? Because we know resources are an issue for a lot of community civil society organisations.
I suppose it's a delicate issue in that we are funded to a limited extent. As a regional organisation, we are funded to a limited extent by the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. We're very grateful for that funding. But it doesn't in any way fund the work that we do on a north, south, east, west basis. It takes no account of that. It takes very little account of the engagement that we have with Secretary of State, with the Department of Foreign Affairs, with the UK government in articulating the voice, particularly of rural border regions. A lot of the work we've done, and I'm very grateful to the staff team that I have who had the foresight and the insight to apply for funding, to be able to gather voices and gather opinion from people on the ground about how Brexit and the protocol were impacting on them. We run regular meetings with a variety of groups or voices that normally wouldn't be heard at tables, and we look to include. We've a saying in work which is, let's look to see who's not at the table and let's try and get them to the table. So what are the barriers to people coming to our table? And then let's look to see how we can get them there. But that's not resource, Tara. And to answer your question, there is no resource for that. And that was what the plea to Gillian Smith was this needs to be resourced. This needs a dedicated pot of money so we can put people on this full time who can enable and support and resource the civic society voice. And that still needs to be done. It has been promised, time and again it's been promised, but there is no resource for it. So people like Brian and ourselves, we're scrambling around to find money to do the work that we need to do that we believe will cement peace in this region and make this a place that we all thrive in and that we progress in. But that needs resource and it needs investment.
Thank you. Brian, I might just come to you on that question as well. You know, you spoke about, say if we were to look at models of good practice, and you spoke about the structures around the bands as something that you feel is a good model. How has resourcing impacted your organisation?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I agree with a lot what Kate's saying there, but you know, in honesty, in the last year during lockdown, resources have been quite generous from the UK government, from SUPB, the Department of Foreign Affairs, and International Fund for Ireland, and others. To me, at times, I think we need to get away simply from the kind of element that resources are only based on finance. I think, to me, what's really important is you can put resources into time. You can put resources into listen to people. You can put resources into establishing structures that are there, identifying structures, and then taking the time to listen to young people and to listen to groups that feel excluded. And that doesn't necessarily need a financial commitment. What we found, a really interesting dynamic that's emerged in Northern Ireland in the last 12 months, we found, we did a piece of research with Professor Pete Shirlow quite recently there, looking at the impact of where unionism sat in Derry at the moment. And then we've done quite a bit of consultation and dialogue with, as Kate has, with groups on the ground who were involved in the civic unrest. And to me, what we have found has been the emergence of a three-tiered structure, which is potentially quite dangerous. The community infrastructure in Northern Ireland is actually very good. I mean, when I started in the community sector in the mid-90s, it was very difficult to find any form of community infrastructure there, particularly within unionist areas. We fast forward 25 years through investment from Europe, from other donors, the community infrastructure. If you were to drive around the waterside or the city side in Derry today, you'll see a number of community groups or community hubs, community centres, mug-up pitches, sporting facilities, and workers there. But unfortunately, what appears to have happened more recently is that political unionism has seen the merits of that. And 20 years ago, it was very difficult to get engagement from political leaders because they saw the community sector almost as a threat. Whereas now they see the merits of jumping on a bandwagon and trying to ascertain influence and votes through the very strong and professional community infrastructure that exists. The community sector below that itself, I think, is very professional. It's doing a lot of very good work in terms of youth provision, in terms of training, in terms of improving local facilities. But what unfortunately it seems to have emerged has been that a lot of the communities that they represent see this professional industry almost as another service delivery agent, in the same way as they look at housing authorities and councils and others. So there's been whereas the community sector in the mid-90s was very embryonic, there seems to be a growing disconnect between where communities themselves, residents, see the role and responsibility, their role and responsibility as volunteers and owners of the community associations, and where the community associations have positioned themselves as well. And unfortunately, below the professional community sector, a third tier has almost emerged, and those groups have become increasingly disconnected from the community sector and increasingly disconnected from political leadership as well. And they have created, they've evolved into the form of cultural and bonfire groups. Or the bands, community ourselves would see ourselves within that third tier, but also sporting groups and rural clubs and lodges and women's groups that don't feel part of that three-tiered structure. And that disconnect's dangerous, because what we've seen happening within nationalist Republican areas in the last 10 years has been a similar process, but at a much more extreme level, where political nationalism has effectively controlled the community sector there for quite a while. That has manifested itself in dissident Republican awareness and dissident Republican activity at a much more serious level of violence. We've seen the murder of Lyra McKee, we've seen bombs outside Bishop Street courthouse, we've seen other attacks on police officers. Thankfully, it hasn't evolved to that level of violence within unionism, but we as community workers and as civic leaders need to be aware that we can't allow that process to evolve down those lines. We need to be speaking to those marginalised groups. We need to be bringing them into the frame to ensure that the thankfully relatively low-level violence that happened in the estates in Derry here doesn't evolve into something a lot more serious in terms of physical attack. That structure, though, is very intra-community. It's actually within communities. The violence that evolved in Northern Ireland over Easter wasn't an attack on nationalism. It wasn't an attack on republicanism. It was a reaction to frustration within communities. So to me, the main resources we need to be looking at now, and it reflects what Kate was saying, is about taking time to bring those peripheral organisations into the fold. The days of demonising any element of society, be it loyalism, nationalism, republicanism, has gone. It's dangerous. They can't be seen to be outside the mainstream. So to me, the core funding is important. An element of resources are important. But to me, it's about sitting in a room. It's about taking time, go standing by a bonfire, going to a community centre and listening to the young people. That's where the resource is really needed.
Thank you very much, Brian. Nicola, I'll come to you. Brian has talked about the disconnect, the frustration you mentioned in your opening remarks about the alienation that people feel. How do we combat that? How do we create spaces to bring people together that we can overcome those feelings of alienation and disconnect? You know, we talked a lot about structures. We heard a lot about structures this morning's panel. What do you think is really needed?
Well, I think the work that Kate and Brian have just described is absolutely vital. There's no getting past that as the starting point. And some of the work that we've done in recent years, looking at what kind of interventions are helpful in overcoming, some would say the cultural barriers that are dividing communities around the likes of contentious parades, etc. The essential starting point has to be a willingness to listen to people and a respectful listening. And what we hear resonating very clearly, particularly from what Brian's saying, is that some of these communities that are most alienated have not felt that experience of respectful listening. So we've been looking at it from a church perspective, and in recent years we have challenged church leaders to show up, be present in some of the communities that are most socioeconomically deprived, that were worst affected by the conflict. And they had to listen to some very harsh challenges coming back from the community, and some of the things that were said were, we are tired of church leaders coming in and trying to fix our community, standing outside, looking down. We need people to come alongside. And the other side of that is some of the most inspiring examples that I've heard, things that I hear about quietly that you will never hear about in the media, because the very polarised kind of situation that Kate is talking about means that some of the people who are doing the best work, unfortunately, are afraid to share it more publicly, so we miss the opportunities of learning. But some of the things that I've heard about are where clergy and others have come in and they have been regarded as honest brokers to get people from different sides of a divided community to sit in a room together. And what works well is being willing to say to people, okay, what has happened to you? What has happened here? Let people talk about how they feel about that, how they feel, their perception of how the other community has treated them. And only when you do that can you move people into a space where you start to ask questions like, what kind of future do you want to give to your children? And that's the kind of thing that helps people to move on. To support those community leaders to be those honest brokers, the question of resourcing is really important, because people are trying to do this on top of lots of other parts of their job where people have funding insecurity. That's a huge barrier for them. Where there's limited sources of funding, it becomes a source of competition and conflict, and that can be a barrier to collaboration, which is very damaging. We also see a lot of funding is very often targeted at innovation, innovative solutions, new projects, pilot projects. And that's a barrier to those pieces of work that enable people to be that consistent, trusted presence in our local communities. And I've heard it in very stark terms over the last year or so, where people have been saying that too often it feels like funding follows conflict rather than peace. So where you're successful at holding communities together over time, then funders lose interest and that work becomes jeopardised. So I think there's a role for government in that, but also in then providing the structures, because as Brian said, resources does not just mean funding, but it means those structures where when those community leaders have done that hard work, the listening, the trust building, that they are then able to bring those voices to the table. And if government doesn't provide the consistent, transparent structures, then people feel like all that consultation work, all that relationship building work has been for nothing, because it goes nowhere, or else there are a lot of promises and then it's very quickly dropped and it feels like everyone moves on.
Owen, I might just come to you on that point around innovation, because it does come up a lot, and sometimes we do have to ask the question, do we really need to reinvent the wheel here when there's so much great work going on in communities? So, like, from your perspective in Glencree, as the Wicklow representative here this afternoon, what is your insight on that whole idea of innovation for future funding?
Yeah. I mean, firstly, can I just speak to one of the points Nicola made about the starting point needs to be the willingness to listen. I think that's great. It's so important. And the step even before that is maybe acknowledging people's hurt and their difficulties and empowering them then to come into the room. On innovation, I don't know, to be honest. From a Southern perspective, it's hard to say how that should be transformed in Northern Ireland. We're not there day to day to say what the tiny difficulties are and the nuances between the communities. We, of course, have our own difficulties with funding, as every NGO and organisation has. We're so thankful to the Irish government for continuing to support us, and to our members. But listen, I don't have the golden key to say what the answer is to this. Listening and learning from one another, the more the better, across the community, across the island and between the islands is essential, and allowing governments to work together and to foster the position where governments can come together and work together. But if anybody has the answer, I'd love to hear it.
I think a lot of us would like to make that comment about who has the answers. I've heard a couple of mentions of the media as we're talking this morning, and I just wanted to ask, how important do you think the role of the media is when we're talking about building these social contexts? We're talking about testing the health of the social contexts. And Brian, I might come to you with that in terms of the role of the media.
Absolutely, it's crucial. Narrative and language are very, very important in terms of peace building, in terms of impacting on negatively on peace building. And let's be clear, as I indicated earlier on, Protestants generally have an attitude of we don't give a damn what people think of us. We like to remain invisible, and it hasn't worked because we've certainly lost the cultural war. And one of the kind of ingredients I mentioned earlier on was kind of the anti-British narrative, and that has really evolved since 2016, since the referendum decision, and that's come through not just kind of mainstream media and social media, but also more importantly and more alarmingly through the increasing commentariat and also academia. The PEL community were very, very quickly categorised as the almost Orwellian 2 legs good, 4 legs bad thing. We're very much categorised on the right-wing element, even though, as Kate indicated, there were very, very many unionists who voted Remain. So it was a very easy narrative for the media to portray, and it came then. And really, what was really negatively impactful was how quickly the governments fed into that as well. We expected political opportunism from the nationalist parties in Northern Ireland, but very quickly the EU were very manipulative in where they positioned themselves, as were the Irish government, and then also the US government as well. We had the bizarre situations of every week. We had Nancy Pelosi, we had others standing on fields in Ireland saying where the border was and kind of using the threat of Republican violence as a means of not insisting on a hard border across Ireland. Even last week, we saw a really alarming and bizarre lack of knowledge of political dynamic here from President Biden. And that does impact. I mean, and since 2016 to 2021, we did see this re-emergence of a sense within unionism that we have to kind of re-establish or defend our identity. We've seen an increase in flags, we've seen an increase in curbstones being painted, and you know, with that kind of disconnect with political unionism, it was very kind of basic ways of Protestants outlining their frustration, and you know, so I suppose we can't underestimate the negative impact of the media, and I think I would be making a call out, you know, for you know, particularly academia and others to, you know, to realise that it does play a huge part and can have very much a negative impact.
Kate, I might come to you with that question from your perspective, from RCN.
Yeah, I think it's hugely frustrating. I think we have a media that at times is very irresponsible. It goes for sensationalist black and white issues. It doesn't look for the grey. It'll go for and that's their job. Their job is to sell newspapers, is to get clickbait, is all of that. But behind that, there's a set of, and we're back to honest relationships and truthfulness, and we're back to the end game of the prize is peace. And there has to be a responsibility with journalism. There has to be a responsibility that when they're picking up 4 or 5 children, setting fire to a bonfire or whatever it is, whatever it is that they're focusing on, there has to be a responsibility as to how that's going to play out and how it's going to be seen in other communities. And there's a code of ethics around that, which I think sometimes gets lost. And I wouldn't just blame the media for that. I think social media does that as well. So it's not always the formalised media that does it. I think there has to be, and we've talked about this as part of the North, South, East, West ad hoc group, is around the fact checker. You know, is there a place where people can go and fact check so that when ludicrous statements are made, you know, just trigger Article 16 and sure the protocol will go away? It's not feasible. I mean, I was fact checking that this morning on Twitter with people who were saying, you know, if you trigger Article 16, the protocol will go, which that's not even factually correct. So people, you know, everything has been brought down or reduced down to either a black or a white or a green or an orange. And I keep saying we need to find the grey, because with the grey comes solutions. The media has a responsibility to help us to find that grey, and not always to be articulating the voice of those who would seek to shout the loudest. So we're back to what was talked this morning about megaphone politics. If we dial down the rhetoric, and we have intentional peace building, intentional compromise and solution focus, intentionally listening to those who are hurt, who are protesting, who find reason to have to mark territory or stand on the street. If we are intentional about listening to those people and creating space for them to have dialogue, we will take the heat out of this. And I think we have to be very conscious about doing that. And to go back to the question you had earlier on about resource, part of the resource in that, and Brian is absolutely right, part of the resource of that is the people resource, and having trained peace builders and trained mediation and people who are trained to go in and do those listening exercises, those hard exercises where you walk into youth who are completely disaffected, who feel disenfranchised, who feel that there is no hope, and they have paramilitary control. They have a protocol that they don't understand, but that they know is a threat to who they are culturally. And then you have young people who feel that they've won because they've left the EU and Britain's now in turmoil. And you have all of those mixes. And we need to find space for people to have the conversation, to fact check what it is that they think, and then to help them to be part of the solution as opposed to being part of the problem in the future. And that's about equipping people and enabling people. And that takes resource in itself. It takes trained and skilled mediators and peace builders. And my fear is, and I keep saying this to people, our generation who came through the peace funding over the last number of years, we're now older. We're now heading towards retirement age in the next 10 years. And when I look behind me, I need to see that there is a swathe of people who have those skills, those abilities and that understanding, who are not coming from that black and white agenda that they've grown up with, which has become a lot more stark with social media, that those people who are coming behind us have those skills and those relationships. And I think we need to do succession planning in our peace building and in our community sectors to enable those people who are activists in their community to continue to strive for the prize of peace. And they can only do that if they've got the right toolkit and they've got the right experiences to help them to find that way and find those solutions.
And that brings me nicely now to my next question, which is, you're talking about the next generation and the future. And Nicola, I wanted to ask you, where do you see the opportunities at the moment for that strengthening of relations and, just an improvement in terms of the social contexts?
Well, one of the things that consistently the community and voluntary sector and other civic leaders have been warned about in the context of Brexit is the need to protect our human rights and equality frameworks. And that comes through very strongly when you speak to a younger generation of leaders, and we've done some work around identity and belonging. And when you speak to young people, it comes through so clearly that for them, issues of rights and equality are so central to their sense of belonging, the kind of society they want to be part of, and the things that make them feel alienated, the kind of things that make them want to leave, or when they look around them and they see the constant political instability inhibiting progress on the key social justice issues. So things like housing, poor quality housing, not having the prospect of being able to get a home. They see a lack of employment opportunities, a lack of investment in their local area, communities being run down, just a surrounding environment that feels hostile and oppressive when they see things like hate crimes against minorities. So I think that's one of the areas where, in speaking out, you can energize young people and give them a sense of hope and a sense of their participation being worthwhile and meaning something. And obviously, the whole area of climate justice was mentioned in the previous panel, and that's one area where you see young people really taking the lead and you see a sense of energy behind that. If that's not matched by action in the political side of the equation, then the consequences of that are devastating, not just for their sense of belonging, but for their whole appreciation for the significance and the value of the peace process, because then you hear them say that they don't see the Good Friday Agreement delivering for them. And that's really heartbreaking. And that's where we need to be getting behind our young people, creating more spaces for them to be able to put the challenges to our elected representatives, because we still don't have enough opportunities for them to do that directly. And then also recognising that the civic voice is that counterbalance to a very polarised political leadership in a society emerging from conflict, and being very clear about how damaging this constant instability, the constant threat of the institutions being brought down and everything that goes with that is, particularly on young people, that we want to step up and be that next generation of leaders.
I think it's fair to say that leadership is definitely a common theme in this afternoon's panel. We are coming to the end, so I just want to wrap up with a couple of final questions, and I want to ask each of you in turn, if you were to imagine that it is now the year 2022, so the year later we're back at the Centre for Cross-Border Studies annual conference, what would you like to see being done differently? What would you like to see that has changed? And Owen, I might start with you.
Sure. I mean, I know many people might disagree with me, but I'd love to see the protocol finally put through, the mitigations put in place, some of the structural challenges that people are seeing fixed, and then to focus on getting inward investment, to creating upstream and downstream linkages between North and the South, fixing the East-West structural imbalances maybe, to build up the SME sector around some inward investment to bring up the standard of living across the board, which would give a bit of breathing room to people to be able to look then at societal challenges that was mentioned before, the suicide rates, crime, drugs, everything. If people just had a bit more money, if more people had jobs, if more people had a sense of purpose in their lives, I think we would be going on the right track at the very least.
Thanks, Owen. Brian, same question to you.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to, first of all, I'd like to see that emerging sort of succession planning with volunteerism with young people, but certainly what we're hearing as well is that there's, again, as indicated earlier on, there's different dynamics, there's different nuances within civic society here, and young people have become so disillusioned with political leadership and other forms of civic leadership that they're not engaging. So I would love to see those voices being heard, but in a way that wasn't through our process, where we had to wait 30 years or fill the void ourselves. And I think we need to get away from kind of the sense of negotiation out of necessity, and let's collaborate and negotiate through generosity, or through the spirit of generosity.
Nicola.
I would like us to have a formal structure for that engagement that would take in the 3 strands of the Good Friday Agreement within Northern Ireland, North, South, East, West, one that would have the political support that it needs to do what it has to do, and buy-in from across civic society. And I'd like us to be here talking about how we make that work. That's all. Small ask.
That's great. A great vision. Kate.
Mine is Nicholas. That's exactly what I would like. I'd like to see that we have a space, a civic space, to discuss and debate and challenge, that is a civilised space, that is a generous space, as Brian talks about, but is also a space that is a hopeful space, that talks about solution and possibility and finding the grey area, but also being generous enough to understand when people feel disenfranchised, why they feel disenfranchised, or why they feel disillusioned, and giving space for people to talk through how they feel, why they feel that way, and what can be done, or what changes or tweaks could be made to either policy or implementation that would give them comfort in order to be able to, again, and I go back to the prize is peace. The prize in all of this is peace.
And I think that is a most appropriate line to finish on this afternoon. Thank you very much to our panel, to Owen, to Brian, Nicola and Kate, and to you, our audience, for tuning in. Enjoy your lunch break, and we will see you back here at 2 o'clock.
The Centre for Cross-Border Study works really to bring about economic and social cohesion in nearly everything it does, and there's a number of specific areas where that happens. One is the annual conference that attracts a very wide audience every year, discussing topical cross-border issues. So people come from Northern Ireland, come from the Republic of Ireland and the UK. We always also attract a very high calibre of speakers, so it's a very good event and well known. We also produce an annual journal, and that provides an overview of the work of the centre and discusses policy issues by leading contributors to that debate. It's a very widely referenced source.
The Centre for Cross-Border Studies has a really important network of contacts because of the work it's done over the last 2 decades, because it's all about collaboration, it's all about cooperation. So it means we work with the most senior levels of the civil service in Northern Ireland, the Republic of Ireland, but also in the rest of the UK. And we also work with the European Commission officials, but also with local government and also with the community and voluntary sector, business representatives and the private sector more generally across these islands.
The Centre for Cross-Border Studies is unique in that it is an organisation which is clearly doing very important research into the impact of the border on our economy, on our society, and indeed on our political system as well. And that research has been hugely helpful to policymakers like myself when it comes to developing policies, particularly when we're looking at the impact of the border on the border regions.
The Institute of Public Health informs public policy to support healthier populations in Ireland and Northern Ireland. Set up in 1998, the Institute is jointly funded by the Departments of Health in Ireland and Northern Ireland. Our key priorities are promoting health and well-being, improving health equity, reducing health inequalities. We work to achieve these by focusing on evidence, policy, partnership. The Institute has a team of public health and policy development specialists based in Dublin and Belfast and undertakes work across the island, working towards healthier populations. Visit publichealth.ie for more information.
It's a very wide policy context because we're concerned with the policies from the Northern Ireland Executive, the Republic of Ireland Government, the UK Government, and indeed even in the European Union. But the guiding framework for all that we do is the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. And there obviously we're concerned about promoting good relations and mutual understanding and cooperation within Northern Ireland, between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland, and indeed between Ireland and Britain.
The work of the Centre for Cross-Border Studies is extremely important in terms of providing and supporting the context for cooperation between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland, but also between the island of Ireland and across these islands. And it's particularly important at this moment as we are, for example, facing the COVID pandemic and also looking forward to the recovery from that pandemic, which is a challenge for this island, north and south, and for these islands, but also in terms of the new context that we have come into in terms of the UK's departure from the EU and how that impacts on how we cooperate north and south, but also between the island of Ireland and GB.
Longford Women's Link heard about the Centre for Cross-Border Studies back in 2015 when we both attended a conference on active citizenship that was hosted by Longford Women's Link. And our respective visions for grassroots economic and social and community development were very much aligned. So we have been part of the Centre's New Common Charter initiative since 2015, and we see that as a key programme of sustained engagement and a really important model of good practice for future work on these islands.
Are you a cross-border worker, job seeker, or employer? Then the EURES Cross-Border Partnership can help you. The EURES Cross-Border Partnership, helping border workers, job seekers and employers for over 20 years. Log on to www.eurescrossborder.eu for more information.
The Irish Government have a fantastic regional airports programme in place, fully recognising the support required to realise the benefits associated with regional connectivity. And we urgently need to seek a mechanism with all our government stakeholders which will deliver a similar operating environment. An environment in which City of Derry Airport can be supported with those associated safety and security costs to ensure a sustainable future, delivering connectivity which matches the needs and the ambitions of our entire Northwest region.
Well, the Centre for Cross-Border Studies was set up in 1999, and that was following the Belfast Good Friday Agreement with the support of Queen's University, Belfast and the Dublin City University. It's an independent research and information centre. It has a base in Armagh, and it's governed by a board with board members nominated from Queen's University, Dublin City University, and then a number of independents. It undertakes a wide range of different research reports in a number of different areas and provides information, advice and support. Probably the best known of the information sources is the Border People website, and that provides information for people who are living and working across the border.
The Centre for Cross-Border Studies has an extensive network of contacts that we built up over the last 2 decades, because all of our work is about collaboration, cooperation. So over those 2 decades, we have built contacts with the most senior levels of the civil service in Northern Ireland, the Republic of Ireland, but also in the rest of the UK and within Europe as well. But we also work with local government, with the community and voluntary sector, which is vital, and also the trade representative bodies and the private sector more generally across these islands.
We would encourage other people to get involved, because there's no harm in having conversations. The reality is that business found its voice during the Brexit process, but it can't be the only voice. It's got to get in there alongside policymakers, the third sector, get in there alongside our politicians to ensure that there's a deeper understanding, that there's an evidence base and an academic rigour to ensure that the right policy decisions are taken for the future.
The Centre for Cross-Border Study works really to bring about economic and social cohesion in nearly everything it does, and there's a number of specific areas where that happens. One is the annual conference that attracts a very wide audience every year, discussing topical cross-border issues. So people come from Northern Ireland, come from the Republic of Ireland and the UK. We always also attract a very high calibre of speakers, so it's a very good event and well known. We also produce an annual journal, and that provides an overview of the work of the centre and discusses policy issues by leading contributors to that debate. It's a very widely referenced source.
The Centre for Cross-Border Studies has a really important network of contacts because of the work it's done over the last 2 decades, because it's all about collaboration, it's all about cooperation. So it means we work with the most senior levels of the civil service in Northern Ireland, the Republic of Ireland, but also in the rest of the UK. And we also work with the European Commission officials, but also with local government and also with the community voluntary sector, business representatives and the private sector more generally across these islands.
The Centre for Cross-Border Studies is unique in that it is an organisation which is clearly doing very important research into the impact of the border on our economy, on our society, and indeed on our political system as well. And that research has been hugely helpful to policymakers like myself when it comes to developing policies, particularly when we're looking at the impact of the border on the border regions.
The Institute of Public Health informs public policy to support healthier populations in Ireland and Northern Ireland. Set up in 1998, the Institute is jointly funded by the Departments of Health in Ireland and Northern Ireland. Our key priorities are promoting health and well-being, improving health equity, reducing health inequalities. We work to achieve these by focusing on evidence, policy, partnership. The Institute has a team of public health and policy development specialists based in Dublin and Belfast and undertakes work across the island, working towards healthier populations. Visit publichealth.ie for more information.
It's a very wide policy context because we're concerned with the policies from the Northern Ireland Executive and the Republic of Ireland Government, the UK Government, and indeed even in the European Union. But the guiding framework for all that we do is the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. And there obviously we're concerned about promoting good relations and mutual understanding and cooperation within Northern Ireland, between Northern Ireland and Republic of Ireland, and indeed between Ireland and Britain.
The work of the Centre for Cross-Border Studies is extremely important in terms of providing and supporting the context for cooperation between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland, but also between the island of Ireland and across these islands. And it's particularly important at this moment as we are, for example, facing the COVID pandemic and also looking forward to the recovery from that pandemic, which is a challenge for this island, North and South, and for these islands, but also in terms of the new context that we have come into in terms of the UK's departure from the EU and how that impacts on how we cooperate North and South, but also between the island of Ireland and GB.
Longford Women's Link heard about the Centre for Cross-Border Studies back in 2015 when we both attended a conference on active citizenship that was hosted by Longford Women's Link. And our respective visions for grassroots economic and social and community development were very much aligned. So we have been part of the Centre's New Common Charter initiative since 2015, and we see that as a key programme of sustained engagement and a really important model of good practice for future work on these islands.
Are you a cross-border worker, job seeker, or employer? Then the EURES Cross-Border Partnership can help you. The EURES Cross-Border Partnership, helping border workers, job seekers and employers for over 20 years. Log on to www.eurescrossborder.eu for more information.
The Irish Government have a fantastic regional airports programme in place, fully recognising the support required to realise the benefits associated with regional connectivity. And we urgently need to seek a mechanism with all our government stakeholders which will deliver a similar operating environment. An environment in which City of Derry Airport can be supported with those associated safety and security costs to ensure a sustainable future, delivering connectivity which matches the needs and the ambitions of our entire Northwest region.
Well, the Centre for Cross-Border Studies was set up in 1999, and that was following the Belfast Good Friday Agreement with the support of Queen's University, Belfast and the Dublin City University. It's an independent research and information centre. It has a base in Armagh, and it's governed by a board with board members nominated from Queen's University, Dublin City University, and then a number of independents. It undertakes a wide range of different research reports in a number of different areas and provides information, advice and support. Probably the best known of the information sources is the Border People website, and that provides information for people who are living and working across the border.
The Centre for Cross-Border Studies has an extensive network of contacts that we built up over the last 2 decades, because all of our work is about collaboration, cooperation. So over those 2 decades, we have built contacts with the most senior levels of the civil service in Northern Ireland, the Republic of Ireland, but also in the rest of the UK and within Europe as well. But we also work with local government, with the community and voluntary sector, which is vital, and also the trade representative bodies and the private sector more generally across these islands.
We would encourage other people to get involved, because there's no harm in having conversations. The reality is that business found its voice during the Brexit process, but it can't be the only voice. It's got to get in there alongside policymakers, the third sector, get in there alongside our politicians to ensure that there's a deeper understanding, that there's an evidence base and an academic rigour to ensure that the right policy decisions are taken for the future.
The Centre for Cross-Border Study works really to bring about economic and social cohesion in nearly everything it does, and there's a number of specific areas where that happens. One is the annual conference that attracts a very wide audience every year, discussing topical cross-border issues. So people come from Northern Ireland, come from the Republic of Ireland and the UK. We always also attract a very high calibre of speakers, so it's a very good event and well known. We also produce an annual journal, and that provides an overview of the work of the centre and discusses policy issues by leading contributors to that debate. It's a very widely referenced source.
The Centre for Cross-Border Studies has a really important network of contacts because of the work it's done over the last 2 decades, because it's all about collaboration, it's all about cooperation. So it means we work with the most senior levels of the civil service in Northern Ireland, the Republic of Ireland, but also in the rest of the UK. And we also work with the European Commission officials, but also with local government and also with the community and voluntary sector, business representatives and the private sector more generally across these islands.
The Centre for Cross-Border Studies is unique in that it is an organisation which is clearly doing very important research into the impact of the border on our economy, on our society, and indeed on our political system as well. And that research has been hugely helpful to policymakers like myself when it comes to developing policies, particularly when we're looking at the impact of the border on the border regions.
The Institute of Public Health informs public policy to support healthier populations in Ireland and Northern Ireland. Set up in 1998, the Institute is jointly funded by the Departments of Health in Ireland and Northern Ireland. Our key priorities are promoting health and well-being, improving health equity, reducing health inequalities. We work to achieve these by focusing on evidence, policy, partnership. The Institute has a team of public health and policy development specialists based in Dublin and Belfast and undertakes work across the island, working towards healthier populations. Visit publichealth.ie for more information.
It's a very wide policy context because we're concerned with the policies from the Northern Ireland Executive, the Republic of Ireland Government, the UK Government, and indeed even in the European Union. But the guiding framework for all that we do is the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. And there obviously we're concerned about promoting good relations and mutual understanding and cooperation within Northern Ireland, between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland, and indeed between Ireland and Britain.
The work of the Centre for Cross-Border Studies is extremely important in terms of providing and supporting the context for cooperation between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland, but also between the island of Ireland and across these islands. And it's particularly important at this moment as we are, for example, facing the COVID pandemic and also looking forward to the recovery from that pandemic, which is a challenge for this island, North and South, and for these islands, but also in terms of the new context that we have come into in terms of the UK's departure from the EU and how that impacts on how we cooperate North and South, but also between the island of Ireland and GB.
Longford Women's Link heard about the Centre for Cross-Border Studies back in 2015 when we both attended a conference on active citizenship that was hosted by Longford Women's Link. And our respective visions for grassroots economic and social and community development were very much aligned. So we have been part of the Centre's New Common Charter initiative since 2015, and we see that as a key programme of sustained engagement and a really important model of good practice for future work on these islands.
Are you a cross-border worker, job seeker, or employer? Then the EURES Cross-Border Partnership can help you. The EURES Cross-Border Partnership, helping border workers, job seekers and employers for over 20 years. Log on to www.eurescrossborder.eu for more information.
The Irish Government have a fantastic regional airports programme in place, fully recognising the support required to realise the benefits associated with regional connectivity. And we urgently need to seek a mechanism with all our government stakeholders which will deliver a similar operating environment. An environment in which City of Derry Airport can be supported with those associated safety and security costs to ensure a sustainable future, delivering connectivity which matches the needs and the ambitions of our entire Northwest region.
Well, the Centre for Cross-Border Studies was set up in 1999, and that was following the Belfast Good Friday Agreement with the support of Queen's University, Belfast and the Dublin City University. It's an independent research and information centre. It has a base in Armagh, and it's governed by a board with board members nominated from Queen's University, Dublin City University, and then a number of independents. It undertakes a wide range of different research reports in a number of different areas and provides information, advice and support. Probably the best known of the information sources is the Border People website, and that provides information for people who are living and working across the border.
The Centre for Cross-Border Studies has an extensive network of contacts that we built up over the last 2 decades, because all of our work is about collaboration, cooperation. So over those 2 decades, we have built contacts with the most senior levels of the civil service in Northern Ireland, the Republic of Ireland, but also in the rest of the UK and within Europe as well. But we also work with local government, with the community and voluntary sector, which is vital, and also the trade representative bodies and the private sector more generally across these islands.
We would encourage other people to get involved, because there's no harm in having conversations. The reality is that business found its voice during the Brexit process, but it can't be the only voice. It's got to get in there alongside policymakers, the third sector, get in there alongside our politicians to ensure that there's a deeper understanding, that there's an evidence base and an academic rigour to ensure that the right policy decisions are taken for the future.
The Centre for Cross-Border Study works really to bring about economic and social cohesion in nearly everything it does, and there's a number of specific areas where that happens. One is the annual conference that attracts a very wide audience every year, discussing topical cross-border issues. So people come from Northern Ireland, come from the Republic of Ireland and the UK. We always also attract a very high calibre of speakers, so it's a very good event and well known. We also produce an annual journal, and that provides an overview of the work of the centre and discusses policy issues by leading contributors to that debate. It's a very widely referenced source.
The Centre for Cross-Border Studies has a really important network of contacts because of the work it's done over the last 2 decades, because it's all about collaboration, it's all about cooperation. So it means we work with the most senior levels of the civil service in Northern Ireland, the Republic of Ireland, but also in the rest of the UK. And we also work with the European Commission officials, but also with local government and also with the community and voluntary sector, business representatives and the private sector more generally across these islands.
The Centre for Cross-Border Studies is unique in that it is an organisation which is clearly doing very important research into the impact of the border on our economy, on our society, and indeed on our political system as well. And that research has been hugely helpful to policymakers like myself when it comes to developing policies, particularly when we're looking at the impact of the border on the border regions.
The Institute of Public Health informs public policy to support healthier populations in Ireland and Northern Ireland. Set up in 1998, the Institute is jointly funded by the Departments of Health in Ireland and Northern Ireland. Our key priorities are promoting health and well-being, improving health equity, reducing health inequalities. We work to achieve these by focusing on evidence, policy, partnership. The Institute has a team of public health and policy development specialists based in Dublin and Belfast and undertakes work across the island, working towards healthier populations. Visit publichealth.ie for more information.
It's a very wide policy context because we're concerned with the policies from the Northern Ireland Executive, the Republic of Ireland Government, the UK Government, and indeed even in the European Union. But the guiding framework for all that we do is the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. And there obviously we're concerned about promoting good relations and mutual understanding and cooperation within Northern Ireland, between Northern Ireland and Republic of Ireland, and indeed between Ireland and Britain.
The work of the Centre for Cross-Border Studies is extremely important in terms of providing and supporting the context for cooperation between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland, but also between the island of Ireland and across these islands. And it's particularly important at this moment as we are, for example, facing the COVID pandemic and also looking forward to the recovery from that pandemic, which is a challenge for this island, North and South, and for these islands, but also in terms of the new context that we have come into in terms of the UK's departure from the EU and how that impacts on how we cooperate North and South, but also between the island of Ireland and GB.
Longford Women's Link heard about the Centre for Cross-Border Studies back in 2015 when we both attended a conference on active citizenship that was hosted by Longford Women's Link. And our respective visions for grassroots economic and social and community development were very much aligned. So we have been part of the Centre's New Common Charter initiative since 2015, and we see that as a key programme of sustained engagement and a really important model of good practice for future work on these islands.
Are you a cross-border worker, job seeker, or employer? Then the EURES Cross-Border Partnership can help you. The EURES Cross-Border Partnership, helping border workers, job seekers and employers for over 20 years. Log on to www.eurescrossborder.eu for more information.
The Irish Government have a fantastic regional airports programme in place, fully recognising the support required to realise the benefits associated with regional connectivity. And we urgently need to seek a mechanism with all our government stakeholders which will deliver a similar operating environment. An environment in which City of Derry Airport can be supported with those associated safety and security costs to ensure a sustainable future, delivering connectivity which matches the needs and the ambitions of our entire Northwest region.
Well, the Centre for Cross-Border Studies was set up in 1999, and that was following the Belfast Good Friday Agreement with the support of Queen's University, Belfast and the Dublin City University. It's an independent research and information centre. It has a base in Armagh, and it's governed by a board with board members nominated from Queen's University, Dublin City University, and then a number of independents. It undertakes a wide range of different research reports in a number of different areas and provides information, advice and support. Probably the best known of the information sources is the Border People website, and that provides information for people who are living and working across the border.
The Centre for Cross-Border Studies has an extensive network of contacts that we built up over the last 2 decades, because all of our work is about collaboration, cooperation. So over those 2 decades, we have built contacts with the most senior levels of the civil service in Northern Ireland, the Republic of Ireland, but also in the rest of the UK and within Europe as well. But we also work with local government, with the community and voluntary sector, which is vital, and also the trade representative bodies and the private sector more generally across these islands.
We would encourage other people to get involved, because there's no harm in having conversations. The reality is that business found its voice during the Brexit process, but it can't be the only voice. It's got to get in there alongside policymakers, the third sector, get in there alongside our politicians to ensure that there's a deeper understanding, that there's an evidence base and an academic rigour to ensure that the right policy decisions are taken for the future.
The Centre for Cross-Border Study works really to bring about economic and social cohesion in nearly everything it does, and there's a number of specific areas where that happens. One is the annual conference that attracts a very wide audience every year, discussing topical cross-border issues. So people come from Northern Ireland, come from the Republic of Ireland and the UK. We always also attract a very high calibre of speakers, so it's a very good event and well known. We also produce an annual journal, and that provides an overview of the work of the centre and discusses policy issues by leading contributors to that debate. It's a very widely referenced source.
The Centre for Cross-Border Studies has a really important network of contacts because of the work it's done over the last 2 decades, because it's all about collaboration, it's all about cooperation. So it means we work with the most senior levels of the civil service in Northern Ireland, the Republic of Ireland, but also in the rest of the UK. And we also work with the European Commission officials, but also with local government and also with the community and voluntary sector, business representatives and the private sector more generally across these islands.
The Centre for Cross-Border Studies is unique in that it is an organisation which is clearly doing very important research into the impact of the border on our economy, on our society, and indeed on our political system as well. And that research has been hugely helpful to policymakers like myself when it comes to developing policies, particularly when we're looking at the impact of the border on the border regions.
The Institute of Public Health informs public policy to support healthier populations in Ireland and Northern Ireland. Set up in 1998, the Institute is jointly funded by the Departments of Health in Ireland and Northern Ireland. Our key priorities are promoting health and well-being, improving health equity, reducing health inequalities. We work to achieve these by focusing on evidence, policy, partnership. The Institute has a team of public health and policy development specialists based in Dublin and Belfast and undertakes work across the island, working towards healthier populations. Visit publichealth.ie for more information.
it's a very wide policy context because we're concerned with the policies from the Northern Ireland Executive, the Republic of Ireland Government, the UK Government, and indeed even in the European Union. But the guiding framework for all that we do is the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. And there obviously we're concerned about promoting good relations and mutual understanding and cooperation within Northern Ireland, between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland, and indeed between Ireland and Britain.
The work of the Centre for Cross-Border Studies is extremely important in terms of providing and supporting the context for cooperation between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland, but also between the island of Ireland and across these islands. And it's particularly important at this moment as we are, for example, facing the COVID pandemic and also looking forward to the recovery from that pandemic, which is a challenge for this island, North and South, and for these islands, but also in terms of the new context that we have come into in terms of the UK's departure from the EU and how that impacts on how we cooperate North and South, but also between the island of Ireland and GB.
Longford Women's Link heard about the Centre for Cross-Border Studies back in 2015 when we both attended a conference on active citizenship that was hosted by Longford Women's Link. And our respective visions for grassroots economic and social and community development were very much aligned. So we have been part of the Centre's New Common Charter initiative since 2015, and we see that as a key programme of sustained engagement and a really important model of good practice for future work on these islands.
Are you a cross-border worker, job seeker, or employer? Then the EURES Cross-Border Partnership can help you. The EURES Cross-Border Partnership, helping border workers, job seekers and employers for over 20 years. Log on to www.eurescrossborder.eu for more information.
The Irish Government have a fantastic regional airports programme in place, fully recognising the support required to realise the benefits associated with regional connectivity. And we urgently need to seek a mechanism with all our government stakeholders which will deliver a similar operating environment. An environment in which City of Derry Airport can be supported with those associated safety and security costs to ensure a sustainable future, delivering connectivity which matches the needs and the ambitions of our entire Northwest region.
Welcome back to those of you who are with us for the morning session of this, the Centre for Cross-Border Studies 22nd Annual Conference. I hope you had a lovely lunch and a chance to relax. For those of you who are joining us now, my name is Anthony Suarez and I'm the Director of the Centre for Cross-Border Studies. You are very, very welcome. A reminder for everyone, please use the chat function if you'd like to pose any questions to this afternoon's speakers, and use the chat function as well to exchange views and information with all of today's participants. I would also like to remind everyone to ensure you're sitting comfortably and that you should take a break whenever you need to. Simply stay logged onto the conference and come back whenever you're ready. You'll be able to watch back anything you may have missed after the conference. It is now my great pleasure to officially launch the 16th edition of the Journal of Cross-Border Studies in Ireland. This year's edition has benefited from the generous support of a number of organisations that have taken out adverts. I would therefore like to thank City of Derry Airport, EURES Cross-Border Partnership, Intertrade Ireland, the Locks Agency, Safe Food and Waterways Ireland for their incredible support. The fantastic contributors to the 2021 edition of the Journal were invited to give their assessment of the extent to which the conditions necessary for cooperation across this island and across these islands have been maintained following the end of the Brexit transition period and as the Protocol on Ireland, Northern Ireland came into operation. They were asked to assess the relative health of the political, social, material and regulatory context for North-South and East-West cooperation and for wider relations. This is in line with the Centre for Cross-Border Studies efforts and those of the ad hoc group for North-South and East-West cooperation which it convenes to ensure we understand what conditions are necessary for cooperation, particularly North-South cooperation, and that they're not seen as consisting exclusively of legal or regulatory underpinnings. This is in no way to suggest that legislative or regulatory frameworks are expendable luxuries for those engaged in cross-border cooperation. Since 1998, the Good Friday Belfast Agreement has stood as an essential bulwark for North-South and East-West cooperation and relations, with implementing legislation enabling, for example, the creation of a number of institutions and bodies to take on that cooperation across a range of areas. However, on their own, agreements and legislative frameworks are not necessarily guarantees of conducive context for cross-border cooperation. Political instability, or even periods of outright political hostility to cross-border cooperation or its core institutions, whilst not signifying a halt to the cooperation that takes place at many levels and across sectors, can nevertheless undermine the confidence of those who are active in that cooperation, especially when political tensions begin to shape perceptions of cross-border cooperation and the reasons behind those who engage in it. The 2021 edition of the Journal of Cross-Border Studies in Ireland, then, seeks to test the state of health of the conditions for cooperation and relations within and across these islands and beyond, with the first 4 articles looking at the political conditions. One of the common threads running through the contributions from Paul Gillespie, John O'Brien and Peter McLaughlin, and in the joint article by Kirsty Hughes and Tobias Locke, is the issue of trust, and how relationships between various governments and between political leaders have been impacted by the disappearance of what had in many ways been a platform for developing relationships of trust and the devolution of power, namely common membership of the European Union. Paul Gillespie's article sets his discussion on this theme within the context of political science and international relations scholarship's theoretical perspectives on trust, focusing principally on post-Brexit British-Irish relations. He sets out the evolution of a pattern of changing balances of power and the development of increasing relationships of trust, remarking how Brexit has rudely interrupted the pattern, making it necessary to reinvent the trusting relationships built up in Brussels and Strasbourg. In his article, John O'Brien also picks up on how common membership of the EU placed Irish-British relations on a different footing, although focusing on how Ireland sought to balance relations with the United Kingdom and the European Union in the aftermath of the Brexit vote in 2016. For him, the behaviour of the UK government since the 2nd of January suggests Brexit will constitute a semi-permanent phenomenon and problem in British and Irish political life. John O'Brien offers a critical insight into how Ireland has been approaching a uniquely complicated balancing act, with the implementation of the protocol on Ireland, Northern Ireland serving as a severe test. In the third article, Peter McLaughlin also looks at UK-Irish relations, but placing them within a longer historical pattern of Ireland and Britain's different interactions with continental Europe, arguing that there has always been a significant European influence on the dynamics between the two islands, primarily resulting from British security concerns. Having considered that wider historical context, McLaughlin evaluates the significance of the withdrawal agreement reached between the UK and the EU, suggesting that ultimately Boris Johnson was happy to sign off on whatever was required to secure a Brexit deal, with no considered resolve to honour the commitments he was entering into. This approach represents a significant challenge for UK, EU and British-Irish relations going forward, and as McLaughlin contends, for how unionism in Northern Ireland addresses the post-Brexit landscape. In the last article, focusing on the political conditions for cooperation, Kirsty Hughes and Tobias Locke concentrate on Scotland's relationship to Ireland and on their different relationships to the European Union in the light of Brexit. These relationships will evolve in what is now what they describe as a patchwork of differentiated relations across these two islands. After a critical examination of what this patchwork may represent, the authors conclude with a consideration of what Irish-Scottish relations might look like in the event that Scotland were to become independent and a member of the EU, suggesting that the greatest challenge for the EU and Ireland in this scenario would be in the impact on the rest of the UK, England, Wales and Northern Ireland of that independence. 3 articles then offer their assessment of the social conditions for cooperation and relations within and across these islands. In her contribution, Sarah Crichton touches again on the theme of trust. She argues that increasing community tensions in Northern Ireland are a result of political decisions and political arguments that are presented as having Northern Ireland's interests at heart while doing precisely the opposite. Political opponents, she contends, portray themselves as defenders of the Good Friday Belfast Agreement, but do so with very partial readings of it. Tara Farrell's contribution to the 2021 edition of the Journal focuses on the post-Brexit role of civil society in our communities, informed by how it's been called upon to address the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. Her article presents a critical assessment of the current structures for civil society engagement in the processes of policy making, and how women's voices continue to be largely absent or marginalised, before presenting a number of concrete proposals to strengthen social conditions for the mutual benefit of communities across these islands. Considering how the UK's departure from the EU will change the landscape for cross-border cooperation within these islands and between these islands and the EU, Charles Whitmore's article seeks to provide a clearer understanding of what this will mean in terms of the post-Brexit conditions for civil society engagement in such cooperation. However, his article rightly notes how challenging this is, given that the UK is the first country to leave the EU, which means we are faced with the uncertainties of a novel situation. This year's edition of the Journal of Cross-Border Studies in Ireland concludes with 3 articles considering the prevailing material and regulatory conditions for cross-border cooperation and relations. In his contribution, David Hennig sets out from the premise that in developed economies, the production and sale of virtually all products and services are subject to regulations, and that these regulations can be set at different levels, including state or province, country or internationally. Crucially, considering the nature of pre- and post-Brexit arguments, he notes that the lower the level regulations are set, the greater the likelihood of meaningful democratic consent, but equally, the greater the obstacles to commerce within and between countries. Balancing democratic control with the benefits of integration, Hennig argues in his article, is a problem that all governments face, but that few have discussed seriously. David's article is a vital contribution in this regard. Writing from the perspective of someone with intimate knowledge of many of the issues raised by David Hennig, given some of his roles, such as convener of the Northern Ireland Business Brexit Working Group, in his article, Aidan Connolly outlines the recent trajectory of the business community in Northern Ireland, what the current situation looks like, and what he sees as the needs of business to overcome post-Brexit challenges. Aidan goes on to debunk what he sees as some of the myths surrounding the current situation before setting out 3 key principles the business community in Northern Ireland is calling for in order for the protocol to work: certainty, simplicity, and affordability. And bringing this edition of the Journal of Cross-Border Studies in Ireland to a close is Dagmar Sheik's proposal that, quote, as long as its constituent parts are partially within and without the EU, life on the island of Ireland needs a better legal frame than the protocol offers presently, and it is possible to improve that frame below the threshold of Northern Ireland or the UK rejoining the European Union. After presenting a detailed analysis of what this signifies, Dagmar Sheik concludes by setting out how, although the protocol on its own and in its present form may not be sufficient to guarantee cross-border cooperation, incremental steps can be taken within the mechanisms of the protocol to more properly safeguard that cooperation, and in doing so, quote, build Northern Ireland into a real bridge between the UK and the EU. In different ways and to different extents, the articles in the 2021 edition of the Journal of Cross-Border Studies in Ireland suggest that we cannot be confident at this time that the conditions for cooperation within and across these islands are guaranteed. Division and confrontation at the political level are not only making the search for solutions increasingly difficult, they're also fueling division and confrontation among communities in Northern Ireland, and also division or estrangement between communities across these islands, undermining confidence in cross-border cooperation. However, to differing extents, our contributors also point to potential ways out of the current impasse that will provide a more welcoming context for continued North-South and East-West cooperation and relations. But they also suggest that we will not be capable of taking those ways out unless trust is restored, leadership is shown, and honesty replaces the facile sloganeering. As Sarah Crichton suggests in her article, people need to be prepared to listen to hard truths instead of comfortable lies. That time is well overdue. The Centre for Cross-Border Studies is incredibly grateful to all of the contributors to this year's edition of the journal. I recommend you all take the time to read their timely and insightful articles, and you'll be able to do so by downloading a digital copy. A link has been posted in the chat function, and it will also be sent to participants afterwards. Thank you.
The Institute of Public Health informs public policy to support healthier populations in Ireland and Northern Ireland. Set up in 1998, the Institute is jointly funded by the Departments of Health in Ireland and Northern Ireland. Our key priorities are promoting health and well-being, improving health equity, reducing health inequalities. We work to achieve these by focusing on evidence, policy, partnership. The Institute has a team of public health and policy development specialists based in Dublin and Belfast and undertakes work across the island, working towards healthier populations. Visit publichealth.ie for more information. The Institute of Public Health informs public policy to support healthier populations in Ireland and Northern Ireland. Set up in 1998, the Institute is jointly funded by the Departments of Health in Ireland and Northern Ireland. Our key priorities are promoting health and well-being, improving health equity, reducing health inequalities. We work to achieve these by focusing on evidence, policy, partnership. The Institute has a team of public health and policy development specialists based in Dublin and Belfast and undertakes work across the island, working towards healthier populations. Visit publichealth.ie for more information.
Welcome back. I am delighted to be chairing this panel session on measuring the cross-border impacts of healthy cooperation, and to have four panelists who are ideally placed to give us some insights on the overarching issue we are exploring here now. This panel session is part of the Centre for Cross-Border Studies project Time to Measure Cross-Border Impacts, Building Sustainable North-South Relationships and Connections, which was made possible by the generous support of the Department of Foreign Affairs Reconciliation Fund. The rationale behind this project was to use two practical examples: the proposed European Commission directive on ending seasonal time changes and the introduction of public health measures and supports to address the coronavirus pandemic, to demonstrate the potential benefits of undertaking cross-border impact assessments of proposed policies or legislation from a cross-border perspective. Over the course of this project, we have undertaken workshops, surveys and interviews with key stakeholders and officials in both jurisdictions on the island of Ireland to get a more in-depth understanding of how they have experienced the introduction of new measures and regulations to address COVID-19, as well as what they would consider to be the potential impacts of the introduction of a time difference between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland during part of the year. Brexit has undoubtedly demonstrated the urgent need for cross-border impact assessment, or border proofing, of proposed legislation and policy, assessing its impact on North-South cooperation and on our ability to capture the full potential of the communities living and working on this island. To tease out some of these issues and their implications, we have four excellent panelists. Maureen O'Reilly is an independent economist and a senior research associate with the Centre for Cross-Border Studies, having previously been senior research economist with the Economic Research Institute for Northern Ireland, and having headed up before that the Policy Evaluation Unit at the Northern Ireland Economic Research Centre. Maureen has led on most of the research undertaken as part of the Centre for Cross-Border Studies Time to Measure Cross-Border Impacts project, and she will be discussing that work shortly. Aidan O'Kane is the Vice President of the Londonderry Chamber of Commerce, as well as a Director at Allstate Northern Ireland, a company that employs 2,400 people across Northern Ireland, including Belfast, Derry and Strabane. Of particular relevance for today, Aidan is also co-chair of the Cross-Border Workers Coalition, an alliance of individual employees who are resident in the Republic of Ireland but work in Northern Ireland, and businesses who are concerned about the impact of restrictive cross-border tax legislation. The group was established in March 2020 and originates from the Northwest. Helen McAvoy, who joins us online, graduated from Trinity College Dublin with a primary medical degree in 1997 and worked for several years in both hospital and general practice. She completed her MD in 2000 as part of the Masters in Health Promotion Programme, NUI Galway. Helen has worked on a number of government programmes relating to ageing and older people, and she is now working as Director of Policy with the Institute of Public Health, focusing on progressing the government's health inequality agenda in Ireland and Northern Ireland. In this role, she has contributed to a number of reports and policy papers on inequalities in maternal and child health, fuel poverty, tobacco, alcohol, and inequalities in the border region. Today, Helen will be drawing on the all-Ireland work of the Institute of Public Health and considering the potential benefits of North-South cooperation. Anne Nolan, who's also joining us online, is an Assistant Professor in Global Health in Trinity College Dublin and Director of both the MSc in Global Health and the Trinity Centre for Global Health in the School of Medicine. She is technical specialist in HIV and sexual health with research interests in the politics of public health, the transnational dimensions of health and inclusion health. Anne is a former executive director and chairperson of HIV Ireland Limited and has led the development of global policy frameworks for adolescents and most at-risk young people with UNICEF and UNAIDS. Today, she will be looking at the politics of COVID-19 on the island of Ireland. You are all very welcome today. Thank you very much. And I'm going to ask Maureen O'Reilly to make the first presentation. So over to you, Maureen. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony, and thank you to the Centre for Cross-Border Studies for inviting me along today and for being involved with the project as well. As Anthony said, today I'm going to talk about the impact of COVID legislation and our policy and cross-border integration. And whenever we discussed this project, we tried to think of where, did we see it matter most in terms of the implications of legislation connected to COVID and how it impacted on cross-border activity, and obviously cross-border workers in the Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland sprung to mind because they were particularly badly affected by some of the decisions that were made. So just in terms of the what this is all about, making sure that the border works is critical in terms of benefiting communities at the border, but even more widely, businesses, employees, and how they go about basically living and working. So what this project really aims to do is to promote a more informed discussion on the need for border proofing of legislation and policy, that's actually taken into account whenever we look at new legislation that's brought into play. So that means understanding how decisions, and particularly those legislative changes made by the Irish, the British, the Northern Ireland governments along with the EU, impact on cross-border integration, and that impact in terms of north, south, east, west cooperation, and our ability to capture the full potential of communities living and working on these islands. And as said, the impetus here, just considering in more depth the issues that have emerged for cross-border workers as they have navigated the complexities of decisions taking during the pandemic crisis and working and living across either jurisdiction. And just to set that in context, every day an estimated 30,000 people cross the border between the south of Ireland and the north to work. So we have consulted with many key stakeholders as part of the project. That's the advice centres, businesses, the government itself, cross-border workers, to try and understand and to find ways to acknowledge that those decisions actually make a difference to how they live and work. So COVID has shone a light on the impact of legislation and policy for cross-border workers, and it's actually unearthed hidden complexities that were probably there but weren't really taken into account because they happened by default. But what you did have in terms of COVID was these very diverging approaches and measures to basically deal with the pandemic in the two jurisdictions around public health measures and supports. And that includes the physical access to work, the support schemes, simple things around how you define a key worker, the time and extent of the lockdowns, and the time and extent actually of the vaccination programmes as well. So that's been interesting to watch. And I know from a piece of work I did with the centre at the very outset, even watching the business supports and the different approaches taken to that at the very outset showed that divergence. What we ended up having was a lack of information and really confusion at the outset. And I know that a lot of that was understandable in the context of how quickly the pandemic came to light, but not all. And what you ended up with was this lack of joined up response. And that had significant challenges in understanding what rules and supports applied for cross-border workers, for the employers, for the advice centres as well. So in terms of the issues, so a number of issues were brought to the fore in terms of challenging that concept. I mean, there is a common travel area, there's freedom of movement of workers, but there were challenges to that in terms of some being transitory, just in terms of just dealing with the pandemic, but others more lasting as well. I mean, arguably one of the biggest market failures generally in government policy and legislation is the whole concept of, information failure, that someone knows something, but but others don't, and then they don't know how to work, with it. And COVID really did shine a light on that significant failure in the design and dissemination of information regarding the legislation and policy in areas such as the medical issues, the right to travel, employment rights, tax, welfare. And what you had was quite a lot of misinformation and confusion, which was evident, and social media picked up on a lot of that as well, and in itself, can create problems in that respect. But another particularly important issue that emerged was that around the tax and welfare implications. And again, COVID brought this to the fore. One particular example is a pandemic unemployment payment, and I know just from obviously the survey with some of the cross-border workers, there's a particular source of stress, the fact that the pandemic unemployment payment, €350 a week, that was introduced in the Republic of Ireland. It was actually linked to residents. That meant that workers in Northern Ireland who were made redundant, and even the self-employed, couldn't access the pandemic scheme. So you had this situation where workers in the south, living and working in the south, could access the PUP. Workers in the north couldn't, and that was relying on EU employment rules. It is an issue because the pandemic unemployment payment effectively provided a source of basic income in the south, and that wasn't the case in the north, where universal credit kicked in. There were tax implications in terms of not being a tax resident for a required number of days because of the travel restrictions. It was a source of stress for many, and the whole concept of double tax and home working really came to the fore. And I won't go into any detail on that because Aidan obviously will cover that in terms of the work he's doing. And just a small quote, from one of the feedback from some of the key stakeholders. Cross-border workers should have the right to work from home when their job allows, without any additional tax liability. And there are examples even of not being well, and it's better just to, even though you could arguably work at home, you're better just being sick because that it just causes too many problems. And then what we ended up with was really a strong sense of frustration around the value placed on the role of cross-border workers, and they obviously saw this with the development of the Cross-Border Workers Coalition. The right to travel to work, there was confusion and lack of clarity on that. It was interestingly, one kind of stakeholder consultee talked about one side being treated differently to the other, which is very unhelpful in terms of trying to promote the whole concept of working cross-border. And direct impacts as well. I know that one consultee, a business, talked about the fact that a trainee couldn't cross the border to undertake training with his colleagues, and obviously then fell behind in terms of that training. So that's another example of that aspect of the right to travel to work. There was uncertainty as to who is a key worker and how that was interpreted differently. And what was really interesting there was there's actually almost a fear among some of the consultees, the cross-border workers, around whether they had the right letter, whether they would be stopped by the PSNI or the guards, and what that would mean in terms of basically what their rights were as a cross-border worker. And the support schemes as well, trying to understand who could access the support schemes. Just a very small case in point, but important for them. Someone who was working in the north signed up to a job in the south, or just resigned from a job in the south because they were taking up a role in the north, and they actually weren't entitled to the furlough scheme. So they found themselves in no man's land in terms of where supports could come from. And just some examples. These are sound bites from actual cross-border workers, and you can see the sense of frustration in terms of what they had to try and deal with. I was unsure if I would be looking at Irish or British regulations and couldn't find a joined-up response. As a key worker, I find the ability to work cross-border very complicated. Cross-border workers would be asked to return to work in one jurisdiction when travel restrictions were still in place in the one they lived in. The word hassle came up frequently, and being a remote worker, I wasn't able to continue working cross-border and may have to look for a job. So the survey was in the middle of that there were still some restrictions in place, and people who failed to meet benefit criteria as a cross-border worker in both jurisdictions felt very let down. So just some examples, tangible examples of where it impacted. So what it really suggests is that it is important to consider the challenges and risks before policy or legislation is introduced, and I think this is really critical. Again, COVID did raise issues because things had to be done quickly, but that doesn't mean that they still can't be done well or considered in some respect in terms of the challenges of being a cross-border worker and an employer of cross-border workers as well. So typically what happens is there are challenges and barriers that arise because there's a lack of evaluation of the practicalities of introducing legislation and policy, and that's basically is because then that tends to be an ex post tackling of barriers. So these policies and legislations typically aren't thought through, and this is obviously coming from the perspective of cross-border workers. So it's looked at after the event when it's arguably too late rather than before it actually happens. Whereas in effect, if you did do some ex-ante mapping of the effects through some kind of cross-border impact assessment with experts from the border region and others, it means that the practicalities and challenges can be worked through in advance and mitigated or addressed as required, and obviously that makes common sense for government legislation and policies being introduced. Just to give an example, border proofing it's recently been introduced in the Netherlands. Anthony was very sorted out a workshop, and it involved Martin Unfried from the Institute for Transnational and Euro-Regional Cross-Border Cooperation, called ITEM, and he's done a lot of work on cross-border mobility and cooperation, and since 2020 it's now mandatory actually to undertake border proofing in the Netherlands, and that was actually driven by the politicians, largely based in the border regions. So in effect now, legislation and policies that's introduced where relevant has to look at the border effects. It's important to point out that the streaming element of that is really key, that the first step is to make sure that it actually might have border impacts, so it's not like everything has to go through this border proofing. It's for those areas that are relevant in legislation or policy. And the kinds of border proofing dimensions that it looks at are things like discrimination for citizens, the socioeconomic development of a region, does it disadvantage border areas, and the whole concept of cross-border cooperation, because it does work well whenever and for the betterment of people and businesses and government when it's done properly. And they also actually thought it was interesting, they had a measurement system in place. So they actually tried to measure, or are going to try to measure, the impact of the policy through things like the number of cross-border workers, the quality of the cross-border employment services, and even just understanding the socioeconomic profiling of a region in terms of any policy response that's undertaken. But Martin was keen to stress that, it's obviously early days in the policy. It's a new policy. There are challenges. I mean, one of the things I thought was quite interesting, you said that, the policy worked arguably for the border, but when it came to cross-border, that's where the challenges started to kick in, because what you did need was agreement with the other border countries, and in their case, Germany and Belgium, for example, to look at this on a cross-border basis. So you had to get the jurisdictions involved. There are still complexities in tax and social security because they're national systems, not necessarily always harmonised with the EU. The administrative burden, which is a really interesting one, that there might be political will, but there isn't necessarily the kind of government will in terms of the practicalities of putting something like this in place. So can we border-proof legislation and policy? Just to consider the options, and I know it's something that we have been looking at in detail. Should there be an explicit border-proofing policy that should jurisdictions? That's something that would be again written into mandatory, so it'd be in legislation in itself. It does raise issues around the extent of the administration, the political will, the delivery buy-in. All of those things would need to be considered as part of other proofing policies. I know something that we've discussed in detail at recent workshop was the whole concept of rural proofing, and obviously in Ireland with the New Rural Needs, the Rural Needs Act in Northern Ireland, and obviously the New Rural Policy in the Republic of Ireland. So there is rural proofing in Northern Ireland. It is in development in the Republic of Ireland, but the feedback was that first and foremost, if it's a rural proofing policy, the rural proofing aspect comes first. And in terms of introducing another layer in terms of border proofing those policies, there is the potential to be competing with other themes like environment and equality, and a feeling of assessment or fatigue was a concern. And it's quite interesting because I think the agreement was that even trying to introduce something like rural proofing policy was a challenge in itself, never mind bringing in something else. But what was really constructive and positive was the fact that, you know, there was a general agreement with it was program or project-based approach. It made sense, and there were already positive exemplars. And it was interesting because I know when we had the workshop, lots of examples came to the fore where it already exists in terms of local collaboration and issues in common. You had health impact assessments, climate change, public employment surveys, children's heart surgery, you know, the Water Framework Directive. So there actually are really good exemplars of where border proofing actually takes place, but it's more from the bottom up than it is obviously from the top down. But I think one of the key takeaways from that is that regardless, if you have a good streaming system in place and you're only looking at policies that are at risk of having a negative impact or otherwise on the whole concept of cross-border cooperation, then that's where you need to look at first. And just finally, in terms of the, you know, how you might go about that, in terms of impact assessment and looking at that relevant legislation and policy and where it matters for cross-border cooperation. The Centre for Cross-Border Studies already actually has developed an impact assessment toolkit for cross-border cooperation to see where there are implications for cross-border cooperation in terms of any legislation, and that takes an ex-ante approach. So it looks at the policy beforehand, it looks at the economic, the social, the environmental, the governance, cooperation impacts of proposed policy and legislation. And what I thought was interesting just to end with was if that kind of approach was taken into consideration, then if you think of the new existing and new COVID legislation that, you know, has precipitated a lot of kind of concern amongst cross-border workers, to the extent that some of that again could have been mitigated against. I mean, one of the things that I took away from this piece of work so far is the commentary from both employers and employees who are cross-border workers. You know, is it worth the risk and the hassle? What we have is a number of cross-border workers and employers who said that COVID had made them think that it simply isn't worth the stress and uncertainty to either work or to employ people on a cross-border basis. So, you know, there's obviously significant economic implications for that in terms of access to skills and jobs and even a sense of community and being able to cross the border to again live and work. And this could arguably start changing behaviours, and I know that from speaking to some employers, I did get a sense that some may be more focused on in-country recruitment going forward, and again an increasing issue coming up is this whole issue of running a payroll in the other jurisdiction and the implications for that. So that's something that could change behaviours, which would be really challenging. Although again, one employer did say that they are actively looking at ways to retain southern employees. This is a northern-based employer, but mentioned that if they ran an Irish payroll, you run into issues around access to the National Health Service. So there are, you know, in terms of the tax and welfare implications, those things all need to be checked through first, and that's where this kind of ex-ante assessment would kick in. And even things like an upsurge in people from Great Britain, so expats from Ireland coming home to live in Great Britain or to live in Ireland, but still work in Great Britain. There's some feedback to say that they couldn't get their national insurance records working. So that whole concept again of free movement is challenged. I'll leave you with a couple of quotes in the bottom, which shows just a very tangible impact for people whenever these policies aren't thought through properly. And I'd just like to end by thanking Anthony, but also Amory O'Kane, who's the manager of the Border and People Project with the Centre for Cross-Border Studies, who's been has a great wealth of information on the issues because she had to deal with them first hand as part of the Border People Project over the last 18 months. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Maureen. A lot there to think about. And we'll come back to those in a moment because we'll reserve questions and discussion after all four presentations. But one of the things that struck me there was that your repeated reference to free movement. And obviously we're in a situation where due to the UK's departure from the EU, that concept of free movement is now slightly different in terms of where the UK and Northern Ireland fits in terms of that free movement of people and what that actually signifies, and also this question of definitions. Key worker, cross-border worker. What are these things, and ensuring that there is comparability between the jurisdictions in order to facilitate that aspect of cross-border working. But also then you mentioned it towards the middle, but then again at the end you talked about changing behaviours, and that is something that we are really concerned around, is the potential for increased reluctance for businesses to employ cross-border workers, for citizens to engaging in cross-border employment because of that uncertainty, potential uncertainty moving forward. So thank you, Maureen. We'll come back to you obviously later on, but for now I would like to ask Aidan O'Kane to take the stage, who will now perhaps drill down into some of these more specific aspects to do with cross-border working, and perhaps the issues around taxation and remote working. So it's now my great pleasure to ask Aidan O'Kane to begin his presentation. So over to you, Aidan.
Thank you, Anthony, and thank you to the Centre for Cross-Border Studies for the kind invitation. It's my pleasure and honour to be here and present. So the Cross-Border Workers Coalition, who are they? So we're a coalition of individual employees and businesses that work in Northern Ireland but are resident in the Republic of Ireland. The group was established in March 2020, and that was right on the cusp of the pandemic, which really brought our issue that we're lobbying for to the fore. Our steering group is made up of many businesses representatives, for example, the Derry Chamber of Commerce, the Newry Chamber of Commerce. We've got business representatives from Allstate and from Seagate and some of the major FDIs that operate in and around the Derry area. The group has the support of some large industry bodies such as IBEC and CBI. So we have received a lot of support from these bodies, and we've also garnered support from the Oireachtas, Stormont and from Westminster. So our issue. Currently under the Irish tax, sorry, I'll just... Apologies. So under the current legislation, cross-border workers who live in the Republic of Ireland but work for Northern Ireland-based companies face a double taxation issue on the work that they do from their homes in the Republic of Ireland. Since the start of the pandemic, a temporary waiver was in place by the Irish government, recognising that there was an issue when we as business owners have asked our employees to work from home during the pandemic. In normal times, the Transborder Workers Relief allows for Republic of Ireland domiciled employees to carry out their duties for Northern-based companies as long as the work duties are solely conducted within Northern Ireland. So you can understand the issue whenever it raises its head whenever we ask all of our employees to remote work. So it's got a very negative impact on the individuals. It also has a negative impact on businesses. We are not a large economy. Ireland, Northern Ireland, isn't a large country. We rely on drawing from the talent pool across both jurisdictions, and this is very prevalent in the Northwest, where dairy businesses look at their natural hinterland of Donegal, Sligo, Tyrone as being the talent pool where we draw our resources from. So the impact has significant personal and employer impacts. It's certainly from just a logistical perspective. From a logistical perspective, our employees have to make the journey in from their homes in Donegal into their office in Derry, and this just does not work for some of the modern jobs today, which requires 24/7 sort of involvement. From a technology perspective, from our company, we do rely on individuals to make themselves available at unsociable hours, and in real terms, we have seen in the past where employees have had to make a 30-mile journey a 60-mile round trip to come to the office to deal with issues which they could have dealt with for 5 minutes at their own kitchen table. The pandemic, as I say, has alleviated some of those concerns, but again, it's temporary. And this issue will come back really strongly at the end of this year if it isn't addressed full on by the Irish government and by the Department of Finance. The long-term solution to the issue will incentivise companies to take a look at the border regions for establishing their businesses. Companies, FDIs, do look at where they draw their talent from, whether their businesses can be sustained into the future in terms of access of talent and skills, which is #1 priority in terms of businesses ensuring they've got sustainability in particular regions. So having a barrier to draw upon talent is not going to lend itself very well for the all-island economy, which is talked about considerably. So our goals of the coalition. So until the end of this year, the temporary waiver is still in place for employees to be able to work from home, to be able to remote work for Northern Ireland-based companies. This comes to a stark end at the end of December, where our employees will face a cliff edge in terms of not knowing what their working arrangements may be. We are looking for a permanent solution to personal tax rules to accommodate the new way of working. Individuals, companies recognise that things have changed for good. The expectations of employees to be able to take advantage of remote working is in place and will not go away. So now is the right time to make a change and to address the issue which hinders that particular aspect for employees. We met with Minister Donoghue in June this year. It was a very open, positive discussion. He recognised that this was impactful. He recognised that it was an important issue to address, and he assured us that him and his department would give it all the attention that it quite clearly deserves. Ahead of those meetings, we engaged with experts from Grant Thornton to assist in stress testing some of our proposals, which we brought to the Minister in that meeting and his team. The advice that we were given was very coherent, and we had brought that to the table in terms of the tax strategy group. The Minister, on the back of that meeting, confirmed that he would be asking the tax strategy group to make a paper, to create a paper for this ahead of the autumn budget, which they did. So our legislative ask ahead of the January cliff edge is for the permanent solution to be put in place, introducing long-term pragmatic reforms into the tax system. The ideal outcome for us is, the bottom line, is the eradication of a tax liability for those that decide to work from home in ROI for Northern Ireland-based companies. A permanent continuation of the current waiver was also one of our proposals, and in conjunction with this, which is actually a very important aspect, is that the employer allowance in terms of removing requirements for things like shadow payroll, for example, is also a really important aspect to make the overall solution work. So the tax strategy group did produce a paper solely for our issue, which we were pleased about. The paper was released last Thursday, and it does address aspects of our campaign. However, it concluded that a permanent continuation of the waiver was impractical, and the document really did ignore the significant and pressing concerns expressed by the business community that operates in the border regions. In many ways, it was a paper that simply admired the problem. So we are in a position right now, as of this week, where we're putting together our proposal, we are putting together our proposal that will rebut the tax strategy group paper in a number of areas. two key areas that we feel are the areas of concern is the equity piece, where there's concern from the revenue that there would be an imbalance in terms of individuals in the Republic of Ireland having a particular advantage over another individual in the island. This doesn't take into consideration that there is currently an unlevel playing field between individuals that work for Republic of Ireland based companies but live in Northern Ireland who enjoy a 60-day flexible arrangement, if you like, where they can work for ROI based companies and work from home in Northern Ireland. The other way just does not exist at the moment. So some key statistics, just if I can quote this, and this will not be lost on the audience, but 75% of border businesses employ staff from the other side of the border. And since the start of the pandemic, the number of remote working jobs has increased by almost 1,300%. And when we think about changing behaviours of businesses, this is a big concern. Just this week, we had seen an active advert for a job for a Northern Ireland-based company actually put in brackets behind the remote working conditions available for UK residents only. This is only the start of it. If something isn't done in terms of changing that type of situation that we're currently facing. We have had a lot of political engagement as well. So from a political perspective, we've talked to everybody there is to talk to from the Republic of Ireland across the full political spectrum, and we've had a lot of engagement there, and certainly they understand the issue and they understand the importance of the issue. So recently we had met with Sinn Féin Finance Minister Pearse Doherty, the SDLP leader Colm Eastwood, Fine Gael Senator Emer Curry, who has been very sympathetic to our particular issue, and also the Sinn Féin President Mary Lou McDonald. In regards to Shared Island Dialogue, this is one which we feel that the government in the Republic talk about a lot, and what concerns us is that when we talk about the all-island economy, a shared island unit, our rural future, those sorts of initiatives, although most welcome, absolutely, there are real and practical barriers to making those actually come to fruition. So, as I say, we've had a lot of political engagement. We've also had wider engagement within the business community, both north and south of the border. From IBEC, CBI, the Centre of Cross-Border Studies has also been a really strong advocate for our particular issue as well. So whilst we've had all the right engagement at this point, we're really now at the stage where action needs to happen, and we do call very strongly today that the Irish Finance Minister Paschal Donohoe takes a look at our issue and ahead of the autumn budget puts in practical measures to alleviate the concerns of individuals who are disadvantaged by this particular piece of legislation. Our recent media coverage has garnered a lot of traction as well as some of our social media aspects. So our next steps in relation to this is to bring forward, again, practical solutions to the Minister and to his department that will work for both businesses and for employees. It's a really important aspect to get right if we're going to take an all-island economy serious and if we're going to address issues that impact individuals and their lives. Again, our social media campaign has been very strong. I would encourage everybody to take a look at us on Twitter at Border Workers and get up to date with our current activity. We're really now at the stage where we do need to call on all individuals who are impacted by this to make their voice known, all businesses who have concerns about this also to make their voice known, and we can do that through our social media channels. And with that, I'd like to again thank Anthony for the invitation and for Anne-Marie as well for all the support in our particular campaign over the last number of months. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aidan. Really highlighting here some of the real live issues in terms of some of the difficulties surrounding cross-border workers and cross-border employers as well, in terms of issues that actually were already there, but COVID has actually shone a light on some of these issues that were there, but now have become really pertinent. So thank you very much, Aidan. And again, we'll be coming back to you afterwards with some questions and about some discussion. It is now my enormous pleasure to welcome Helen McAvoy from the Institute of Public Health, who is joining us remotely. Helen, you're very, very welcome. I'm really grateful for you for being here, and to the Institute of Public Health, who have been great supporters of the Centre for Cross-Border Studies in our work, and obviously we admire your work as well. So it's absolutely fantastic that you're able to be here with us today. So I'm going to hand over to you, Helen, now. So whenever you're ready, just fire away. Okay, thanks, Helen.
Great. Okay, thanks so much, Anthony, and thank you very much for the invitation to contribute to this event today. Just to talk quickly about the Institute of Public Health, if we move on to the next slide, what we do, you will have seen a little bit of a video earlier. The Institute has been around since around 1997, 1998. We weren't one of the official implementation bodies set up under the Good Friday Agreement, but we do work on an all-island basis with funding from the Departments of Health in Ireland and Northern Ireland. We principally do this through developing research and evidence to support policy by influencing various stages of policy development cycle, from consultation, evidence review, development of policy, but also looking at policy implementation and policy review. And we work for governments, policymakers, and indeed civil society across the island. Our current strategic objectives are set out in this document here, which is available on our website. But Action 3 of our current strategic objectives really does digs down in particular on the north-south, east-west, and including the particular cross-border elements of our work, although it is in fact cross-cutting to all the other strategic objectives that we deliver. So next slide there. And I might just skip to the next one. So what am I going to cover today? Well, it's been a very interesting few years for public health on the island of Ireland, and globally, of course. I hope you weren't expecting me to talk too much about COVID-19. We have two other speakers that are going to talk about that in detail. I'm not going to talk about ways of coordinating healthcare services, and I'm not going to do the inevitable comparison of health status in Ireland and Northern Ireland. But what I wanted to talk about more broadly was how we can approach strategically improving population health on the island of Ireland, and how IPH works in that space. Talk in this honest way that we've been talking about, a lot about honesty and being realistic on what are the current issues, and put forward perhaps some future possibilities, in the context of various different things in post-pandemic recovery, in the context of the UK's withdrawal from the EU, and all of those other contexts that are happening. Okay, next slide. So, if we think about health, I think a lot of people understand health in different ways. And maybe when we say public health, everyone's thinking primarily about the pandemic and control of infectious disease. But I've put in a quote here from Rudolf Virchow. This is a statue commemorating his life in Berlin. I'm not sure what the figures on the top are doing, but they're wrangling over political control over health. And there was a beautiful paper written in 2009 that really reflected on what he understood health to be. And I think that the key thing is that whole populations can be sick. The origins of those illnesses have their roots in social environmental conditions that are created by political action or inaction. And political action is needed to protect people from disease as well as to cure them. So if we take that idea of population health and what's needed to improve it, you will see just how closely politics and public health are related, and just how much politics is important in prevention as well as in providing care for people who are already experiencing illness and disease. And where we are at the moment is we're still in the grips of a pandemic of infectious disease, but we also have other epidemics in terms of obesity, the ongoing epidemic of tobacco-related disease, the epidemic of alcohol-related disease. Northern Ireland had the highest rate of alcohol-specific deaths in the UK for the first time this year. So there are other challenges here that are acting in a syndemic way when we have an infectious disease pandemic occur on top of the epidemics, which we're already dealing with on a long-term basis. Next slide, please. So what we do in the Institute of Public Health is we try and support policy development that is based on evidence. Sometimes we don't always have all the evidence we need, but that's based on objective evidence from Ireland, from Northern Ireland and globally that encompasses health and all policies. So we influence policies in transport and education and social welfare that focus on health equity to provide everyone with an equal opportunity for health and well-being, that build policy that builds in all island, cross-border and north, south, east, west considerations beyond the lip service level. So what are the tangible tools and actions that can be put in place to support that to happen within strategy design, within its implementation, and indeed within processes of policy review. Linkages with European and global responses, because the main challenges to health status are European and global. And appropriate deployment of the tools of government for health improvement, be that regulation, investment in large-scale programs, and so on. The best use of economies of scale on the island of Ireland and UK-wide, and commitments to develop infrastructure that facilitates both that informal and formal contact in leadership roles. So the number of linkages and the strength of linkages are the two keys, the two key values in relation to integration. So this guy is kind of like the Institute is trying to water the roots of good policy development that takes into account these issues, but it's never a straight course. We sometimes go backwards as well as forwards, but we got to keep watering, and ultimately, hopefully, the weather improves, the conditions are good, and we go onwards and upwards. Next slide, please. So these areas here you may recognize as the areas that were set out as areas of cooperation under the Good Friday Agreement in 1998. And the way that we are increasingly working is certainly we seek to support good policy development in the health area, but we have really taken the view that it's equally important to address health within education, within transport, environment, and so on. So, for example, we would recently have submitted consultation responses in relation to environmental planning in Northern Ireland. We would have been very active in providing public health advice for policies relating to 20 miles per hour in Northern Ireland and 30 kilometres per hour in the south, influencing road safety strategies and so on. So we try and build health into all of these policies rather than just focus on health policy alone. Sometimes those developments are happening parallel in both jurisdictions. That's okay. We don't force one set way of doing things, but we take the best evidence and we say, this is what we think may work for Northern Ireland. This is what we think may work for Republic of Ireland. And here's some things we may need to really give careful consideration for in terms of those issues I've talked about before around impacts on the border area, efficiencies of scale, and what infrastructures may be needed to support. And one area, for example, may be evaluation. So we introduced 20 miles per hour in one area or 30 kilometers per hour in the south. They're not actually completely the same. I won't go into imperial and metric, but there's important things that we can learn from each other in the implementation of those of the same policy in perhaps slightly different ways. So next slide. So I've just sometimes it may seem a bit high level and abstract, but I thought I'd give a kind of a worked example of one way in which we would have supported North-South cooperation on alcohol policy. So the North-South Alcohol Policy Advisory Group was established by the Chief Medical Officers on foot of a recommendation that was made within a government policy in one jurisdiction, not in both, interestingly. But we have been facilitating the development of this group since about 2013. We run on a 3-year cycle with a clear terms of reference. We report directly into the CMOs. We've provided reporting into the North-South Ministerial Council. And the membership of that group is multi-sectoral and cross-departmental. So we would have membership from certainly Department of Health, but also some of the key agencies like Public Health Agency and the HSE, Department of Justice and Department of Communities. We have internal components where we make the space for safe conversations about challenging issues in alcohol policy. And we also have external facing components where we may have a public seminar to get to hear from international experts and to hear from people who are working on various aspects of policy development on alcohol. We embrace North, South and East, West inputs. So we would have had inputs from, for example, the British Medical Association and from Professor Ian Gilmore, based in London, from the Alcohol Health Alliance UK. So it provides an opportunity to bring those wider perspectives in to the work. Next slide, please. So I suppose this is a slide that talks about the various different levels of working relationships, from being completely parallel to being fully integrated, or from being shallow to deep, depending on which way you want to think about it. But I think we have to accept that some people will see this moving from lower risk to higher risk scenarios. There may be a higher political risk. There may be a higher risk in terms of transactional costs. There may be that you could equally well have lower benefit and higher benefit. But I think sometimes we've become overly focused on the risks and not on the benefits. The risks are more immediately clear, whereas the benefits are sometimes longer term and not as well articulated. So, and I think what happened within the pandemic was we had to move from shallow to deep incredibly quickly. And it's very difficult to move through these levels of working relationship very, very quickly. And that's been the challenge. We had probably been a little bit too much in the networking and cooperation sphere, and perhaps a little, and then moving from that almost into sort of a collaboration co-production space by necessity in the context of an emergency, public health emergency, did create a lot of challenges, which I know Anne will be talking about a little bit later. Okay, next slide. So just trying to be solution focused, I've listed some of the current issues that I would see as being priorities in relation to sort of north-south working on health going forward. At the moment, a lot of the work is still weighted towards that networking level, with the possible exception of the border counties where you see a deeper level of integration. And I think we can deepen those things through relationship, but we also need structures. And I think some clearly defined and boundaried operational frameworks would be extremely useful to move forward. The risk is, of course, that they will not attract any political priority, and that we will have a culture of maybe looking at the overt focus on the differences in the health systems at the expense of saying, well, we have the same health problems. We may have different health systems, but we have the same health problems, and north-south working continuing as a sort of optional extra. We do have fantastic examples of cooperation in border counties on health, but these have been very supported by European funding, and I think it's time to move perhaps to a more sustainable funding mechanism that's supplemented but not wholly dependent on European or third-party sources. Because when you have repeated short-term funding, you get challenges in bedding down and mainstreaming those really effective approaches or innovations that work. I think we have a lack of policy tools, which I think were talked about a little bit earlier in terms of perhaps that border proofing or better use of impact assessment, more integrated use of impact assessment in looking at, well, what will be the impact on health on the all-island basis, on a cross-border basis with this new reform. And a brilliant opportunity now to have more leadership networks between Public Health Wales, Public Health Scotland, the new Office for Health Improvement and Health Disparities in London, Public Health Agency and departments. Otherwise, I think we may see parallel paths, duplication of effort and low system efficiency, and a system that's maybe not as resilient as it could be. Obviously, a key issue is you have to have a basic level of public health infrastructure as part of that resilience. And I think underinvestment in our public health infrastructure has been something that every country in the world is now come to realize, and that needs to happen as well. So there's a really good opportunity to build that up, but also build that up in a way that is much better equipped to address kind of transboundary issues. And what we have is something interesting at the moment where we have Sláintecare and we have this future model for integrated care systems in the north that are actually heading in exactly the same direction, well, very similar direction, but taking rather different paths. So there is an opportunity in there to say both these health systems want to have integrated services. They want to have better care at primary, community and social care. They want population planning and they want a better approach to addressing health inequalities. So I think there's a real opportunity there to say this reform is heading in the same way. How do we build that interface model to make it work really well in border counties? Okay, next slide. Health information systems differ considerably, and there's no amount of clever data analysis that can fix data that was collected and designed in different ways. So I think we need to really look at maybe some partnership structures between some of the higher level data collection, data management bodies, like the Office for National Statistics in the UK, the CSO and NISRA, to get away from this issue of poor data comparability. I'm a little concerned that with the UK withdrawal from the EU that Northern Ireland and indeed the UK may lose relationship with the European and global information infrastructure and the assets that come with that. So I think that does need to be managed. And in terms of the financial viability of sustaining this increased demand for health service, obviously this is particularly acute at the moment in Northern Ireland, but we've not really done the health economics piece that well as yet in terms of where are the efficiencies, how can we leverage overflow arrangements, and so on. And then the workforce piece as well is critical in terms of we now realize we need a different public health workforce than we thought we needed 10 years ago. And how are we going to ensure that we have that flexible multidisciplinary workforce fit for the challenges that that's in population health now? And my last slide, please. So this is where I'm touching on UK withdrawal from the EU. Many concerns, but also some possibilities is what I'm pitching here. So I guess the main thing is in terms of monitoring impact and considering the responses specific to protecting public health. And the main concerns I would have, the initial concerns were really around access to medicines and so on. I think most of those issues have been resolved through a lot of hard work by the public health and the environmental health groups and workers, which went unfortunately largely unrecognised. But I think the broader macroeconomic piece is what would concern me from a population perspective, where we already have a very high level of food poverty and child poverty in Northern Ireland, and they are critical determinants of public health. So that does concern me. And again, this distancing in relationship from the European organisations that can support best evidence and so on. The other piece, which I've just mentioned here, is around law and regulation. It's a little unclear at this time what effect the Internal Market Bill may have or other trade relationships may have. We don't want to see agreements that increase the availability of unhealthy products or reduce the level of regulation or protection on those. But it's unclear to me, and I'm quite happy to be corrected on what level of autonomy Northern Ireland Assembly may have in introducing public health regulations, for example, minimum unit pricing of alcohol or safety standards in relation to food and so on. Those things are really very important. But, you know, within the ambiguities that are there, is there an opportunity for Northern Ireland to take its place and to be a leader in the state developing regulations based on evidence, local needs and assembly consensus. Neither evidence, local needs or assembly consensus are easy things to achieve, but I think that there is the scope within ambiguity to perhaps carve out something quite unique. And that is it from me.
Helen, thank you so much. Before we move on to Anne, just to pick up on, I mean, I love the phrase watering the good roots of public policy. But yeah, actually, one of the things that comes to mind is, and it touches on what Maureen was saying and actually on what Aidan was saying, is watering the good roots. It depends on what stage you're watering those roots. If it was when it's a seed, as in ex ante, let's look at this before we introduce the policy or the legislation rather than when it's already introduced, and then we're trying to kind of rescue the plants and making sure that those roots are healthy. But thank you so much, Helen. Thank you so much for that. I'm now going to ask Anne to join us. Anne, you're very, very welcome. Very welcome indeed, joining us remotely as well. Whenever you're ready,
thank you, Anthony.
Just fire away. Thanks, Anne.
All right. Greetings from Dublin, everybody, and thank you so much, Anthony, and everybody in the Centre for Cross-Border Studies for inviting me to contribute to this really excellent dialogue. It's been so interesting. I've been tuning in for most of the morning and this afternoon, so thank you. I'm representing a study ultimately that was undertaken by the Discipline of Public Health and Primary Care and led by Catherine Darker. It was a contained toolbox with colleagues in a collaboration in Queen's University in Bristol in UCD, and a number of our own colleagues in our discipline, myself and Sarah Burke, Joe Barry and Emma Burke. And what we were particularly interested in is kind of quite opposite in a way to what Aidan and Maureen were talking about earlier on, which was looking at the impact on people's lives of the policies that were made along the border and how that impacted on people's living conditions, on their tax arrangements, and the implications of stay-at-home policies at that micro or community and individual and household levels. What we were looking at, and what I'm interested in as an assistant professor in global health, is the nature of political systems and how what very much what Helen was talking about, that really close relationship that exists between political systems, which are in fact the means through which the science of public health tends to be communicated and adapted and implemented in an environment. I mean, it strikes me, I think, and one of the things that really interests me in this field and in this particular subject in the context of COVID-19 was very much, you know, if you engaged with many of the multilateral guidance that was coming from the World Health Organization and the European Centres for Disease Prevention and Control, they kept talking about and guiding on the science of public health, but constantly reiterating that it needed to be translated within the context of a political framework and the political reality of the local context. And I think that was very often lost, if you like, in translation. Next slide, please. So, as I said, it was part of a COVID-19 toolbox that was funded by the Health Research Board and the Irish Research Council, looking to disentangle psychological, behavioural, media and governmental responses. What we were interested in particularly, and our primary objective, was to study and track public health policy for COVID-19 in Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland across the timeline that captured the first wave of the pandemic only in each jurisdiction. And we did this using a range of policy indicators that had been developed by the Blavatnik School of Government in Oxford University. I come to some of this, you know, again, with a global health lens, because, you know, in many outbreaks, whether they be HIV or Ebola, SARS or Zika virus throughout the world, and through my work in the UN and for the Government of Ireland through the Department of Foreign Affairs and the Irish Aid Programme, looking at the political systems and how you translate the responses, the public health response or the infectious diseases response to an outbreak is hugely important in terms of how institutions and jurisdictions manage an outbreak of any disease worldwide. So it's nothing unique here, if you like. This is something that happens around the world. And in fact, political analysis of public health and infectious diseases outbreaks are recommended by the World Health Organization for every disease outbreak in jurisdictions. Next slide, please. I won't go through much of the methodology, but as I said, we use the Oxford COVID-19 government response tracker using data sources that were in the public domain. So the study is quite limited by the use of secondary data. It was also a very short, resource-limited study spanning over 6 months only. We used Irish Government and National Public Health Emergency Team data, Northern Ireland Assembly and Public Health Agency data, and SAGE and the UK Government. We used the Health System Response Monitor published by the World Health Organization to track and cross-check the sequence of events and triangulate all the data and information. So this was involved, you know, as any policy study requires, a really, it's incredibly detailed, you know, and requires reviewing an extremely large volume of documentation and applying secondary analysis. So we applied directed qualitative content analysis to look at measures, so next slide, please, across 2 core areas of the public health response. This is containment and closure, containment measures. Sorry, next slide. Not sure what's happening there. Are we stuck? Thank you. Coronavirus. So yes, so the government response track provides for containment and closure policies and health system policies. I'm not going to go through all of these and our findings in each of the areas. I've selected 5 key areas that show where there was points of alignment and where the divergences also arose as well, and maybe perhaps explore some of the reasons why these happened through political economy analysis. Next slide, please. So the key here is Republic of Ireland in green, the Wales, Scotland and England in red, and Northern Ireland specifically. So tracking. So the first area that we looked at, all of the data, all of the political discussions and debates through Hansard, through Dáil debates, through all of the NPHET minutes and the Public Health Agency press releases as well, and all of the data, was looking at the impact of school closures. What we found was that of all the policy areas, it was by far the most politicized and divisive initially. The first steps were taken in the Republic of Ireland following an outbreak in a school in North Dublin of one schoolboy who tested positive, and the Irish government on the 1st of March and closed schools, and subsequently 2 weeks or less than 2 weeks later, on the 12th of March, closed all schools and universities in the state. Initially in Northern Ireland, there appeared to be a level of unity between both the Sinn Féin party represented, the First Minister and the Deputy First Minister, in terms of keeping schools opened. But after the announcement in the Republic of Ireland, this greater divisions emerged. Peter Weir defending his position, basically saying that it hadn't been politicised. that it was ultimately coming from the CMO and Sinn Féin aligning very much with the Republic of Ireland position. And then you had piecemeal closures at community level, also along politicised lines or ethno-national lines as well. What's really interesting, I think, in this is if you step back and look at the guidance from the World Health Organization and the European Centre for Disease Prevention and Control at the time, they were actually advocating that schools and universities should not be closed. And the basis for this was based on a number of outbreaks of flu epidemics over many decades and looking at the impact in schools and younger children. So thinking about that, what seems to have been the case, and again, we very often see this in an Irish context where the Republic of Ireland tends to be quite cautious and conservative in the way that it responds to public health measures. Or any measures, there tends to be. We were also the same in terms of HIV, which is ultimately the area that I worked in for over a decade. There was a high degree of caution in the Irish government's response to HIV, and we saw this again in terms of COVID-19, that was deviating somewhat from the international guidance. Now, there was also a very interesting claim on the HSE's website, the Health Service Executive's website at that time, stating that Ireland was following the guidance from the World Health Organization and the European Centres for Disease Prevention and Control, but that due to Brexit, the UK was following its own path. Again, in our study, we did not find evidence to support that. Indeed, what we found was that the UK, after a significant time lapse initially, from February and the end of February, certainly began to follow the World Health Organization guidance quite rigidly as well. And that then played out in many of the other areas of policy development in the response to COVID-19 that tended to become very closely aligned. Next slide, please. Workplace closures, then again, what we saw here was, a lot of alignment arising in terms of workplace closures, but when you dig down into the details, some differences with the Republic of Ireland, work from home policies instituted from the 12th of March quite early, and piecemeal closure of very different venues between the Republic of Ireland and North of Ireland. As you can see there, the differences in the timeline in terms of mandatory closures of all workplaces in both the Republic of Ireland and North of Ireland is literally only a difference of 4 days. So many of these things in the public awareness, and I entered this study, I think, and we all did, and I think in many of the papers got a lot of kind of public scrutiny and debate that we wrote, and many people kind of saying, but we had such an impression that the Republic of Ireland was way ahead of Northern Ireland in many, and that was certainly the narrative at the time. But when we dug into the policy agreements, we didn't actually find that. We found very close alignment and a very close timeline. Next slide, please. Cancelling public events and restrictions on mass gatherings. I wonder, could I ask, is there any possibility, instead of seeing myself, I could just ask you to increase the yes, thank you very much, because I'm blind as a bat, so it's a little bit difficult to see the slide. Thank you. Cancelling public events and mass gatherings. Again, a few differences here in the detail. The European Centre for Disease Control guidance at the time was that mass gatherings should be cancelled, and all mass gatherings before the peak of that first outbreak was reached. The Republic of Ireland, of course, cancelled the rugby fixture on the 7th of March, but really announced that way too late, with many rugby supporters who'd already purchased their tickets to Dublin already coming. We know, of course, as well, that Cheltenham went ahead, and that was responsible for, really triggered and gained pace of a number of infections, both in Northern Ireland and of new cases in the Republic. By the 9th of March, however, there was both the Northern Ireland Assembly and the Dáil both announced, the Irish government announced the cancellation of St. Patrick's Day on the same day. And what you see here is in terms of cancelling public events and restrictions on mass gatherings between England, Westminster, the Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland is literally a day's difference in these, 26th, I think that's 27th and 28th of March 2020. Next slide, please. Lockdown, shelter in place policies. Again, these were all enacted and became mandatory pretty much on the same day. So the 23rd, it was announced. 27th, lockdown shelter in place policies announced on the 27th, and in Northern Ireland on the 28th. Now, again, there were some differences there in terms of, you know, distances that you could travel. But if you pull back, as policy analysis requires you to do, and the Oxford COVID-19 governance response tracker has been repeated in multiple countries throughout the world, and it's looking at these high-level policies and how they were aligned across jurisdictions. But it's important to say that I really take Maureen's and Aidan's point that when you look down at the detail of what was happening at the border, and indeed one of our other studies looking at the Twitter feeds, there were a lot of the Twitter data and you know, which again is sometimes problematic in terms of analysis, and you know, carries its own levels of limitation and bias. But when, you know, it gives you a snapshot of what people are feeling and experiencing. Many of the issues that Aidan and Maureen talk about the difficulties of working from home in a different jurisdiction, and that cross-border traffic, the disruption to that on a daily basis. And for example, in the Republic, where there was the limitation of 5 kilometres that wasn't in place in Northern Ireland, was particularly difficult for individuals. But pulling back from that and looking at the levels of alignment and whether or not there was likely to have been some dialogue, and again, this is kind of speculative to some degree, but then the level of alignment that we find makes it unlikely to have been just happen chance. It's important to state that there is also alignment with the guidance coming from the World Health Organization and the European Centre for Disease Prevention and Control in all 3 jurisdictions too. So while there was this claim in the Republic of Ireland that due to Brexit, only the Republic of Ireland was following the guidance, the multilateral guidance, and that the UK was no longer following multilateral guidance, that's not supported by the data that we found. Certainly earlier on, I think that might have been the case, but that certainly wasn't the case by the time the first wave gained traction from mid-March. Next slide, please. Face masks, again, you know, you can see a little differences here with the Republic of Ireland actually being much slower than either Westminster or Northern Ireland to enact face mask policies. But when they were made mandatory on exactly the same day in August, 28th of August, across the board in all 3 jurisdictions. Next slide, please. Testing policy is where we fell foul of, you know, the data, the poor data comparability that Helen has talked about. We gave a huge amount of time over to this, and, you know, trying to work through, you know, some of the deaths, for example, or just focusing on deaths, or just focusing on incidents, because there had been a huge amount of discussion and dialogue around you know, the number of tests being rolled out, but the way in which the data was reported, and also some missing data from the beginning, the first few weeks of the outbreak, and after the 27th of February, which is when the first case was identified in the north of Ireland, and the 29th in the Republic, there were cumulative totals released across different timelines by each health agency, north and south. So that made it extremely difficult to, and especially in a small study like this, where, you know, that we were on a very, very tight timeline, to actually really dig down and scrutinize that. So there was a point at which we had to, if you like, give up. So it did defy comparison, both in terms of mortality rates, in terms of incidents and the level of testing. The pace at which guidance and case definitions changed as well was difficult to track, and local differences in interpretation and system capacity were also quite difficult, with missing data in both jurisdictions and both reporting then cumulative totals across different timelines. What was really interesting, I think, when we were really scrutinizing this is the communication around testing. So there were a number of different recommendations made, you know, about 12 different recommendations around how testing could be conducted by the WHO, but they qualify it all the time, saying that, you know, local systems need to be factored in terms of capacity, in terms of the strength of the health system, the capacity of the health system, the funding available within the health system, and of course the political framework within the health system is operating. All of those qualifications tended to be left out by the critics of either jurisdiction. What was really, I think, one of the most compelling case studies around that was the cancellation, Northern Ireland's, you know, because initially neither Northern Ireland nor the Republic of Ireland were able, they had initially said that their intention was to provide community testing to everybody who was symptomatic. Now, as the outbreak gained pace, the eligibility criteria for that had to be increased. So to such an extent that Northern Ireland stated that it had to cancel asymptomatic community testing. And while the Republic of Ireland also did the same and issued the same guidance to primary care practitioners through the Health Protection Surveillance Centre, we actually didn't announce it. But it was announced in Northern Ireland that communities, but in effect, it was exactly the same thing. Now, as testing began to ultimately outstrip, if you like, resources, both throughout the pandemic, in all outbreaks, the first wave, second wave, and third wave, each jurisdiction had to increase the eligibility criteria. I think what happened in the critiquing and the communication by public health and individual critics of either system is that they commented on one system over another rather than looking at the systemic whole or the structure of whole. So it wasn't incorrect to say that Northern Ireland had ceased community testing. However, it paled into insignificance if you compared Northern Ireland to multiple other jurisdictions throughout Europe at the same time, who were experiencing this massive increase in the number of symptomatic cases coming forward daily and a limited health system capacity, and having to make a decision about what was possible. The Republic of Ireland did, you know, sometimes what I think we do quite well in the Republic is kind of keeping our heads below the parapet and, you know, not maybe broadcasting to the world. You know, as Samuel Beckett says, you know, any fool can turn a blind eye, but who knows what the ostrich sees in the sand. If you keep a low profile on something, you know, you can get away with people believing that the initial statement we made around community testing still held. It actually didn't. We only resumed community testing from May.
Sorry, Anne, could you wrap up?
Sorry, yes, I will. Sorry. Next slide there. So we also looked at the minutes of meeting from bilateral meetings using Hansard and reports through the Northern Ireland Assembly and Quad meetings, of course, as well, and minutes of meetings. And what we found was that there were weekly telephone conversations and very strong relationships between both the Republic of Ireland, the CMO in NPHET, and Peter McBride in the Public Health Agency. And I know myself as well from working in health systems and as a civil servant that wouldn't be stated in a public document unless it was true. So that was repeated, and we triangulated that data search and found it repeated in multiple places. Next slide. So the overall findings, what we find is that public health and containment policy responses to COVID-19 in the Republic of Ireland were broadly aligned, including in the pace of their introduction. I've already talked extensively about the difficulties around testing. The 12th of March looms large in terms of what became the perception versus the reality in terms of what were perceived as differences. And many commentators jumped on that community level, the differences in testing strategies that were communicated in one jurisdiction and not in another. Hansard on departmental minutes point to regular weekly meetings and dialogue between each. There were significant points of interjurisdictional alignment between all of the policies that we reviewed. There's nothing unusual here. And I think that's, if anything, it's reassuring. HIV and AIDS, Ebola, Zika virus and SARS and COVID-1 were among many other infectious diseases across time and geographical distance illustrate the ways in which political realities and the capacity of a health system impact and impede the best intentions of public health experts. Next slide, please. You see some divergence, as I've already talked about there, in terms of school and college closures, workplace closures, but again, testing, the jury is out on that. Next slide, please. So barriers to an all-island response was really the politicisation of public health narrative, almost certainly exacerbated by Brexit and the issues arising at that time around the protocol. So COVID-19, despite all our fears around it at the time, and similarly with HIV in the 1980s, didn't really shift the political status quo. So we don't know what that tipping point would be, which would prompt, an all-island response. Of course, many people referred back to the single epidemiological unit concept that framed the response to foot and mouth earlier, but that was at a very different pre-Brexit time that has really changed, as a number of commentators throughout the day have noted today. It has changed the political context and the nature of political dialogue under the Good Friday Agreement. There is nothing new here. These kind of tensions play out in every disease outbreak, in every corner of the world, and disease, the spread of the disease, the political capacity of the jurisdiction, the nature of post-conflict in which adherence to public health policy outcomes or public health guidance tends to be significantly lower in post-conflict societies, and you see that playing out hugely in terms of Ebola and also Zika virus throughout the world as well, where there was low levels of take-up of public health guidance. That does happen, and it hasn't really been looked at in the outbreak of COVID-19. But what we found, and I think this is really the take-home message, substantial public health policy alignment brought about by ongoing dialogue and cooperation that was definitely hugely evident in everything we looked at between the health administrations in each jurisdiction, and that we found that provisions of the MOU were adhered to as they were provided for under the Good Friday Agreement. Final slide. That's it, I think. Thank you very much to all of you, and sorry for going over time, Anthony.
Thank you, Anne. Thank you very much. One of the things that came out strongly there, well, two things for me. It's perception versus reality in terms of differences and the impacts of differences in terms of public health measures. Now, I'm not necessarily saying it's the same in terms of supports for businesses and supports for employers, where differences there. even slight differences can have significant impacts, and the perception perhaps does match reality. So that's one of the things that came through there. But also the cooperation that goes on, it goes on quietly and has been going on, and is perhaps people aren't necessarily aware of that. So as we're kind of slightly over time, I'm just going to ask each one of you a very brief question, and I would ask for a brief response if you don't mind. And I'm going to stick with you, and it's actually a question that's coming from the audience, and it gets to the heart of it, really. It's asking whether good cooperation, proper cooperation across the borders can help to control the spread of such kind of diseases like COVID-19. Is good cooperation going to help in terms of that? What would be your answer?
Absolutely, I would say the single most important indicator of disease prevention and control, in my experience in relation to HIV and what I know about the outbreak of Ebola everywhere in the world, is about political leadership. So that there, and I think this very small study, but nonetheless has shown very promising indications that high-level leadership, collaboration, and good relationships between civil servants on both sides of the border had resulted in alignment. What we can't say from this study is, you know, what would have happened if you didn't have that. It might have been, you know, we can speculate that it may have been much worse, but there were lots of, you know, and while if you look at the detail, there are issues undoubtedly, there is no doubt, and the evidence shows us this throughout the world, that leadership is key, and high-level collaboration across borders is key for the control and prevention of infectious diseases.
Thank you. That's a theme that's run through the entire day, leadership, which is absolutely essential. And turning to you, Helen, you mentioned the fact that the Institute for Public Health supports public policy through research, providing an evidence base in terms of that policy, public policy north and south. But my question to you is this, when you're providing the evidence, is this ex ante? Are you providing that evidence base as the policy is being developed, or is it once the policy has already been developed and you're kind of providing evidence on its impact?
I think mostly we try, the earlier you can input evidence into the policy development cycle, the better, provided that people are of a mind to look at it and take it on board. And that evidence is transferable to whatever context it needs to go into. So we would respond to consultations on public policy. For example, we just recently did a consultation response on the mental health strategy in Northern Ireland, and we addressed all island cooperation and cross-border issues within that. The other area, the other way in which we try and build that health in all policies approach early on is to use health impact assessment as a tool to look at what can we reasonably think are the health impacts of this new policy, this new program, this new law, this new service. And that evidence is from evidence that's published in the literature, but also through engagement with local stakeholders to say, well, what's the impact going to be on you? What do you think? And to bring those pieces together and proactively say, if you want to design a policy that's better for health, here's some amendments you may need to make. So we are just finalising updated guidance for health impact assessment on the island of Ireland. And in that we have drawn a lot of inspiration from the health impact assessment work done by Public Health Wales and across the UK. So the earlier the better in terms of influencing policy. But the key is not just to provide evidence from the States or from Canada, but to provide evidence that will fit with the system that's meant to be using it. So
thank you, Helen.
Thought on that?
Yes, thank you. Aidan, in terms of the taxation issue that you're trying to, you and the Cross Border Workers Coalition are trying to seek a solution for. What do you think is the little push that's needed? Because it doesn't seem to be, in terms of financial costs, to the revenue doesn't seem to be, as far as I can see, that significant. What do you think is that push that's needed to get you across the line?
So it's a great question. There isn't a financial hit. You know, we know that. We've heard that directly from the revenue, that it's not a concern about the finances side of things. The concern that they have stated, and it's very clear in the paper, is in around equity and competition. So the final push that we believe that's needed is to address those particular concerns, because they're almost intangible concerns, as it were. They're not strong enough, almost perception, if you like, in terms of what could happen. What we would like the government to do is be pragmatic in terms of what the art of the possible, to figure out what is innovative. They've already introduced like a remote working strategy for the island of Ireland, which is fantastic. But if it's not backed up by pragmatic, innovative solutions to resolve this particular issue, then it's just not going to work for a section of the Irish citizens. So what we believe a final push in terms of addressing some of those concerns, it may well be that a scheme of some sort that's time boxed, that's got a control over it, a set of measures such as maybe limiting them to certain roles that doesn't invoke like corporate tax presence in the Republic of Ireland, or a salary threshold, or there's measures like that can be put in place, and perhaps having the penny drop with the revenue, that they could put something in that can be retracted back if it is being exploited or if it is not working. But that's what we need. There's no point in admiring this problem if island economy. There's a vested interest there in the business community in all parts of the island, and also a final push from individuals who are actually impacted by this as well. They need their voice heard. There's no point in being quiet in this matter and being aggrieved that nothing changes. We need their voices heard at this particular juncture. It's really important the next couple of weeks that voice is heard.
Thank you, Aidan. And before I just ask a question to Maureen, I'm going to send people in the back room there into complete tizzy. But just to warn, I'm going to be wrapping up. I'm going to be making my closing remarks from where I am. So no formalities, please. As we are, I'll be doing my closing remarks. So I'm going to come to you now, Maureen. Aidan's here has been talking about looking for solutions, imagination, but in a cross-border dimension here. Do you think that, and I don't mean to this in any negative way, do you think that we, those of us who are involved in cross-border cooperation, particularly those of us involved in looking at policy and really at the methodologies around cross-border impact assessment, do you think we've been doing a good enough job of selling that idea of cross-border impact assessment as something that is not there as a negative, it's there really as something that can perhaps bring positives?
Yeah, it struck me actually, just listening to Helen also. She'd mentioned, it's not looking about the risks, it's looking at the impact. So it doesn't have to be a negative, it can be a positive. I think that it's probably a slow burn, and even when you think about rural policy or rural proofing, it's challenging enough even to do something like that, never mind, the concept of something in cross-border proofing. But there's great bottom-up demonstrations of where it works. And arguably what's needed is to maybe put some case studies forward, show where an impact assessment would work and how that fits into encouraging cross-border cooperation, whether it be economic, social. Environment is obviously a really key one going forward. There are projects and programmes out there that that kind of ex-ante approach to understanding impact is really going to be key going forward. The one thing I would like to end with is by saying, if you have something like a common travel area and there's legislation and policy being introduced that actually challenges the whole concept of that, then almost that assessment has to be made on the common travel area itself, even as a starting point to say, if you're going to bring in something that actually challenges your ability for freedom of movement, then that in itself demonstrates that there's some kind of proofing of that legislation needed.
Thank you very much, Maureen. Of course. Thank you, Maureen, so much for that. I was just being reminded there that I was jumping the gun there slightly. So, Maureen, Aidan, Anne, Helen, I am so grateful to you all. I mean, that was really rich, a really rich conversation, really enormous amounts of ideas there, and it's a positive as well. It's not. It was about options going forward and what needs to be done in terms of strengthening that idea of looking at things, looking at impact assessment from cross-border dimensions. So I'm really grateful to you all. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The Centre for Cross-Border Studies is unique in that it is an organisation which is clearly doing very important research into the impact of the border on our economy, on our society, and indeed on our political system as well. And that research has been hugely helpful to policymakers like myself when it comes to developing policies, particularly when we're looking at the impact of the border on the border regions.
This island and these islands have incredibly strong and long-standing connections with the United States. Connections that go both ways and include economic, cultural and familial ones. As we try to navigate how our relations will remain strong and effective within and across these islands and between these islands and Europe, we also need to think about how our relations can be strengthened through our common bonds with the United States. That is why I am delighted to introduce our closing keynote speaker, Mr. Paul Narain. Although a career member of the US Diplomatic Service since 2002, having served in Azerbaijan and twice in India, Paul Narain has only very recently taken up his duties as US Consul General in Belfast in August. He most recently served as political and economic counselor at the US Embassy in Sweden. His previous assignments include service as Deputy Political Counselor at the US Embassy in Pakistan, and prior to that, as Deputy Economic Counselor at the US Embassy in Greece. In Washington, Mr. Narain has served in the Operations Center, the State Department's Crisis Management Hub, and on the Executive Secretariat staffs of Secretary of State Rice and Clinton. Mr. Narain has received several superior and meritorious honor awards. In 2013, he was awarded the American Foreign Service Association's Matilda W. Sinclair Award for Outstanding Foreign Language Study. In 2018, he received the department-wide James Clement Dunn Award for Excellence. It is my pleasure then to ask Mr. Paul Narain to now address this, our 22nd annual conference.
Chairman, Minister, panelists, and of course, distinguished online guests. It's an honor to be here today to close the Center for Cross-Border Studies' 22nd annual conference. I recognize that this forum is critically important, not just because of the subject at hand, but from the caliber and diversity of its participants as well. Complex issues with far-reaching effects for these islands have been addressed and debated, and I'm sure that good will come from your discussions. I have not been here in Northern Ireland for very long, and I have had a lot more to learn about the complex and deeply fascinating and interdependent relationships that exist within and between these islands. But I do understand that ongoing engagement has a particular resonance for the well-being and continued progress of this region. Many local leaders have described to me how some of the most difficult challenges you faced were confronted through sustained and at times painstaking dialogue. As an honest broker, the United States played its part by providing safe, neutral space for local leaders to engage away from the public gaze. To put it another way, the remarkable progress enjoyed throughout Northern Ireland did not happen in silos or echo chambers, but through difficult conversations and a commitment to relationship building. It's an obvious thing to say, but one of the many negative consequences of the pandemic here and across the world has been the decline in informal and informal face-to-face conversations. Technology, like the platforms we're using today, have helped sustain connections, but the lack of human interaction has been to the detriment of us all. Indeed, face-to-face conversation is the lifeblood of my profession, diplomacy, and at the heart of conflict negotiation everywhere. It is something I think we will not soon again take for granted. When circumstances allow, I hope that the consulate will once again be a facilitator of face-to-face dialogue. And I also hope I will have the chance to meet you all in person soon. Until then, if I may, I'd like to provide a U.S. perspective on some of the themes that you have touched on today. First, and above all, I am extremely cognizant of the diversity of opinion that still exists around Brexit. The 2016 referendum brought far-reaching challenges to a region that shares a border with an EU member state, and it would be wholly remiss not to acknowledge the complexity of what's at play. I also come into this discussion recognizing the unique dynamics that still exist here after years of protracted and bitter conflict. Yet, the United States' position around Brexit remains unambiguous. We want a strong and prosperous United Kingdom to remain a leader in Europe, and we want both the United Kingdom and the European Union to remain strong leaders within the global community. The content of current discussions are obviously a matter for the United Kingdom and the European Union, but the Biden administration has been clear. We encourage all parties to ensure that Northern Ireland's political and economic stability is at the forefront of discussions. You, more than anyone, are aware of how political negotiations work and that progress and agreement can sometimes occur when it seems least possible. Your lesson to the world is that seemingly insurmountable challenges are best overcome through strong leadership, compromise, and a determined collective will to work for the common good. We will continue to support both sides' efforts to engage in productive and cooperative dialogue to resolve differences in a way that will keep Northern Ireland's social and economic interests, the interests of the people of Northern Ireland, at the core. Now, some of you might know already that the first Consul General to Belfast was appointed because of trade and commerce. Today, we may have a slightly wider remit 2 centuries on, but business and two-way trade is still extremely important to us. Around 60% of foreign direct investment into Northern Ireland comes from the United States. More than 1,100 international companies now operate here, including major US firms like Microsoft and Allstate, as well as Aflac and Seagate. And over the last month, we've even seen 4 foreign direct investment announcements from the United States, proving once again that the region still has the infrastructure and the human skill to give Americans full confidence that they can and they should do business here. I was just at the Northern Ireland Business Showcase in London, and I heard firsthand from leading entrepreneurs that Northern Ireland already has the top-notch skills, people, and infrastructure to be a world leader in the economy of the future. And in my short time in office, I can already see just how true that is. I should add that Northern Ireland's devolved power-sharing institutions have played a pivotal role in drawing some of this investment. Every branch of the US government believes that these institutions remain the best mechanism for Northern Ireland to have a voice and to shape its own path. To address far-reaching events like Brexit, people here need an effective, stable, and responsive regional government more than ever. So, as you navigate your immediate challenges, the US government will remain resolute supporters of the Northern Ireland Executive, the Assembly, and of your other devolved institutions. Good politics is key, but over the course of today, you have also addressed the social context around the conditions for post-Brexit cooperation. Indeed, some of the panelists today played a truly historic role in that arena. I've been told that groups like the Glen Cree Centre are among the unsung heroes who worked tirelessly to unite and empower communities at the grassroots level. We should never forget their contribution. For our part, our $600 million aggregate funding to the International Fund for Ireland has benefited many communities across Northern Ireland and in the border counties of Ireland. Another example is Boston College. With the help of a congressional grant in 1997, This institution worked with the consulate and our embassy colleagues in Dublin for over 10 years to deliver over 100 all-island exchanges. These programs united over 1,300 professionals from across both jurisdictions to address practical day-to-day issues like economic development, health, education, and tourism. All of this work and cooperation is based on the necessity of expanding our working relations beyond communities, beyond neighborhoods, beyond borders. When President Biden and Vice President Harris met Northern Ireland's former First and Deputy First Minister in Washington in March, they raised a very important point. They acknowledged that the balance of Northern Ireland's multifaceted relationships benefited all of Northern Ireland's communities. By this, they meant three things. First, they meant the North-South dimension. Positive and mutually beneficial cross-border relationships between the two jurisdictions on this island must be cherished and sustained. Second, they meant the East-West dimension. The Good Friday Agreement recognized that the destinies of these islands remain inextricably tied through commerce, kinship, and culture. And as co-guarantors of the Good Friday Agreement, the relationship between the governments of the United Kingdom and Ireland remains a cornerstone of stability here. Third, they meant the internal relationships within Northern Ireland. You'll probably agree that much has been achieved in healing societal divisions here, but much more needs to be done. And you are not alone. The United States has its own very real challenges around division, but we've learned that this takes every sector of society, business, government, community groups, working together toward a shared future. My final point, and this may come as a surprise to some of you, is that many of the challenges you face are not wholly unique. In the United States, our 50 states are bound together in a single economic unit, but many state governments work in collaboration with neighboring states to address areas of mutual economic need. Connecticut, for example, is roughly comparable in size to Northern Ireland. West Virginia is just slightly smaller than the area that covers the 26 counties of the Republic of Ireland. Both of these regions have multi-state economic initiatives that include their respective neighbors. And if you look at our national borders, the US-Mexico-Canada trade agreement now addresses nearly all aspects of North American trade. It provides strengthened intellectual property protections. It facilitates digital trade, expands high-paying jobs in the auto sector, and incorporates enforceable labor and environmental standards. In all of our domestic agreements and with our international partners, we have to continually engage, refine, and negotiate in order to protect national interests or capitalize on areas of mutual benefit. And as you address the immediate opportunities and the challenges facing these islands, that same ongoing engagement will be necessary. I have no doubt in your commitment, no doubt in your collective capacity to do this. During my first visit to Northern Ireland as lead advance for Secretary Clinton in 2009, the devolution of policing and justice and the appointment of a new justice minister was at play. It was a brief visit, but I saw enough of your talent and resolve to give me ample confidence in your collective ability to confront every challenge and seize the opportunities that you face. Our 16th president, Abraham Lincoln, is credited with saying that the best way to predict your future is to create it. And I commend you all for your individual and collective endeavors. You can guarantee that the United States will remain an advocate and a friend. I am grateful to the Center for Cross-Border Studies for the opportunity to engage with you all today, and I look forward to meeting you all soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that keynote address, that closing keynote address. We couldn't have asked for anything better to close this 22nd annual conference of the Centre for Cross-Border Studies, and really appreciate you giving us the time to give us that perspective, which was really intricate, complex, rich. So I'm really grateful to you. We are all grateful to you for that. But if you don't mind, I'm going to abuse my situation here in terms of just posing a couple of questions that have been sent in from the audience, if you don't mind.
Sure, that sounds
I
great.
know your time is precious, but just a couple of questions. And the first one actually comes from Michael Darcy, who happens actually to be a senior research associate with the Centre for Cross-Border Studies, but he's also an independent advisor for the IBEX-CBI Joint Business Council. So his question is, and forgive me, I'm going to put my glasses on now. This shows my age. So Michael asks, what is the current status of the negotiations between the United States and the UK on a new trade agreement between the US and the UK? And how, in practical terms, is the US administration going to go about protecting the Good Friday Agreement within the framework of those discussions around a new trade agreement between the US and the UK?
Well, thank you for the question. And first, let me say how much I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you and to your audience. It's a real honor and a privilege, certainly in my first month in office. So thank you for the invitation. On the question, I think it goes without saying that the strong trade and investment relationship between the United States and the United Kingdom is really critical to our mutual prosperity, and it's something that we look forward to seeing grow in the months and years ahead. President Biden has said clearly that he will make significant domestic investments in the United States and for all American workers before he signs any new trade deals. And I think, as you know, and has been said publicly, our trade representative, Ambassador Tai, is leading a thorough review to determine exactly where bilateral trade negotiations are, what progress was made by the previous administration, and what is the best way forward. So we look forward to engaging with the British government in the weeks and months ahead on this, but it goes without saying that the US-UK trade relationship is critical to our mutual prosperity, and we're going to work very hard to get it right.
So there's a lot of homework to be done first before...
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. And we're still in early stages, and that intensive homework is ongoing.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you very much. The next question that we have, if you don't mind, is from Kerry Curran from Intertrade Ireland. Intertrade Ireland, as you're probably very much aware, manages the US-Ireland R&D partnership, which is a tri-jurisdictional alliance between Ireland, Northern Ireland, and the US. That alliance enables collaborative and innovative research projects which create value above and beyond individual efforts. The programme to date has supported more than 100 million euros worth of collaborative R&D. So the question really to you is, how important do you think continued high-value partnerships, such as the US-Ireland partnership, are to demonstrating the value of cross-border collaboration to the benefit of both economies? Can more be done to capitalise on the advantages such partnerships can generate?
Oh, I think the question speaks for itself. Without question, and first let me begin by saying I haven't actually had the chance to visit with Intertrade Ireland, so I really look forward to doing that and to learning more about the depth of our R&D relationship programs. What I do want to say is that, you know, no one institution in particular, either here or in the United States, has all of the research, expertise, or answers to the complex questions that are confronting them. So it goes without saying then that a US-Ireland R&D partnership is really an exceptionally good way to draw together some of the world's leading institutions to advance innovation and problem solving. And it really demonstrates to me a healthy commitment to collaboration and a real willingness to play to each other's strengths. And that's what we need to be doing to taking on these very difficult problems we're confronting today. In many ways, I think the partnership itself epitomizes the United States' evolving role in supporting a more outward and confident Northern Ireland. And once our energies here were singularly devoted to promote and encourage political progress. We care deeply about that, as I was saying. But we're also firmly in the arena of supporting initiatives like this one that are of mutual benefit and toward our shared goals of prosperity and toward confronting our toughest global challenges. Finally, let me say, I think the partnership is a real reflection of the reputation that the island enjoys across many sectors: science, agriculture, sustainability, and health. And so despite the many uncertainties you have all talked about today, I think the partnership shows the vitality of cross-border trade, cooperation, and multidisciplinary collaboration that I think is probably at the heart of the future of the relationship.
Thank you, Paul. And just not a question, just a comment or an acknowledgement of the time that you've given us today, and we're really grateful for you for doing that. But also the fact that you've demonstrated, you spoke during your address in terms of within the 50 states of the United States, the importance of collaboration between states. You also acknowledged that cooperation is not just about cooperation in terms of trade and the economy, and not just about politics as well in terms of the cooperation at a political level. It's also about society, communities, and we're really grateful for you today for bringing to a close almost this 22nd annual conference. Thank you so much, Paul. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I really appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you.
We would encourage other people to get involved because there's no harm in having conversations. The reality is that business found its voice during the Brexit process, but it can't be the only voice. It's got to get in there alongside policymakers, the third sector, get in there alongside our politicians to ensure that there's a deeper understanding, that there's an evidence base and an academic rigour to ensure that the right policy decisions are taken for the future.
It's now my turn to make some closing remarks, and I'm going to keep them brief for you brave souls who are still there, out there with us. And just to make a special mention there again of US Consul General Paul Narain, who took the time to come and speak with us, although today he's actually with Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, so he made the time to actually come beforehand to address this conference, and we're really grateful to him for doing that. I would like to, first of all, start off by again thanking the Department of Further and Higher Education, Innovation and Science for their core funding to the Centre for Cross-Border Studies that enables a lot of our work. We're really grateful to them. To the Department of Foreign Affairs Reconciliation Fund for the project funding that they gave us, including for the project where the last panel today, that was related to a reconciliation fund funded project. Grateful to them, and to our conference sponsors, City of Derry Airport, the Institute of Public Health, but I also like to mention again the Dormant Accounts Fund, NI, for allowing us to invest in some digital technology to enable us to still communicate with our friends out there. So thank you to them. As I said, I'm going to keep this brief. Normally at this stage of every annual conference, I start tearing up. I'm promising I'll try and not do that this time around, but I am really, really, really lucky to have a wonderful team working with me throughout the year. They are incredible. An incredible team: Anne-Marie O'Kane, Tricia Kelly, and Mark McClatchy, and I'll come back to him in a moment. I also have a fantastic board that supports all of us in our work, giving us sage advice all the time and keeping us going when the going gets tough, and sometimes it is. So really grateful to them as well. But also grateful to all of you out there and all the organisations that we work with in terms of ensuring that we can continue good North-South cooperation, also East-West cooperation and good relations within and across these islands, and cooperating for the mutual benefit of all. But I do want to return to one of our staff team, Mark McClatchy. Our chair of our board, Helen, mentioned the fact that this is Mark's last day today. Mark is an incredible, incredible colleague, really hardworking, and we are all incredibly proud of Mark for what he's done over the time that he's been with us at the Centre for Cross-Border Studies. And I'm incredibly proud that he's going on to other things. Who's getting him is going to be they're a very lucky organisation, a very lucky outfit to have Mark McClatchy working with them. We're going to miss him terribly, but I know we'll stay in touch with Mark over the coming years and see him blossom even more, mature even more, he is a wonderful person, a wonderful human being, and we're honoured to have been able to work with him so closely over the last few years. I hope you will all stay in touch with us at the Centre for Cross-Border Studies. We can't do what we do without your help. We can't do what you do without speaking to you, being in conversations with you, sometimes difficult conversations, but where we are truthful with one another, there is candour with one another, but also friendship, an ability to empathise with each other, to try and understand where we're each coming from. That is essential for cooperation across borders. And I know we're going to be able to do that going forward into this new context, which is still being shaped. We still don't know what that context looks like, but we'll try and make sure, I know we will make sure, that that new context will continue to maintain the necessary conditions for North-South cooperation, as well as East-West cooperation and relations. So without any further ado, thank you to all of you, and I wish you a great weekend. It's Friday. Go and enjoy yourselves. Go and relax. Thank you very much.
Well, the Centre for Cross-Border Studies was set up in 1999, and that was following the Belfast Good Friday Agreement with the support of Queen's University, Belfast and the Dublin City University. It's an independent research and information centre. It has a base in Armagh, and it's governed by a board with board members nominated from Queen's University, Dublin City University, and then a number of independents. It undertakes a wide range of different research reports in a number of different areas and provides information, advice and support. Probably the best known of the information sources is the Border People website, and that provides information for people who are living and working across the border.
The Centre for Cross-Border Studies has an extensive network of contacts that we built up over the last 2 decades, because all of our work is about collaboration, cooperation. So over those 2 decades, we have built contacts with the most senior levels of the civil service in Northern Ireland, the Republic of Ireland, but also in the rest of the UK and within Europe as well. But we also work with local government, with the community and voluntary sector, which is vital, and also the trade representative bodies and the private sector more generally across these islands.
We would encourage other people to get involved, because there's no harm in having conversations. The reality is that business found its voice during the Brexit process, but it can't be the only voice. It's got to get in there alongside policymakers, the third sector, get in there alongside our politicians to ensure that there's a deeper understanding, that there's an evidence base and an academic rigour to ensure that the right policy decisions are taken for the future.